last night, and I was literally blown away by it, because it's like, I don't even want to ruin it. You just gotta watch it. You gotta hear it. Oh, and Enzyme's in it right now. He's deafened. AJ, you remember that song last night? The dude with the guitar singing to himself, like back and forth. Oh, AJ might be AFK. Oh,
Who you talking to?
Dr. Sarah Wells. What's up? Theoretical physicist based in San Francisco Bay Area. I haven't seen you before. How's it going? If you can't talk, that's okay. What else is in here?
Are you telling me we got a theoretical physicist in here?
Yeah, no roles. Oh, yeah. She's got to get VC verified. But she's been
Yeah.
in here since September. Oh, today. Yeah.
Theoretically.
Yeah,
Speaking.
I would like to have some theoretical conversations.
Easy. No, honestly, I'm super down though.
Open that up. Open that up.
Wait. If Sarah, if you wanna go.
No check in. We do it here. We got it covered. Do it here.
Well, Kembo's in the check-in waiting.
Doesn't have to be in check-in. We can do it here too.
Okay. If you want to take a look at the welcome page real quick as well, see the rules, and then someone wants to do the check-in. Lou?
Look, we can basically skip the check-in. We'll just do it real quick. Basically, it amounts to a few quick questions. Like, do you promise not to, or do you promise to obey the rules that are presented to you in the welcome page? Will you not abuse the server? Can you be a decent person? That's what it amounts to. Yeah.
You can answer in the live stream voice text, the little text channel right above where it says the live stream with the recording symbol as well.
She can't see it. She needs to get verified to see that channel.
But
however, I can unmute her right now, and if she has control of her mic, or should, and she just needs to unmute, and then she should be able to speak.
Yeah, welcome. You have the floor, Sarah. You just gotta unmute whenever you're ready.
Just before she goes, you said her profession was what? A theoretical physicist, or
Yeah.
what
Yeah, look
was
at
it?
her. It's her bio.
That's a lot of fun. That's too much fun.
Yeah.
All right, I got a first question for her. Is she listening? Hello?
I don't know yet. She's got to unmute.
Yeah, I got a hostile witness. Also a theoretical physicist.
In science, we always say that you make observations, you have a theory, you go make more observations, and it's a very, very tedious process. Wrong. Nobody that I know of in my field uses the so-called scientific method. In our field, it's by the seat of your pants. It's leaps of logic. It's guesswork.
So it's going to be interesting to see if she understands the scientific method or if she's just going to go with guesswork.
I want to talk to her about dark matter.
No,
because...
before we don't want to scare her off. Let's just get her talking first. Sarah Wells, PhD, Doctor Sarah Wells. Could you please?
Oh wait.
Address the forum?
She said, "I don't want to debate. I'm only here to listen."
No. We're not here for you.
Yeah, I'm not going to debate you on dark matter. I just want to ask some questions. But if you don't want to answer, that's fine.
Yeah, that's okay. Whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Dr. Sarah Wells. Even we can determine what you are and are not willing to talk about. But first, you need to talk with us
I
so that
will
we
not
can
be
like
speaking at all, she said.
not speaking at
You don't
all.
you don't have any questions for us? Nothing like that? It's no problem. Or just anything that you're curious about, where we stand on certain topics, anything.
I got to tell you, a person with a doctorate attached to their name that is unwilling to speak or ask questions or type anything, that just wants to observe, seems very suspicious and probably won't last long here. We would rather talk to you uh, than have you just judge us. We're not here to be judged.
Hello, hello. Did
Hello?
Sarah speak?
Nope, she will not debate at all. I will not be speaking at all. She wants to listen. So
What do
serenade her
you
with
want to
your
listen
Spanish
to?
speaking abilities. Just
My
kidding.
Spanish speaking. Is she
Did she
typing
want to
in
give it?
lobby?
Does she want to give her determination of what's better, cats and dogs?
Oh yeah,
Oh,
wait, she said I will not speak at all. Sarah, are you genuinely just here to listen? Do you want to at least give us a topic that we can
that's all right.
explain or
Yeah.
discuss? Or
Yeah.
is she not?
Sasha. No, Sasha.
Well, the fact that she said that she doesn't want to debate makes me think she's a real doctor. Because I wouldn't want to debate me either. About dark matter, anyway.
No,
Alright.
she wants to see what she just wants to. If she is a real theoretical physicist, whatever the fuck that is, then she just wants to know what people are saying about her. She wants to know the criticisms of her. So maybe we should sit here and criticize her.
Yeah, I don't
Like,
care
Nah,
about
don't
her.
go on the hostile. No one's ever gonna
That
no
sounds
one's
like
ever gonna come
crazy.
in here and talk if you just go off on hostile.
That's bad.
Just
Yeah.
How about this? I got it. Hank, what are your thoughts on dark matter and its usefulness?
Well, it was very useful in patching up the model for a little while because it couldn't be disproven until recently we found out that it was disproven by observations alone, not experiment. And that's making them retool Newtonian gravity. That's why they're going over all these different modified Newtonian gravities to try to make it work, which you don't, try to fix something that isn't broken. So obviously their theory for gravity is incomplete, is the word they like to use.
Hence why they went from Newtonian to Einsteinian. Am I correct on that?
No, they went from the Earth's a ball 2,000 years ago, allegedly, to, well, how do you stick to the bottom? Why don't you fall off? Well, there's a thing called gravity. That was Newton. And then when Newton's math didn't match with Mercury, then they come up with Einstein to patch the model of the space-time, right? Then when they looked out in deep space, they saw that, the gravity math didn't work out at the galactic level, so they came up with dark matter. So now that dark matter doesn't work, well, now that means Einstein is broken. So now they're kind of going back to the drawing board, as it were, and they're trying to repair Newtonian gravity. So modified Newtonian gravity, is what they're working on now. And
Did you
it's
say
really
they're working in circles?
Yeah, they're trying to make it work, but obviously she doesn't want to talk about any of that.
No, you're good.
Yeah,
I didn't even know about that.
I
Could
just
be
find it strange that a theoretical physicist wouldn't want to talk about dark matter and other theoretical physics.
Well, it's only a theory that she is a theoretical physicist.
Well, she should probably just leave it to the layman to talk about it because, we
Don't
wouldn't
wanna ruin
want any
that reputation.
expert opinion on the matter that doesn't exist.
Yeah, it's too dark. All right, enough tongue in cheek. That's interesting though. Mond, I never even heard of that.
Yeah, there's
actually.
been over 300 proposed solutions. These are papers that were published trying to fix this problem. The cosmological constant problem is related. It's not exactly what I was talking about, but it is related. But it basically, it's where we get that number with 1 in 120 zeros, right? 10 to the 120th. And basically it's what the standard model of cosmology is right now, the lambda CDM model. And the CDM just got debunked with a certainty of 5 sigma. So cold dark matter just got debunked with a certainty of 5 sigma. I would love to hear her talk about that, but Kat's got her tongue. So I guess she is a cat lady.
Oh my god, those fucking cat ladies.
Yeah,
Dude.
we're back to cats and dogs.
Oh my
Because
god.
the physicist won't speak.
She probably really is. She probably got like 17 of them. Her whole house smells like cat piss.
That's why she can't speak. It's just too much meowing and stepping on the keyboard and that kind of stuff.
She's got like 17 litter boxes, like that are all overflowing, and the cats are pissing outside of them.
You know about this parasite that lives in cats that reproduces by.
Yeah. We know about
Yeah,
that.
you're late. We already talked about toxoplasmosis.
Yeah.
Yeah. So she's
Turns out-
addicted.
It turns
I'm
out that all
curious.
theoretical physicists also have toxoplasmosis.
I'm curious. I'm doing a little research because whenever someone comes in displaying their full name in such a bold profile like that, to say that they're a theoretical physicist based specifically in San Francisco Bay Area with your full name, surely there's got to be some sort of internet trail behind this to see if this is an actual person. Because the Discord account was only created yesterday. Technically today
Oh.
for you Americans, the 6th of September.
It could be PD back.
Well, she was
How many
just finishing her.
That's what I'm,
PhD.
surely there's the only thing that I can find so far is a fertility clinic with someone of that name in San Francisco Bay Area, but it's not the same surname, but it comes up when you search a sociologist who provides stimulators in one word, consultations and counseling services to patients using fertility treatment.
I only found Sarah Wells, a science journalist in Boston, Massachusetts.
Yeah, I saw that one too. This is a Dr. Sarah Hawley. I don't know why this one's coming up when you type in.
Dr. Sarah Wells.
I also found a LinkedIn profile.
Yeah,
It's
actually,
really
that's
helpful.
good.
She has her pronouns in her
No,
tags.
Yeah,
At least we know what gender to
doctor,
look for.
doctor should be Googleable. Absolutely, you should find something about her. She's like really a PhD doctor.
Oh, wait. There's an Instagram account that also has she, her pronouns, so I'm assuming that this is hers. It's public.
I wonder if she understands that we will stop digging about her if she just speaks up.
Nah, it's not that. I'm just curious because I feel like when you go on the internet and boldly put your full name, your PhD, and what you do for a living, you're asking for people to look it up.
Yeah,
Surely.
So-
It's the internet.
she's got something that she's proud of that she wants you to find.
Nah, maybe not even that. I feel like it's just... I don't know. I feel like you are just asking for it, whether you're doing it intentionally or not. She might not be doing it intentionally. She might just be being proud of who she is, which is perfectly acceptable. But
Wait,
She might be a complete LARPer too.
I
Mandy,
think it
are
might
you
be this
implying
Instagram
that-
account.
I would find out in just
Okay.
a few seconds if I got to ask her a few questions that anybody should be able to answer in her
I'm
field.
about 90% sure this is her Insta. It's got Black Lives Matter as the most recent post.
What'd you say?
Black Lives Matter post as the most recent post.
Well, she sounds like she's fresh out of the college.
All right, Sarah, unless you speak to us, we're going to talk nothing about you. We're going to just talk about
Yeah.
you and our speculation about you. If you talk to us, we can talk about topics. We can
I think she's
actually address something.
enjoying being the center of attention, right? A lot.
Yeah, T-Dub asked a good question in the lobby. Does she have any published work? Because that would be interesting. But you'd
What
think
was your-
surely we would find it under a quick search.
Or another one is like, what was your thesis on?
Sure, this is the Instagram account, but
These are not debate topics, by the way, Sarah. You said you will not debate. Doesn't mean you can't talk. Doesn't mean you can't engage. It's a little creepy. You know, you can listen to us on YouTube if you want. You can come in here if you want to interact. You can go on YouTube if you want to observe.
this is wild. So, I don't know America, and I specifically did not know San Francisco. When you specify Bay Area, is that like an actual place?
It's.
Or is that
I
just
mean,
assuming it's
I've never
by a
actually
bay?
been there. But it's a giant city, so it's a very big city. Not all of San Francisco is the Bay Area of San Francisco, but the Bay
Yeah.
Area of San Francisco is well. It,
You could think about it
uh,
kind of like the Highlands, right? It's like an area.
Now you're talking to me. Okay, I get you. I just assumed, I didn't know whether that was like an area name was called like the Bay Area.
yeah, but it's well known for its extremely like woke culture, like extremely like
Oh,
world leading woke culture.
okay.
Like
The
actually
most
head like actually headquarters war court culture.
yeah,
Headquarters.
headquarters. Yeah. Finally, I agreed with Jeffrey. Yeah,
Yeah,
exactly.
it's actually so funny. They got an app in San Francisco that tells you where the human fecal matter is, so you don't step in it. So
What the fuck?
yeah, that's a real thing. Because there's so many homeless people in San Francisco, and they just keep voting Democrat, like it's gonna save the world.
Yeah, like literally, San Francisco has like the most like homeless people per capita of any city in the world.
It was a beautiful old city too, by the way, older than the Europeans coming in. And there's a lot of actual culture there that used to be there that isn't there anymore because all the culture got erased, and now it's just NPC culture, like don't step in the poo. What should we do with these criminals? Don't lock them up. That would be bad.
Yeah, a
San
lot of the
Francisco has been known for decades. San Francisco has been known for decades as being the gay capital of the world. And like, nothing wrong with that. I'm just saying, like, they got it owned. Okay, they're the ones who like spark all of it. Every other city afterwards. So in every city, however gay it is, it's nothing compared to San Francisco.
If she really is, from San Francisco, right now she's thinking, that we're bigots, but we've changed our mind on cosmology. Have you done that? Think back to your psychology courses. Have you done that? Have you changed your mind on psychology?
Hey, she created her account
cosmology.
today to join this Discord today. Maybe she wants to change her mind. That's looks like because you create the Discord account today to join the Flutter Discord today. Yeah, looking for a change, right?
It's wild to me that if you have PhD, such a bold profile, that there's nothing on a Google search apart from potentially an Instagram account. No published work, no nothing.
It's a secret PhD, like a private PhD
A
of her
pseudo
own or something.
PhD.
Well, she is an astrophysicist, so
No, she's a
Astrophysicist?
theoretical physicist.
Theoretical, yeah.
She could be a string theorist.
that would be great if she was a string theorist.
She
Oh,
could be
that would
like
be that would be so
she
good.
she could be like Professor Dave, who is actually a substitute teacher that never graduated. She could be like She could be like Dr. Bob, who is a pot doctor who got sued multiple times for like and lost his license to practice. She could be just about any fucking scammer, so-called PhD out there that likes to engage with flat earthers.
I don't know whether you remember, but I think it might have been, was it the start of this server or the old server? Everyone started putting PhD in their name. I thought it was hilarious. Like I was Bambi PhD for a while, like Dr. Bambi PhD. And then Crypto, he joined, like it was him that kind of started it, I think, and he was like Dr. Crypto PhD. And everybody followed suit. We had Effie Jedi PhD.
Yeah, you also had like GEMC PhD, master
Yeah.
degree, engineer of the cosmos.
Yeah, but nobody remembers that, Gen Z.
You know, everybody did that for like 3 days, like, and nobody cared. Most of us,
Nah, Crypto kept it going, man. He's still got it now. I think he's a PhD some in some servers. Over in Geo's one, he's got a PhD in his name still.
that's fucked up.
He's still living. He's fucking
he
living
needs
the
to
dream
be
still, apparently.
institutionalized like the rest of them, if that's true.
Yeah, I think he's convinced himself he does. Like he is a doctor and he does have a PhD.
Right. No, he like Crypto likes to poke fun at them, and it fits him to do that. But most of us, like, if we did it, we did a lot of things just like on a daily thing. Like, we would have a day where we all mimicked Indio. We had like an Indio day where everybody was Indio.
I remember that. Yeah,
Yeah.
that was fun.
Like you bunch of fucking like, but nobody kept it for more than a day or two, right? Like, please, the people who kept it
That
for
was
a
an April
week,
Fool's
like,
thing.
nobody. All right, well, Sarah, you got to drop the April Fool's joke, or talk to us and prove your status. What do you know
I'm just
about the
curious.
what do you know? What do you theorize about the cosmos, and reality itself? Because you don't have science to discuss it. Like, you're in fact a pseudoscientist if you claim to be a theoretical physicist. It's not physics. Physics falls in the realm of science. It's testable through the scientific method, through natural science, like hypothesis and independent, dependent variable, all that bullshit, right? Theoretically speaking, though, you can claim anything and just say, well, great minds think this, and call it science. Is that science? Sarah, what do you think about the world we live in? You know, I thought that what you think, I thought that was called philosophy. I was pretty sure that what you think about things was philosophy.
Now she's thinking back to her philosophy class. How many angels can dance on the head of a pin? Or we might say a needle nowadays. Right? That's a philosophical question that you could argue for 100 years. Well, what do you think about space-time? Oh, that's another one you could chase your tail for like 100 years and never get the answer to, because it's just a mathematical concept. But they call it science. And the word science originally means knowledge. Do you have any knowledge of this space-time, Sarah?
Sarah won't debate. She just wants to hear how much we despise her fucking profession. She's probably questioning it herself. She's probably came here because she's not sure if what she's doing actually has meaning.
Yeah, what I want to ask her is, if I get a lead ball, does it bend space-time?
Sarah might be like the leading like trans woman like in her field, her or his
Yeah,
field,
yeah, yeah,
like its
yeah.
field.
We might be looking up Dr. Sarah Wells, PhD, but it actually used to be Jonathan Wells.
Yeah.
So that's what all his work is published under. So that's why we're not finding it.
Yeah, that would explain it.
So you're saying we need to do an investigation?
No. I'm saying that this person should speak up at least a little bit. Even if they
Like,
don't, even if them doesn't want to like stay engaged for a long period of time, they should at least provide some type of validity to their existence as
So
a PhD.
you know how QE used to say, probably still does, get them to parrot the correct pseudoscience? Well, now the correct pseudoscience that QE was talking about was Einstein. That's not the correct pseudoscience anymore. So really, they don't have a working model for the cosmos. So the
Never
lambda,
had one. They've never had one. Yeah.
well, they had a theoretical model. It wasn't a working model. So yeah, you're right. But now that dark matter has been thoroughly debunked, not by me, right? Of course, by actual scientists who make observations and take notes and go, wait a minute, this dark matter halo doesn't exist, because when we saw these two, because it's crazy, and what was it, 2015-ish? They said the two galaxies collided and the two black holes collided, and that made gravity waves and proved Einstein right. But he's saying that these other two galaxies collided, and there was no dark matter halo around the galaxies when they observed the two galaxies colliding, and they should have been there, but they weren't, and they didn't act like it. So he said it should have been like dropping a marble in an empty jar, no, in a jar full of honey, and it should have slowly sank to the bottom being the center of the galaxy. But what they actually observed is dropping a marble into the thing and it goes straight to the bottom. So there was no matter there to move through like molasses. It just to the bottom.
All right. What boggles my mind about that? Okay, so like I'm not that old. 20 years ago in high school, I was a smart kid. Like I paid attention in my classes, and what was taught at the time was that black holes could never be observed. The state of their matter was that because they were so dense that that no light could escape them. Therefore, like their presence couldn't be read. Like anything that you tried to probe them with, or anything you tried to read them with, would basically suck up that, and you'd never get a return signal. Right? You would never learn anything about them. It would always be a question. So it would always remain theoretical. It would always remain a question. So when you say that we observe a black hole, not just a black hole, which is impossible to observe, but one black hole colliding with another and the effects of it. Like the only thing that's somewhat possible there is that you might be able to observe the effects of one theoretical black hole crashing with another theoretical black hole that you can't observe.
You know, it's really interesting because all they got was a reading on their instruments, and they deciphered this reading independently. And now, granted, this alleged, gravity wave was like smaller than on an atom, right? Like smaller than the width of a proton or something crazy like that. It was really small, right? And I don't know how they picked that up, but yeah, they picked it up and then they deciphered what that meant. And when they said it was two galaxies colliding, I'd like to see that. Like, how did they come up with that information? Because anybody can do an experiment or make an observation. Then, when the scientists start talking, the science ends and the philosophy begins, right? So,
Well,
what? Go
so
ahead.
like when it comes to like spiral galaxies, like what they claim the Milky Way is. When I was in high school, I'm not that old. Once again, not that long ago, they said that
Long
they
time ago.
theorized, they theorized that there might be a black hole at the center of of the Milky Way galaxy. It didn't take long before they said they confirmed that there is one, and then very shortly after that, they said all spiral galaxies have a black hole at the center of them.
Lou, you're a borderline boomer. That was years ago. I'm kidding.
Yeah,
Does that make
years
the?
ago, like 20 years ago. Yeah, 20 years ago.
But how can the Milky Way have a black hole? I mean, milk is white, black holes are black. I just don't get it.
So,
No, the whole idea of Bambi, like borderline boomer, blah blah blah. Like, by the way, how did Gen X get completely left out? Because the boomers are the boomers, and then there's the Gen Xers, then there's the millennials. Okay, like the whole Gen X people, they got completely left out of any blame of this. They're the ones who are actually behind this, by the way, because we don't talk about them, and they're the ones that are the fucking, you know, the boomers are retired. These are the guys running the field, and we keep talking about millennials as boomers. But anyway, in 20 years, we went from it cannot be proven, it's a theory, and it like all of this stuff, like everything we know about it, like the whole idea of it could never actually be physically proven. Now, then they went in a matter of 20 years, in fact, probably more like 10 or 15 years, to saying that they discovered a black hole and they discovered hundreds and thousands of others.
what? I don't think
And
they've.
not only that, but they're watching them collide with each other, and now they're taking pictures of them. With what? What changed? What changed? What cameras are so much better? What fucking technology is so much better in the last 20 years?
Did
Technology.
did James Webb turn around and take a picture of Earth spinning?
It just wasn't in the budget, man. You know, when you got a budget that small, you really got to just take what you can get.
We'll have to send
I
another
mean,
one.
the ISS has been up there since the late 90s. You know, it's a boomer fucking space station. It's a boomer space station. Like, what the fuck science are they getting out of it? Lettuce?
But Lou, you know we're gonna be crashing the ISS in the next 6 years or something. We're gonna crash
It
it to
was
the Pacific Ocean.
it was supposed to do that fucking like 7 years ago or some shit like that. Like it was only
Yeah,
supposed
but
to have a 20. It was only supposed to have a 20-year lifespan when it went up.
That's about what I got out of my fork seals on my motorcycle. I guess rubber doesn't really last that long.
yeah, but in space you can milk things better. You know.
Yeah, the whole boomer write-off thing. It's like, dude, what? I understand Bammy was being sarcastic, but no, that's a common write-off that people use. It's like, oh well, you know, you just
You sound
don't.
like a grumpy old man.
Yeah, I am grumpy as fuck about it. I am.
Yeah.
What? It doesn't mean that what I'm grumpy because they lied.
You're so
the
easy
space
to
is
wind
so
up.
suspicious to me. It's very suspicious. They talk about Milky Ways going to the black hole, Uranus, and that. It's so suspicious. I don't know what's going on. And now they have all the colors in space. It's like a rainbow color, everything. It's so suspicious for some reason. I'm
They've given you
suspect.
nothing to believe them. Like everything they say is just like, just believe us because we're so great. Worship us. Like that's all they've given you. They've given you nothing else. Like tell me something that they've given you from their space travel or their fucking ISS or their friggin' anything that NASA is actually Velcro, fucking space like memory foam mattresses. Was that it?
Ballpoint pens.
They
Yeah,
gave us
ballpoint
space
pen.
aids.
Non-stick frying pans, Velcro, and Tang fueling tomorrow's astronauts today. Thank you, NASA.
Oh, and drills.
And none of this stuff was developed in space, by the way. It was developed by militarily funded fucking Earth-based corporations for space travel that isn't real. It was developed on Earth by Earth-based companies in order to sell you a product that doesn't exist. The only thing they've sold you is a whole bunch of bullshit for your head.
Yeah, and
Yeah,
neutron.
I'm a grumpy fucking boomer. Yeah.
It's all good. It's understandable. I'm mad too, and I'm young. You're not
How
the
young?
only
How young is young?
24.
All right.
So
Yeah,
we're
it's pretty
both
young.
angry. Doesn't matter how old you are, you get lied to, it makes you angry.
Did you just say we're both pretty young to him, Lou?
No, he just said it to me. Yeah.
Lou, did
Yeah.
you just have a birthday? You keep talking about your age a lot.
No, it's
He's
coming
having
up.
a midlife crisis.
It's coming up in a few months, though. I'm almost 42.
Are you bald?
No, no, I'm only talking about it because like people like to talk about millennials versus boomers, like as though there's not like a whole generation in between them. I'm an old millennial. I'm not even. I'm like on that edge of Gen X and millennial. Boomers are at least 20 years older.
But you identify as Gen X?
Yeah, I would identify closer to Gen X than millennial. But yeah, absolutely. Uh, but I know the definition of the term. I actually kind of take pride in telling people because they so often don't realize when most people talk about millennials, they're talking about 20 somethings. Like 20 somethings aren't millennials. 20 somethings are Gen Z. Forget
MC, I'm here. I'm here. Yes.
millennials graduated in the year 2000 and for 20 years after continue to be millennials. If you graduated high school in the year 2020, you're a Gen Z.
Yeah, I'm here, Lou. I'm here. I'm listening.
The last generation.
I think I agree with you.
Anyway, no, it just bothers me when people misrepresent. Like they talk about a generation of people, and they don't even realize when they're a part of it.
They missed you, didn't they?
Well, dude, the millennials have had a huge problem like with that. We were never called millennials until like 10 years ago. It went from we were called Gen Xers, then we were told we were no longer Gen Xers. Then we were told we were Gen Y, and then Gen Y was like, "What the fuck is Gen Y?" Then they told like I heard a thing about like the E generation, like because we were the ones that were like the young generation when like or the I or E or whatever, like when it came to the internet and um and then I heard it would turn into millennial. Like we've been jerked around. We've been told that we were this, then that, then that, then that, then that. And it's just a whole bunch of people pointing their fingers saying, "This is what I think of you, and this is how you're going to be classified, and this is, like." But it's going to change over and over again through your lifetime.
It's okay. I
I
think we've
want to
decided you're a
be.
boomer.
I want to be from the non-binary generation.
I called them Gen T years ago. Anyone who was born after 2000, because children that grew up in the 90s, they still had outside privileges where they could like get locked out for like multiple hours on end. And this generation, they don't know anything but technology. And now, what's going on, Gen T is actually a really good name for them.
Gen G?
Yeah.
T,
Gen G.
as in trans.
Well, that's
Trans and
honestly
technology.
we
Right.
haven't even probably seen the start of that. Like, I mean, we've only seen the start of that. Like, I hope that I'm wrong here, but the Gen A's, the alphas, the Gen A, because they started over again. They went from Z to A. So like the Gen A's are probably going to be more influenced by that stuff than even the Z's are. Hopefully I'm wrong and they see through it, but I don't think they will for the most part. Like they're gonna look up to their older brothers and sisters and shit like that. But when you get
They
an
always
entire generation of people who are born into, you're not allowed to think anything other than whatever it is that you say you are, you are. Like that's what Gen A is going to be. Like Gen A, like literally is not going to be like in reality at all. Like it's literally whatever someone tells you it is.
Yeah, I was
I
just
think you've got some
having a
background
total.
noise.
Oh, sorry.
Go ahead.
No problem.
No, you're good.
And then on top of that, they're going to throw the metaverse at them, and they're going to live in a virtual reality, fucking or augmented reality world, while also selecting what species they want to be, or what fucking sex they want to be, or what freaking whether they want to be a noun or a pronoun or a freaking, you know what I mean? Like it's they like I could literally be it, like they're gonna have to accept if I want to choose to be the country of Italy. They're gonna have to be like, you are the country of Italy.
Nah, have you heard? The thing is, it's all fun and games joking about that, but have you heard the fucking neo pronouns? There's somebody on TikTok, there's a girl, and she's like really bubbly and high pitched speaking. And she's like, "Hi guys, and today we're going to be teaching you about," and then she'll say the type of neo pronouns. And like some of the examples are like flower and bud as pronouns. Flower was
But
going to the shop
it's
to
not
get
that you.
Bud's drink.
About
But
Like,
snowflake.
if that's the
what?
case, though, they're not saying that you want to be called that. They're saying that they want you to think of you as a bud, like you
No, the
are
thing,
a bud.
no. Nah, see, that's not what pronouns are. They literally want you to refer, like they'll pick. You can literally pick an inanimate object and say that that is your pronoun. One of them is a they, and one of them is a them, sort of variant of it. So there's like cat and cats, or his and or like himself and herself, like two separate stupid words, like she, her, he, him, they, them. We're cool with that. Like,
Yeah.
I
Well,
don't
this
get
is
why
the
you need
world
to
that
add
our
in
children.
the fucking doormat.
This is the world
The
that
doormat was going to get a drink.
But that's the world that the Gen A's are growing up in and thinking is normal.
Like, I do get like people wanting to like find comfort in themselves, and it's an unpopular opinion, but I fully do accept anyone that wants to have a they them pronoun. Like, cool, that's like we use that in everyday sentences, like you and I. If you find a jacket at the cinema, you can pick up and say, I don't know who it was, but it could belong to them, or it could belong, like it was theirs. Like the person sitting in front of me, the jacket belonged to them. Like we use they them on a daily basis if you're not sure who the person is. So I completely get that. That's understandable. But when you're expecting and demanding people to start using inanimate objects as pronouns, that's taking it too far, because now people are going to no longer respect the ones who actually may want to go by something as they them, which we can all mutually agree we've used them in the past. We've used the words they them to describe someone.
Yeah, and
I've
especially
only used
there's
they,
that's by the
them
law.
when I wasn't sure like what they were. You know, like that's the only time I've used that.
Yeah, so it
that's
is
what they mean by
functionable.
that.
You can function with it. And the thing is they probably don't know what they are, and they're probably somewhere in the middle, so then they them would be a valid thing for them. You use
It's
it
not
when
valid though.
you're
It's like you're
uncertain.
still like if like let's say I was talking about a person named Pat and I didn't know them personally. Like Pat was a person that was told to me about. I learned about them through somebody else's story. I've never met them. I don't know if they're a male or female. I think my headset did.
Nope.
No. Anyway, it's about to. It's very close. But let's say I've never actually met them. I don't know what they or them are. But if I do meet them, I can tell you for sure that they are either a male or a female, and I will say she
Right.
or he. Okay, like they and them is not something I use to describe somebody that I know.
Right. There's no reason for it. It's like, why are we overcomplicating things? It makes no sense.
If I say they, when I say they said, I'm not talking about a singular person. I'm talking about plural form. I'm talking about like a group of people who said something. That's a they. Them. Same
Yeah.
thing. It's plural. It's not singular.
Yeah. They want us to stop using English correctly, I guess. I don't know.
See,
Operation Robotics.
I don't know. My opinions differ in this kind of sense, because I might not, like, I won't bend the knee to all the fucking shite that is inanimate objects being pronouns, but I feel as though I mean, sure, I can use they them in a sentence. It might be breaking English norms and speaking as a group, but it's not rocket science. Like, you're literally doing no harm to anyone.
No, you're
saying
literally doing
it or
harm
not
to
saying
the
it.
language. You're graying the lines of language. You're stopping.
How does
Getting rid of
a
singular and
language
plural
have
fucking-
harm? Hold on. How can a language feel harm?
If people don't know what the fuck you're talking about, it does harm.
Okay, so I don't understand what you're not understanding what's being talked about.
Nobody, no singular person can be a they or a them. It's easy. I don't get what you're misunderstanding.
I'm not I'm not going to talk about this with you, Lou.
No, I agree. Because the thing is, like, where do you draw the line? If we have to
That's
start
what I'm saying.
changing up the language-
My line is drawn at that. that is the line.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, it's whatever. I mean, people can even have their different opinions about that, but for me, it's like, yeah, the line is somewhere right there, you know. But when it starts getting 3, 4, 5 different words, and then not only that, and now it's going to be laws in some places, making it so that if you aren't, you know, using these words, that you could be put in jail. Yeah, we've gone too far. And I don't know how people don't understand that. That's ridiculous.
So I think anybody who kind of identifies as a Christian, even if it's only culturally, we only have to follow the laws of the nation as long as they don't conflict with the laws of the Bible. At the moment that they conflict with the laws of the Bible, we're not required to follow those laws. So the Bible is pretty serious on, you know,
The
we're all
church
equal under
itself
God.
conflicts with the Bible.
Somebody got some tips wrappers or something. What'd you say? I couldn't hear.
I say that the church itself is in conflict with the Bible.
Yeah, I'm
The
not talking
Catholic
about
Church.
churchianity. That's not what I'm talking about.
What the book actually says.
Can I throw in here one more last time and I'll be done? The they them thing. No singular person can be a they or a them. I said that, but the whole idea that a singular person could identify as a they or a them says that they don't have a singular identity as a person. They are throwing in with a conglomerate that they are now don't want to be represent themselves, but they want to be represented by a group.
Okay, Lou, hypothetically, let's say you're making a sentence of somebody who you don't know if they were male or female. Let's say you were saying that that person was going to go to the shop.
Right.
How would you say that if you don't know what they were? You were texting someone, you've never spoke to them, you don't know what they are. How are you going to say that person's going to the shop?
That's I might say they or them, but that would be because of my
But
ignorance.
that's not plural.
and-
It's just one person.
No,
That's
that
not
would
plural.
only be because of
That's
my
not a group of
ignorance and
people.
my non-personal relationship with the person.
So
if I knew the
what
person,
you've just said about only using they, them in a group of people, you're just saying you would use it for a singular person if you didn't know what they were.
no, there might be an instance where I would, and it would be because I saw a
So
person.
you can use it like
I
that.
saw a woman that I couldn't distinguish was a male or a female, and
So
whatever
there
it
is a
was,
situation
they
where
or
you would
them,
use they, them as singular. That's my
It's
point.
only
Thank you very much.
it's being used. It's being used as a nondescript term. It's a so it,
It's being used when you don't know. And
it's
your
being
point,
used
the whole
not
point that you
as you
made
don't
there
know as well. I mean, yes,
is
because
you're
you don't
unsure.
know, but because it's not because I don't know what it does. Look, I can determine what they are.
Do
It's
you
just
see
that
my
I haven't
point?
fucking dug in
Look,
the
it's okay
thing.
to admit that there is a point there.
Them is
Your
always
whole
plural,
argument
though.
there was you can only use they, them as a group of people. But there are situations where you could use they, them as a singular thing.
It does that, but this
When
is
you
sophistry. Just because there are situations where you could, because it's a nondescript term for somebody who you know nothing about, doesn't mean that that's what
okay,
somebody
but
is.
yeah, so but the whole point is that it can be used as a singular. Although the word they you would say is like a group of people, when you don't know, it can be used as that. Like like you just said, it can.
No, it can in very awkward situations. Every time I've ever used they for somebody, it was because in that type of a sense, it was because literally I was embarrassed before I even said it. I was like, didn't even want to say it. And that was a long time ago, long before the they, them thing became a thing. Like, I should know who I'm talking about, whether they were a male or a female.
No,
Yeah, I should be able to say he or her, or she or she or.
okay, but like, for
Yeah.
example, on Discord, speaking to people, there are many voices and many tones of voice that come through here. And to be honest, I've maybe heard a few people that you don't really know what they are by just listening to them. Sometimes their profile gives you like a hint, whether obviously you can't really assume if they're just using like a pink kind of profile picture or
That's
whatever.
extremely rare.
Yeah.
And if and in that
But it
case,
happens, you use it in a
most of the time it's
singular
'cause they're taking
sense.
hormones.
I mean, most of the time they're either smokers, like that does a lot to your voice as well. Like females that smoke, chain smoke, can make your voice sound quite raspy, and it's hard to differentiate whether they're a male or
It's very
female.
rare that a female is mistaken as a male. Okay,
There's
it's
raspy
very
females
rare
in
that
here.
a male is mistaken for a female.
I'm not
Unless
saying they're
adolescent.
mistaken for it. I'm saying that you have to take a minute to be like, oh, is this this might actually be a female here, like, and rather than your
Yeah,
little
no,
slight
it's
hesitation
something-
and
it's-
choosing the
it's a
wrong
term-
one,
it's a
you could
term
use
that
a they
you
them in
use-
that sense.
It's a term that you use when you are unsure.
Cool.
Right. You to tack on the Lou's point, if you are definitively referring to a singular person, you almost never say they. If you're usually saying they, it's like United Airlines, right? You're talking to a person, they said this, but you almost never say they if both of you are in reference to a singular person. We just don't do that. And them, never. I can't find of a single instance where you would do that for them ever.
Yeah, the them is what really gives it away. So like when you want to say you're a they them, like they, okay, you might have an argument, but them, you want to be one of, like, I'm a them. What is a
No.
like who are them and how do they represent me?
Okay, so it's the same in the sense of if you're bringing something to someone, you could say, I brought them a coffee. Again, in the instance of I don't know what the word is. Idiocy? No, not idiot. Nah.
I brought them a coffee. So there was a group of girls and I brought them a coffee. And they all split it.
So they, them.
You're right, geezers.
We just don't get it. We're just too old to fucking understand.
That may be a factor that's playing on it, yeah.
Oh yeah, geezers, too old to understand.
I think trolls know. You just get checked
maybe
in.
they've done a
Lou, shut the
successful
fuck up.
job
There's
of
someone new that's
buying
just been
girls
checked
from you.
in. Lou. Someone new has joined and they've just been checked in. I think his name was Troll something.
Oh, that sounds fruitful.
Yeah.
That's just my
Where'd he
name.
go?
That's just my
Throwback.
name.
How are you?
I'm fantastic.
Welcome to the server.
Great to
You're right.
hear it.
Hello, guys.
What brings you here? What are you here for?
One of my friends invited me.
What are your pronouns?
Oh. What did you think you were? What are you looking for?
Look, I know my name. I know my name is Sus, but it was actually a school nickname. You're not gonna believe me, but it's because I used to say troll so much. I used to say troll so much, and then they were like, "Oh," my mate was like, "Oh, you're an absolute troll bag," and it was actually my nickname.
I thought your name was Troll.
That's cool.
Can't you click on my profile and see my actual name straight? Oh no, it just shows you my pro. I just don't know how it works that well. I don't know.
Your profile has your pronouns.
So, Lou, stop
Troll
throwing it back, man. Just
bag.
fucking there's a new person here. You could literally change the conversation. but you're being so arrogant.
No. This is how we. Instead of just chopping it up, we freaking chop it up with each other by having fun with it, and then move one thing naturally from one thing
Nah,
to
but
another.
only you throws it back to the other things. Like every conversation we've had so far tonight that is off topic, you always relate it back when someone's trying to change the conversation. Just drop it, move on. There's a new person here. Ask them about the fucking Earth.
You get a laugh about it, and then you move on. You don't have to make a big deal out of it.
Haha. Now we can move on. What do you think the shape of the Earth is, Troll?
Like a
You
paper
can say,
dinner plate.
bowl. Well, that sounds very trollish.
No, I'm on the fence. I'm on the fence.
Why?
What's that mean?
What puts you on the fence?
As Eddie Bravo says, the indoctrination is real, man. The indoctrination is real.
So just
yeah.
indoctrination. There's nothing else that makes you.
Well, I don't know. It's just what I've been. It's just what I've been taught for since I was like fucking 3, right? So.
Nah, I mean, and what puts you on that it could be flat?
Oh, just me and one of my mates were just talking about it when we were talking about it, and we joking around, going, "Oh, it's flat as fuck," blah blah blah. Like, obviously, at first it was trolling, but then we were like, "Oh, it might actually be flat, geezer," unironically, and then, so now we're on the fence, but not all the way there. But
so why might it be flat? But why might it be flat?
I don't think it's flat, but I think it's possible. But I mean, the more sussy stuff that I think is factual. The only thing that makes me sus is that NASA lie about a load of stuff and have been proved to lie about a load of stuff, and so it's just like you're kind of in that. So now it's just like you're kind of trying to work out why would they lie about all this stuff and make fake footage and all this stuff.
Well,
I don't.
I suppose that's a big question of why do people lie though?
It could be
why do parents lie to their kids about Santa?
There could be a million reasons, right? So.
Yeah, money's probably a good choice to go with.
Exactly. So I mean,
Control.
I wouldn't jump. It hasn't pushed me off the fence yet. Exactly. Yeah, there could be loads of reasons, right?
Yeah, but when it comes to like Earth actually being flat, like ignoring why it could be a ball, have you ever actually realised that if you were to go to the beach and look out to the water, you see a flat level horizon, and you observe things moving above your head, and you never really. Like there's nothing to do with rotation, like you just look up and you see things spinning, but we're told that we're spinning, but there's nothing that you or I can do to prove that we are spinning and we are on a ball. Like, do you not think if we lived on this massive fucking ball that in school in science there'd be like cool wee experiments that we can go do, measure the curvature? There's nothing. You don't get taught it. Like it just is, and you're thinking, well, how? We've got pictures. Right, cool. How do we prove that? What do we do?
Yeah, I mean that might be right. I mean, surely there is a scientific way you could go about looking at the curvature of the Earth.
Measuring, yeah.
There isn't.
So some of us have been in here for like 5 years plus. Like, you think we would have found it by now? Like. We're human, we have jobs, we have lives to get on with. If there was something, we wouldn't be here. And there's so many of us. It's not as if there's just like 5 of us that are in here talking about this. There are so fucking many of us. If there was something, we would not be here.
Yeah, if there is something, please present it, because we're all waiting, like bated breath.
I mean,
obviously you can.
No, this guy's a fucker. We're good.
I wouldn't be the right. To be fair, I wouldn't be the right person to do it because I'm a complete layman myself. So, I mean, if I was actually looking for if I really cared, I'll be honest. I actually, a lot of times I just don't care because at the end of the day, I just.
Well, here's the thing. This isn't something that you need to put on your goggles and your lab coat for. Right? Actually, you need either a good pair of eyes or some optical assistance and some beach shoes.
Fisheye lens.
No, you need to be able to see and make some observations at the water, right? And you sound like you live on a large island somewhere, so the ocean probably isn't that far away. But if they're claiming that it's there, and the boats go over it, then you should be able to detect it, right?
Right, but if to like prove the like curvature of the Earth, I would need to like go up in a fucking weather balloon or something to like try and
No, do you not think if we were actually on like, do you not? So like they give us a number for what size this Earth is, what its circumference is, and what its radius is. They give us that number, and when you want to look into it in a wee bit more detail, we put those numbers to the test and we tried to measure it ourselves using lasers that hit targets at a certain distance. Now, if we were living on a ball, that laser shouldn't hit that target at a certain distance because the target should be down a curve. The laser should rise in elevation and hit above the target, or depending how far down the curve, over the target. It shouldn't hit it, but we hit the target from the numbers that they give us.
Yeah, that's kind of wild.
Let's go real old school. Like, okay, so if you think you live on a globe, a ball, then is it like, should you be able to see? Well, I mean, this is what Bami's talking about. Like, you have to understand that the Earth is curving away from you in all directions. So, like, more specifically, I'm not going to formulate this well. It's basically real. It's real basic. It's a geometry, like Hank was saying, and what Bami's pointing to with the lasers. Like, this isn't a scientific question.
Right.
Should you be able to see the thing in the distance that you are seeing? Like, and my question to you is more, if you, instead of proving the flat Earth to you, proved the globe to you. You have to understand, once you take these other these observations that we're talking about, that I think now my headset did die. Switched over, but so we can try to prove the flat Earth to you, but you're going to have to compare it to your proofs of the globe. And what proofs of the globe do you have?
Absolutely none.
Is that not just a little bit weird?
There you go.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, I actually hypothetically, even if the Earth is flat, I wouldn't be. I don't actually care what the shape of the Earth is. Actually, I
mean, you
don't
did care enough to join a server and come in here and talk to people.
I did. I'll be honest. I did. I joined. My friend sent me the invite, and I joined. I thought I'd just come have a little listen. Yeah, that's what I was. Just have a little listen to pop in.
You're welcome.
Yeah, I mean, you obviously did care enough to do that, and here you are.
Well, yeah, maybe I did care enough, but maybe I cared to join the server. But yeah, hypothetically, if it is flat, I think there's a lot more pressing issues than the shape of the Earth that we live on. I think there's a lot.
You're right. I would agree with you there completely. There's probably bigger, more pressing issues, especially right now going on. This one actually, it might be bigger than you think, by the way, but more prevalent issues, I suppose, like more like recent in our times, like that are actually pushing. But listen, if people.
Am I getting trolled into getting banned from the server?
If people all knew that the world was flat, and they knew that all of the governments were working together in order to deceive them, and that all science was corrupt, then we probably wouldn't be in the situation that we're in.
True, I would agree, but if like at the end of the day, my thoughts on the matter are that like maybe like space isn't even what we think it is, and there's aliens out there, and they're like talking to our governments, and they're like, yeah, population isn't ready to like learn about what's out there, blah blah blah.
The Bible is right, and it's just the fallen angels.
Maybe, but maybe there's loads of possibilities, right? Well, what I would think is I do not think any of us in this Discord are going to make a single distance. We're all sitting in here pissing into the wind talking about this right now, Because at the end of the day, none of us are gonna expose the we're not gonna wake up the population that all the governments are corrupt. Blah blah blah
You
blah.
don't think so?
So,
No,
so it's all just one big waste of time. We should. That's what in my opinion
I
would be.
disagree with you, Trollback. I disagree with you, Trollback. You know, I've got a big army of Redditors behind me that are gonna move this movement forward. Okay.
That's cool.
I've seen a lot of information here today, and I am a big proposer that the Earth is flat, and I think what you're saying is wrong, quite frankly.
Yeah,
Cool. So obviously you're saying how nothing's ever going to come of it, but do you, like when this stuff first started, I came in here as a troll. I fucking saw it on a YouTube video, and I came in here to troll the shit out of it until I actually started researching it, and I was like, holy shit! And loads of people have came after me, and more people, once they actually take time and use their fucking brain and they look into it and they do research it, you come to a fucking brick wall and you like, oh fuck, well, can't measure it, I can't do nothing to prove it. Like, why did I ever think it was a fucking a ball? Because news told you, because everything told you, because you were taught it in school. Actually, you weren't taught it in school. It was on your wall, it was in your books. We were never actually taught anything about it. It was just indoctrinated into you. It was there, it was in the back mind. Like, I love Star Wars. That alone being such a big and popular thing, of course you're going to believe we're living on a ball, because I fucking want Star Wars to be real. The fuck? Like, you're genuinely indoctrinated into it, but everything has to start.
Why would you want that to be real?
Hold on, everything had to start somewhere. So although you're saying, oh, you're really not going to make a difference, there was like maybe 4 people in this server at first that started it together, and now look at how many people are in here, and look at how many people are flat earthers, and every single day there's someone new that comes in that goes, holy shit, yeah, that's cool.
That may be true, but it's all just a waste of time, IMO.
Okay, like Trollback. Let me use this analogy, because you're a big fat whale. Have you ever been to the beach, Trollback?
I have.
You little juicy whale. Okay. Well, have you ever been to the beach and seen that the water is flat? Now, can you tell me why that water does not curvature around the sphere?
I think he's pretty class.
Thank you, Trollback.
I don't know, man. I'll be honest, you might be right. Honestly, I'm not even saying that you're wrong. I'm on the fence about the whole thing. But what I'm saying is, I don't want to be one of those fucking AIDS like Jordan Peterson people who are like, oh, clean up your room. But unironically, like, instead of sitting in a Discord server, maybe we should all just.
Jordan Peterson is AIDS?
Be a big fan.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure lots of people have different opinions on him in this. But my point is, we're not making any difference here. It's for every person you red pill on the topic, there's going to be 50 million born that aren't going to be red pilled. Let's just.
It doesn't matter. We're not trying to we're not trying to fucking reach the masses, and the whole entire world will believe the Earth is flat in like the next 3 days. The point is if you just talk to someone and just one person, and that person realizes, and they're like, oh yeah, cool. That's fucking enough. Like it breaks you out of that chain of just believing everything. Like, it doesn't just affect you in the shape of the Earth. It affects you in everything. You think about things twice. You don't just get indoctrinated into things as easily. You take a step back and go, right, cool. I'm not going to take your word for that. I'm going to go figure it out for myself. And you actually grow a pair of balls.
That's true. I mean, I would agree. You need to be a.
What did you say? Clean your room.
I would agree that you got to what's it called? That it is good to have a forgot what that's called, but being thinking for yourself, etc. And maybe that does wake people up to doing that. However, like if it requires like someone telling you about flat Earth for you to like gain that kind of personality characteristic, then I don't know. That's
someone told me last night that I was maybe too pessimistic, and that might be true. But I have zero fucking faith in normal people like caring about the right things. Normal people just need to be told to care about what they need to care about, because if they don't, they're just going to sit in their backyard and grill all day. And like
a normal person.
Normal people normal
They're gonna
people
grill.
that
That
like
is true.
go to
And you
work,
know what?
go
Actually,
to
people
work
who sit in their
and
backyard and
work
grill
9 to
all
5.
day are probably more woke than what you're giving them credit for. Literally, they're like out there grilling,
With
like
their white monster.
instead of buying fucking McDonald's every night for their family.
The thing is, like,
True.
70% of them like give a shit about what they give a shit about, and you can't convince them that like
We're not
anything
here
is
to
important
convince
other
anybody,
than
though, bro. Yeah, it's not the point. It's not
That's
about
true.
convincing.
Hey, no one's convincing you of anything. You can walk out of here whenever you like. Like, all you have to take away from it is just stop for a second and think for
I'm not talking about
yourself.
myself. I'm not talking about myself.
I thought you were saying you were one of those people that grill in your back garden.
No, I care a lot about things
So you
that
don't grill?
probably don't matter in the long run. No, I
Hopefully.
care a lot about things that probably don't matter.
Why do you say
just-
they don't matter, though?
And aliens and spirituality and esoteric concepts. Like I care a lot about that stuff, but like
Oh, I love
my dad
esoteric
does not.
concepts.
He just wants to sit back and grill all day. He doesn't give a shit.
I love a
grill a
grind too.
Yeah,
fucking
no,
burger.
your dad is smarter than you are. If you're worried about aliens,
True. Grill a burger, bro.
Yeah, let's.
Bang bang.
And ironically, you
burger
might as well
flipper.
grill a burger. Like, if we're living on a flat Earth and aliens are gonna kill us tomorrow, just grill a burger, man.
Hold up.
Build a burger flipper.
Real quick,
You mean
let's-
like foreigners?
let's keep it on topic, real quick, because I'm curious. So,
we are on
Trollbag.
topic.
No, I'm in Trollbag. You're on the fence, right?
I
Or
am.
you just don't? Okay.
No,
Kobe, you're-
no, he's not on the fence. He believes in space aliens, and that's his biggest worry.
Wait, what? Wait, did I say that? I don't know, mate.
Kobe,
I
are
hope
you on the
that's saying-
fence?
I'm on the fence.
Okay. What are you on the fence about?
I think I'm gay. No, I don't know.
Yeah.
Fuck
There you
yeah.
go.
No, I'm
How many of us flat
the best way
earthers
to.
would it
I'm thinking
take
about
to
the best way to.
pump the
phrase it.
straightness back into
You want to give
you?
me you want to give me like 30 seconds to think about it?
Well, sure. My
It's like a
question,
more
though-
complicated question than it's like
Yeah.
framed to be.
No, I know. Let's just say, what makes you believe you're on a ball? Let's just put it that way.
Yeah.
I think a lot of ball thoughts. That's all I'm gonna say.
Well, one
Why do you
sec.
believe you're spinning 1,000 miles per hour on a ball in the vacuum of space?
Yeah, it's because okay,
Yeah,
how
sweet.
science works is that you have a mathematical model that
No,
describes
that's wrong.
what you
That's
see.
wrong right away.
Oof, that's a sore place to start.
You design, you make observations, and those observations give you data, and then you create some theory that explains the observations that you're making.
Okay, observation.
You can make
right.
You can make that model appear any way you want it to. You can have the model be a flat Earth. You can have the model be a round Earth.
We're not.
You can finagle. You can finagle. You can
stop talking.
You're not.
Go ahead,
You're not.
Tracy.
You're not. You're not letting me
Stop
finish.
talking.
Stop talking, Kobe.
Yeah.
Stop
You're not
talking.
letting me
But
finish.
you're.
I'm not letting
You're
you
wrong,
finish
We're not gonna
because
let you walk.
You're butchering science.
Go for it.
In the beginning, you have a naturally observed phenomenon. From that, you form a hypothesis. That hypothesis also has a null hypothesis. In that hypothesis, you have an independent and dependent variables. Those variables are your cause, and presumed effect, or the effect that you see, a natural phenomenon. You control the variables so that nothing else is affecting your results, and then you wiggle the independent variable. That shows you if you cause the effect. And so you can prove or disprove your hypothesis. That's the scientific method. What you're talking about is not related to the scientific method.
I would also like to then add
That's
that
because
good
I wasn't
job,
talking.
Drees.
That's because I
No,
wasn't
excellent
talking
job,
about the
Drees.
method. I was talking about
Hold
execution.
on. You started off by saying math. You come up with the math. Now, math does not.
Skipped like
math is not
a
science.
giant part of it. I understand that.
Hold on, math is not science. You can only use math as a language, as a tool to describe
Literally where I was getting, but
what
you
it
didn't let
is
me
that
finish.
you are seeing.
That's literally where I was going, but you didn't let me finish.
So you're going to tell me that you totally understood science and the scientific method, but started off by
I
saying
wasn't talking about
science
the method.
begins
I
with
wasn't
math.
talking about the method. I wasn't talking about the method.
You were talking about modeling, and
I was talking about modeling. That's exactly what I'm talking about.
Yeah, that's not
Modeling
science.
is not modeling is not science. No,
Yeah, you need to use observable reality, like objective reality. Like you can't just use a computer model.
Yeah.
Category
Like it was
error.
said, you need to.
Sure, we'll use the word modeling then.
No, that's not. No.
What? If we're talking about modeling, we'll just use that
We're
word.
not, but we're
It's
not
fine. I
talking
use the
about
word
modeling.
science. We'll
We're
use
not.
the word.
yeah. If
Hold
you
on.
want to talk about modeling, just call it modeling. That's fine. I'm cool with that.
Yeah, that's
But
fine.
it's not
Fine.
science. It's
Yeah,
not
that's fine.
science.
Okay, fine. Yeah, it's fine. It's my mistake. It's fine.
Let's simplify
Dropped
what
out
you
of high
said,
school.
though.
It's fine. I don't know the fucking technical terms. It's
No,
okay.
you're good. You're good. Let's simplify what you said, brother. Remember what you said? Observations, right? Let's
Yes,
just simplify it.
observations collect data. Data.
Well, hold on. I got a question about observations, right?
Sure.
When you go to the beach, what do you observe?
This was what I was trying to say. This is what I was trying to say.
Oh no!
When you go to the beach, what do you see?
Yeah.
Come on, Kobe,
Okay,
tell us.
it obviously looks flat.
Yeah.
Okay. Do you feel like you're moving 1,000 miles per hour?
No, obviously not.
No, you don't. Do you?
Okay. So why do you believe that you're on a ball spinning 1,000 miles per hour?
Because I was getting there. Okay.
Okay.
We collect observations. We look out into space. So we'll call it space. We'll just call it space. It might not be space. I freely
What is
admit
space?
it might not exist. I
In
freely
order to
admit.
make
We'll
sure
just
we're all
call
on the
it
same
space.
page, define what is space.
Where the bright lights in the sky are.
Okay.
I want to take the space subject so bad.
Okay, go for it, Bambi.
We'll just call that space.
Okay, so space is a vacuum. That's what it is. It is a vacuum.
No, we're not there yet.
We cannot. No. But when you even consider saying the word space, you have to understand how it is impossible for us to exist next to that.
What if space isn't real?
Physically impossible.
Space by definition is considered to be empty, void of matter.
I'll call it
space isn't real, bro.
Will that move the conversation if I call it the sky instead?
No, but you can't discuss a conversation without grasping what it is and how it cannot even be a thing. Because you're going to talk about something where I'm going to hypothetically pretend.
I'm just using it as an example of where you collect data.
No, but look,
But you can't do that.
Space between you and me in layman terms is not space in
That's all I'm going to say.
terms.
If you look up, things move.
Okay.
You can track where those things move.
Okay.
Across the sky. And you can model that. You can model that
Stop.
to...
You said modeling.
Yes.
How the shape of the Earth is by looking at the sky. What about the ground that you're standing on?
No, we're getting there. We're
Okay,
getting there.
Let's get there.
You can
Hold on, it's a roller coaster. We got to go up before we go down.
This is wild.
If you look up and track where the stars move, you can predict where they're going to be.
Okay. How does that
That will
help you
imply-
determine the shape of the Earth?
Because the shape of the Earth matters for how everything moves in the sky.
Only
How
if,
so?
only,
Hold
only
on. How so?
only if,
Let him explain
only
how
if
so
your
before you say
model
anything,
is
Luke, because you might give him the answer. How so?
Because if the Earth is flat, then the stars have to move this specific way. And you can...
How do you know that?
Well, because they're moving.
How do you
They have to
know
move in
that
some way.
they
to
have
move in
any
some way
effect
because
on
they're
what we
moving.
are? But how are they
Wait, what?
moving? This is what I'm saying. How do we prove that that is that? How do we prove
No,
that
I'm
what
getting
you're
to
saying is true?
I'm getting to, it doesn't matter whether the Earth is in the model, it doesn't matter whether the Earth is a sphere or it's flat. It works both ways.
No, it only works if you
What's your
accept
point
the
here?
model.
Yeah, I don't
your
get your point.
model.
I
What
choose.
you're saying is that you have a model.
Hold on, Luke. You're, hold on.
Ben, you were making a
Luke,
good
please
point
stop
about the
talking about the
beach.
model.
Yeah,
Please
what
stop
happened to
talking about the model just for a second.
Both ways.
Hold on, go back. Go back. We're not going away from that, please. How does that affect? How? Please just elaborate on what the hell you just said, because I don't think it made sense to any of us.
I don't know what your question is.
I'll reframe the question.
We
real
don't
quick.
know what you're saying.
I'll reframe the question. Okay.
It's very
How
simple.
does
Stars move.
Okay. How does that help you determine the shape of the Earth by looking at the sky?
It doesn't.
Okay, why did you bring
So
it
what's
up?
the point of saying that?
Why did you bring it up?
It doesn't
What did
for a
you
very
gain from it?
specific reason. It doesn't for a very specific reason. It doesn't because it works if the Earth is flat or a sphere.
So why
But
did
the
you bring
math
that up?
will the math of how the stars move will inform us on how like they'll move differently whether it's a sphere or if it's flat.
Okay.
What
They'll like
direction
move in actuality. They'll
What
move,
is
like,
that
they'll
then?
move in
What is
actuality
that
where-
math?
What is it?
Yeah, like you just
I
said
could
the
I
math.
could Google it.
Listen, I got.
Wait, hold on. Wait, Lou, hold on 2
done
seconds.
that.
So what I've just grasped from what you've just said is that you're going to Google it, but you're speaking on something that you technically don't know anything about. You're just saying.
I've looked this up before. It's
No,
not
this
in
is
my
time
head.
for the icing. This is time for the icing. Hey, while you're Googling it and looking it up, try to Google what is the heliocentric model and present it to us. I want that model. Something that is scientifically testable and repeatable.
Can we get
Show me the
Bain to
scientific
Ben unmuted, please? Bain to Ben.
Show me the scientific model.
Did you mute him? No.
Yeah, I did.
Oh, why?
We know you guys are buddies.
So Kobe,
Yeah.
No, I just thought he was funny as
flatloid,
fuck.
right person. See if you look in the. Nah, you're good. See if you look in the live stream. You look at something that it's 49 minutes past the hour. You'll see that is it a GIF or is it? Yeah, it's a GIF of stars moving. If you look at that, all you can take in from that is that things are moving, and we have no clue whether those things are moving above our head and have got nothing to do with what we're on, or if we have anything to do with it. We have no idea. All you're doing is observing something above your head. That proves absolutely fuck all on what we're living on. And we're here to talk about the Earth.
No, it
And initially we were talking about curvature.
It informs the shape. It informs the shape of the Earth.
No,
because they have
How
to move
so?
different. They will move
They have to
different
make
whether
assumptions. They have to make
whether
assumptions
the
to
Earth
get
is
to that
flat
point.
or a sphere. They'll have to. They
By the way,
No, wait,
that
listen.
way.
No, you missed something really important that Drace just said to you there.
Most of the time, but we do need to start allowing a thing to be finished because like there's all of us jumping in. I've been doing it. So everybody's doing it. We're all doing it.
Yeah, but you need to listen to what Drace just said there. Drace, you want to repeat what you said because that's really important.
Yeah, basically, for your modeling and what the YouTubers do when they try to strawman and make this argument is they make assumptions about what the stars are and how they are and the sphericity of the globe, so it's a begging the question fallacy. Meanwhile, we don't make claims about what the stars are. The stars can be modeled in multiple different ways depending on the assumptions you use, and you can get the same results.
That's what I'm saying.
So-
That's what I'm trying. That's literally what I'm trying to say. That's
that means
literally
you
what I'm
don't
trying
have
to
an
say.
argument.
It's fine, but how does that prove the globe?
I'm saying the original question was why do you believe the Earth is a sphere or flat? Like what's the reasoning?
I
I
didn't say or
why do you
flat.
believe it's a sphere?
Why do you believe you're
Why
on a
do you
ball spinning in the vacuum of space?
I don't necessarily believe that. I don't know why you're assuming that I believe that.
you guys-
Do you understand about everything that you've just said? there
Just let
about
the geezer
stars and
finish.
everything? No, but I don't think he understands what he's talking about. And you're pointing to the stars, and you're saying that I'm going to assume
Science
that
man
we have
just-
an effect.
Science man just repeated what I was trying to say, and you all agreed with him.
There's a good
What?
chance that no one in here has anything.
You're assuming
idea what they're talking
that
about.
the globe is true in your modeling, and this modeling isn't
No, I'm not.
scientific.
No, I'm not. I'm not assuming it's true. I'm not assuming it's true. No, I'm just. I'm getting to the point where I can just say that the spherical one looks better than the flat one. That's all.
Oh, so
It
That's not
looks
logical.
better.
like you
That's all.
just
Yeah, that's
prefer
it.
it. You just prefer
It
it.
looks better.
Yeah, yeah, it looks better.
So you have
Mic
an anchor
drop. Mic
bias.
drop.
So it's
Yeah, it looks
not.
better.
So you don't actually care about what it is. It just looks better.
It's
That's why I
aesthetically
said I don't
pleasing.
know if we live in a ball or not.
Do you want to?
But you
It
you,
just looks
you
better,
just
bro.
said
What
you
you can
don't
do
know if
about
we
it?
live in a. Hold on.
It
Now
just
I'm
looks
so
better.
fucking more. I'm more confused than I
you
was
people are
before
just
because now you're saying
assuming.
you
You're
don't
just,
know.
You people are just
No,
assuming
no,
that I
no.
believe
At
the Earth
this
is a
point,
ball.
he doesn't
I never
No,
said.
but-
I never said I
He
believe
just
that.
has like a bias. That's all. He just has a bias,
but-
and he's admitting that.
Right.
Yeah.
No, hold on, Lou. So I'm so confused because you've just said you don't know, but then you've also just pointed to the stars and says we have to have an effect on that.
Yeah, you also said it didn't work
Huh?
on flat Earth, and that's just flawed modeling.
No, I didn't say. No, I said specifically that it works both ways.
That's what I said, and then
But
you
I
said,
don't
No,
see how
that's literally what I
us-
said, and then you repeated me, and then I said, yes, that's what I was trying to say.
Okay. Well,
Okay, but I don't see how us and what we're standing on have any effect to what you're pointing at in the sky. They can do their own thing entirely. They can move, they can rotate, they can throw themselves across, they can do what they want in their space and their time. How can we prove that we even have an effect on that?
yeah.
Because the stars move how they move. They just are
You
moving.
could just
they
say
just
I
move.
don't know. You can say I don't know.
If the Earth is a sphere, then they will then they consequentially move in a different
How
way
do you know that?
than the Earth is flat.
How
Because
do
the
you know
Earth
that?
It's a
moving,
sphere.
because the Earth moving is different from the sky moving.
This is circular
They have
reasoning,
to
my
move
friend.
differently.
Wait,
This isn't
wait.
logical.
Hold
I
on,
can't take
hold on
this.
to that point. You're literally speaking in a hypothetical. Oh, if it's flat, it will be different. If it's a ball, it will be this. You're speaking in a
I don't know.
hypothetical. You have no clue if it would be different, flat or a ball. So what you're saying has
No, it
actually
has to be
no
different.
relevance to the shape of the Earth at all.
No, it
How
has
does
to
it
be.
have to be different?
Because a
in fact,
sphere
kinda like
rotating is different from the sky
creation
rotating.
theory's argument.
He's
Oh
also
no, wait. Let
contradicting
him reply
himself
to me there.
now.
He said something about a sphere. What did you say
Because
there?
because a sphere rotating is different from the sky rotating.
Okay.
How?
What? A sphere rotating
Hold
is
on.
a sphere rotating, and the sky rotating.
So how do
is
we?
the sky
So then we
rotating.
have to jump to the point of how do we prove it's a sphere rotating?
Right.
Well, I haven't.
Okay.
Okay, so then
And I
what
was-
you've
I
just
was-
said,
I was
we need to
never-
put that
I
on a
was
back
never
burner
trying-
right
I was
now.
never trying to prove
let's-
that.
I agree, Bambi.
I was
Let's put it in
never
the back.
trying to prove that.
No, you're
Yeah.
good. You're good. Let's go to the third point.
Yes. So now we need to talk about what makes what you've just said make sense. We need to figure out how we prove that we're on a sphere that's spinning. So how do we do that? It's literally the one thing that you need to
No one in
convey
here can
us about
prove
what you've
anything.
just said.
I think
No, but
if
it's
you allow-
literally the one thing you need to convey what you've just said. And you admitted it needs to be a sphere spinning would change it. It would make it different for the way things are moving. So how do we prove that?
Well, we could go.
Or are you just talking in a hypothetical?
We could go to a star.
No, you can't go. That's the problem. You
No.
cannot go to the stars. So like this comes down to Einstein's
could, then that
whole
would be
thing, like
fair.
relativity. You're talking about relativity. Okay, so you can assume that you are stationary, or you can assume that you are moving, and that the sun is stationary or whatever else. But you no matter what, you're making the assumption, and whatever you observe is relative to your assumption. It's not the truth, it's just an assumption.
Wait,
Cool.
what?
So there's
Can you repeat that?
the bit that
That's a little
really
bit confusing.
kind of grinds my gears about this is what you've just said, and then moving on to like the spinning and us Earth being a ball. There's nothing that I can go do. Tell me something that me as a person, if I had all the money, what could I go do? What can I go do right now to prove that we are spinning and on a ball?
You could take a ship and sail it north or south, I guess.
Okay.
And if you
And
come
what
back
would that
the same
prove to me?
Came back to the same place, then it's round, isn't it?
Oh,
Okay, so hear me out for this. We're going to go on to circumnavigation.
Polar circumnavigation, yeah.
So,
What
for
is
example,
saying is
all
different.
we're doing is when you're going to the same place, what are you doing? You're going north. You're heading in a direction. So, for example, if you look at the palm of your hand, let's say north is the center, and then you obviously have your sides that are going east, west, south.
He just cited polar circumnavigation, which, by the way, is blocked by like many continents. So, like,
I thought of another way.
No, hold on. It's funny that you pointed that out because your team does plenty of east-west circumnavigation things over continents, but in this case, you chose north-south and sailing.
I know that if you go east-west on a fucking flat Earth, you come out in the same place.
It's just funny because the one
you're navigating.
It's just funny because the one that you just chose has never been done or attempted.
Yep.
Well, if you had $2 quadrillion, we could fucking attempt it.
Okay.
Here's one more. Here's one more.
See, I've just put something in that will explain circumnavigation to you.
Yeah, wait. Check that out real quick.
Real quick.
Before, just hold that thought.
Hold that thought.
Hold that thought, please. We just need to stay 1 point at a time.
Yeah.
You said about
that's why I didn't
going
say
north. Yeah, so you're going north. So look at what I've just put in chat. That explains circumnavigation.
Yeah. That's why I didn't say east-west.
So what the first one that you've said is it literally doesn't prove a ball.
Right.
The north-south does.
How?
Yeah. That's
but
why
look at that. All he's doing.
He chose it, but yeah, nobody's done it. Nobody's tried it.
Yeah. Okay,
that's going east-west, right? North-south. If you went south,
but can you write an example of that?
No. No.
It's literally not something that can be done.
All right.
Well, I don't know if I haven't done it, so I don't know.
No, wait. Before you go on, there's at this moment, him as a globe earther, he thinks that it is possible. There's just no example of it, and we as flat earthers, we know that it's impossible because it's flat and it's the southern point of the. Now we have to just keep on developing the conversation. If you want.
No, I don't. Let me be
extremely
clear.
No, I just want to add. When I say no one's attempted it, there was a team that supposedly they claim that they did it, but the thing is that all their footage it is cut, and it takes flights, and then when you look at their actual trajectory, like their actual flights, like they don't literally do like a true circumnavigation. They like stop and turn around. Essentially, it's all fucked up the way they cheat this
probably
shit.
not. They don't stop and turn around. They basically skim the inside of the Antarctic for a little bit, the coastline, and then come back up again. That's all they do. They go in a big circle.
They turn around, and then they call it circumnavigation. That's not what a circumnavigation is.
Let me be extremely clear.
Okay.
I think we're monkeys living on a floating rock going through space at 2 quadrillion miles an hour is retarded to you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think that's retarded. So we can all agree. We can all agree on that.
The bit that I think is retarded is believing in something when you can do nothing to prove it, and there's nothing to prove it. Right. You're literally just taking it's the bit that is so important about it is to say the words, I believe it's a ball and I believe it's spinning. You don't know that it's a ball and you don't know that it's spinning because you can't prove that it's a ball and you can't prove that it's spinning. All you do is you believe in it. And that's
why I've been very careful with using
cool, so it is a belief.
So do you believe that it's flat then? Do you believe it's flat? Like
no.
Well, I can observe it being flat. I can see it. I can.
What would you say the likelihoods are? Like percentage-wise, like how sure are you that it's flat? Like percentage-wise.
I mean, there's nothing to prove otherwise, so it's got to be flat until it's
99.99999.
How can you prove it's flat?
Check it out.
How can you prove it's flat when you can't even prove that we're not just brains in jars right now, like being fed stimuli?
Yeah, but if you're brains in jars, we are living in a flat simulation, though.
Okay, a brain in jar guy.
Either way, there's. Sorry, go on.
No, it's okay. We've had a brain in jar guy many times. Since I've been here. So false prophet, you're the one that said that, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Are you a simulation? We could be a brain in a jar. Like there's many options.
Do you really think that?
Hold on, wait, Lou, wait, hold on. I want to ask you a question, false prophet. I'm going to ask you a question.
The CIA are after my thoughts.
Okay, chill out. Yeah, what's up, Davey? Give me 1 second. I want to ask. No, you're good, bro. I just want to ask False Prophet something. Do you know for 100% that you're talking in a Discord call right now?
No. How do I know?
Okay. Then we really can't have any conversation about objective reality.
All right. Yeah. Listen.
Well, there is a way we can.
Can anything that we talk about change your mind, or that's not even a good way of going about it. Never mind. I'll just pass. There's lots of ways to figure.
I did think about a way cheaper way of figuring out if the Earth is flat or round.
Go ahead.
Find a very straight road. Find a very straight road. Well, you need to.
Hold on, let me finish.
You need to drive it first, I guess. Like I need to think about how to make sure it's straight. But if we could find a straight road and drive down the straight road, measure the actual like odometer distance versus the map distance, and that will tell you whether you actually because
I like
you
that thinking.
Here you would drive a little bit further.
Check it out. Instead of a road, why not go to the beach?
Because ocean waves are a little fucky wucky, don't you think?
Well,
yeah, but so is terrain.
Yeah, terrain's
Like
bumpy,
roads.
it's uneven.
You can find
like
roads.
okay, so why don't we talk about the salt flats?
Canada,
why don't we talk about the salt flats? Because roads are irrelevant because there's hills, there's up, there's downs, there's everything.
Yeah, that would work.
You can't do that. But the salt flats, that's a good one. We have loads of pictures and stuff. In fact, we use the salt flats to prove the flat Earth.
Yeah. Have you ever seen that Sawyer to Uni?
No.
It's really beautiful too, actually. They call it God's mirror.
There's a lot of salt flats. The Utah salt flats. Like, it's funny is when they take beautiful pictures of these things that you see like extreme distances of. They like to show just and literally gloat about how flat it is. They like tell you like it's flatter than a pancake, or it's or they'll tell you it's like 250 miles with zero curvature. And they'll put it in journals and shit, like, for you. Like,
check it out. I think this one's a better one to look at.
Well, if somebody's done it, have they recorded it?
Looked at the look in the live stream.
Yeah, I see it.
So the Bolivian salt flats, I think they're about 100 kilometers, right? And let's see, 100 kilometers. What would that be? Let me get the converter out real quick. 100 kilometers to miles. 62 miles, right? So you take 62 miles.
Oh, I'm from Canada. I do kilometers anyway.
Okay, so you take 100 kilometers. So it's about 62 miles. And have you seen spherical trigonometry, the calculation for drop over distance?
Yeah, I don't remember what it is though.
It's 8 inches per mile squared. I'm gonna find a little picture for you real quick. Hang tight. I like your thinking though, bro. Like, cause you really want to know, right? It's beautiful.
Well, obviously.
No, I like it, man.
I don't know if he really wants to know. I'm reading him. He doesn't really want to know.
He's more of a doomer. Yeah, I mean, I have not.
Well, I'm okay.
Hey, give him a chance.
Boys, every day I find like I try to be as pessimistic as possible, and I find myself to be more naive than I thought I was.
That's cool. But the best part about what you've just said is that what's your name? I don't want to mispronounce it. Is the flat Earth guy that's talking right now? Is it
Beasticles? Yeah.
Beasticles. Okay, I don't want to fuck that up. What Beasticles is about to show you is your point and how it literally proves the Earth is flat.
Mm-hmm.
Which is the best part about this. Because someone earlier on when we were talking about this, he said like, "Oh, how do you know?" This is how, and he's about to explain it.
So, just take Sawyer to Uni, right, Kobe? 100 kilometers, which is about 62 miles. So if you look at that chart right there, if you go to the 60-mile mark, like, just about, You see the drop in feet and the drop in inches. So 2,400 feet. 2,400 feet below the horizon, essentially. That's we shouldn't be able to see across Solier de Uni 100 kilometers, right? See the mountains on the other side of it. That should be about 2,400 feet below the quote unquote curve that we don't see. Oh, that's a great picture. Look at that one.
About a mile. The tops of those mountains should be about a mile below the horizon.
Right. Well, yeah, that's about a mile, 2,400 feet. So, yeah, remember, we're not saying we know what the shape of the Earth is, because technically we don't know, because we're not allowed to go past the 60th parallel because of the Antarctic Treaty. And there's an Arctic Treaty. But we know it's flat. Flat is not a shape. It's an observation measurement.
And the best part about this is you can go do it yourself. Like, you can literally, if you had the money, you could go to these salt flats and you could take these pictures and you could observe this for yourself. You can observe that there is no proof of anything but a flat Earth there.
Do you have a lake?
I appreciate the argument.
Mm-hmm.
What I think would be more convincing is the driving across and mathing it out, because light's fucking complicated. I don't know how that shit works.
It's not about
what how
it's about curvature.
What is driving it? Does your car tell you if you're going up or down an ever so slight slope or staying on a flat plane?
No, but the odometer would.
No,
but the odometer would.
Odometer is just distance.
If you measure it on a map, would tell you how far it is.
Works? Do you know how an odometer
Wait,
works?
hold on.
The odometer
Tell us what an odometer is.
Would tell you just how far you've driven.
Yeah.
You compare the two numbers between the
telling you a distance.
and the number. Yeah, compare the two distances.
No, an odometer is not an accurate way of determining that.
Okay, well, whatever the instrument was.
Let's say hypothetically, let's say it's close enough. So how would you do anything from that?
Wait, why would?
Okay, so let's say hypothetically it's close enough. So how would that prove anything? It's telling you a somewhat distance that you've driven.
Because if it's flat, okay, the map, we can assume that the map would tell us. The map would tell us what it would the distance on.
I think I know what you're trying to say, but it's not right. And you're talking about
you're saying that the distance would be larger if you're going over a curve than it would be if you're going over a flat plane. And so
it would be large over a curve would be longer. Yeah.
Let's simplify this real quick, Kobe. Hold on 1 second, bro, because it's clicking somewhat, but do you know why going to the beach is the best place to do your own experiments and observations? What's sea level?
Are you going to say because water's flat?
Ice cream.
What's sea level? 0.
It's in the words. It's in the words.
You got this.
Not
it's
12.
zero elevation, bro. Sea level. That's how we determine elevation all over the world. Literally. So you go to the beach, water always finds its level. Water is flat. So
the problem I have with water is that waves make things a little bit fucked. Water isn't perfectly level,
Yeah,
whereas ground stays.
No, hold on. Water at rest is perfectly level.
Yeah, but it's almost especially at the ocean, it's almost never at rest.
All right. How much? Go ahead, Gorilla.
Sorry, just saying that for a reference, you can use huge lakes lakes big enough to determine that there is no curvature of the Earth.
Mm-hmm. You can do lakes, big rivers if the river's wide enough. You can do a lot of
lakes still have waves. Rivers are pitching downhill. That's why they flow. canals.
That's true.
Oh,
Yeah.
there are some very still lakes. Trust me.
But the thing is, just think about this, Kobe, right? Let's go back to water because it's very important. Would you agree that Earth is about 71% covered in water, Earth's surface?
Sure. Yeah, sure.
Okay. And do you agree that water at rest always finds its level?
More or less.
Okay.
Would
So
you
how
talk
can
about if you want to talk about the mean, like mean
hold on, wait.
water level? Like,
Well, real quick, I just want you to think about it, right? Conceptually, how do you have 71% of the Earth's surface covered in flat water, right? How does that work on a sphere?
Well, gravity would wrap it around it, wouldn't it?
No. How can we prove gravity wrap like what? Have you ever
Well,
seen
if gravity existed, it would wrap around the sphere, right?
That's the problem, Kobe.
It doesn't exist.
If gravity were bending the water into a sphere shape, we would see it on the salt flats when they get flooded. We would measure it over every large body of water, but instead we hit the targets with lasers. We see targets that are 10 times further than the geometry would allow us to. So there's just no way to save the ball.
Remind them what we mean by level. When we say level, we mean no point on the surface being any higher or lower than the other. So that wouldn't be a spherical surface.
Give me a sec. I gotta sit out all of these tables.
that's an argument. That's an argument that I think is philosophical in nature. So, like, if you did live in, like, I agree on a flat Earth or on any Earth actually. Level that is kind of the definition of level that they use. So no point being higher. But what you have to understand is when it comes to globe Earth, they think that if I'm over here and you're over there, that even though there's curvature between us, we're still on the same level. So therefore, that water must be curving equal to that level.
That's why I like the salt flats, because
I'm sorry,
they
I was
survey the salt
sitting out
flat-
of all my poker tables. Can you repeat that?
Oh, okay.
All right, it has to do with, like, you know what a plumb line is? So check this out. If
Plumb
I'm
line?
if
Yeah.
I'm on one point on a globe and I've got a plumb line dropping down, and perpendicular to that plumb line is level to me. I have water that is perpendicular to me here. Now, if I go to Drace, who is, you know, like 7, 8, 9, 10, I don't know, 20,000, 15,000 miles away, wherever he is over in Iceland, his water is also perpendicular to his plumb line to him, but somehow in between, the water curves enough so that equally we find level. Okay, his plumb line is way different than my plumb line, but his level is still my level.
I'm sorry, I'm very confused. You lost me about halfway through. I don't.
He's basically look. You know what a plumb line is, right?
Yeah.
Okay, it's used for
Yeah, I was an
plane
electrician at
surveying.
one point.
Oh,
I know what it is.
perfect. Okay, so have you ever seen in your your manuscripts or documents for when you're doing engineering about creating a survey, like a plane survey?
No, bro, I just matched colors together. I fucking no engineering. Just this wire goes here, this wire goes there.
Okay, never mind then. The point Lunatic is trying to Lou, I should say, because other lunatics in here.
It doesn't matter. Don't worry about them. I'm the real one.
Let's not start a fight in here, okay?
Yeah, now I got 2 points I want to say.
Okay, go ahead, Drace.
Okay, first of all, based on what Lou was saying, I thought of this the other day, and if you look into celestial navigation, all of the stars are mapped down to the ground to their GPS. And then what you do is you take the angle to that star, and then you lower your eye height down to the ground or the ground plane, and then that forms a triangle from the point on the ground plane based on your angle and to the star and down to the GP. However, Lunatic, even though it's really far away, can see the same star. And so he can also do this triangle. And so now we have established a flat plane between me and him. But that's one of the things I wanted to mention. The other thing is basically the salt flats. The reason why I really love the salt flats is we use surveying equipment and we find out they're super flat, and all the globers agree they're super flat. But when they get flooded, if gravity were conforming to the shape of this ball and making water form into water hills, we would simply be able to measure this water hill with a simple measuring stick, walking over the salt flats. This is not the case. There's not a water hill there. Just like when we shoot lasers of different wavelengths across the water, all the lasers hit the target. There's no water hill blocking the lasers.
Has anyone actually like gone out there when it's floated, like when it's flooded, gone out there in a boat and like done the laser thing?
You don't need a boat. It's actually so when it gets flooded,
like 3
because
inches.
because this is a really large area. Many people go out there. All the pictures we were showing you were from people going out there. It's because you can walk and drive right on that water.
How large is it though? How many miles is the salt flats? Sorry,
100. They said
100
100
kilometers. 62 miles.
Yeah,
that's not a lot of miles, surely.
There's enough to create a hump that would be measurable.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Another example we have. If somebody has it.
Anybody
What's
actually
the
like,
one
do you
with
have a
the,
video of somebody actually doing that, like going out to these things and like doing that test?
Yeah,
brother. We just have people's words.
They officially tell you. They officially tell you all about it. How it doesn't. It's of equal height, and that's why it's okay to go out there. They tell you.
No. I mean, like, do we have a video of like some guy going out there with like a cardboard thing and like a target on it?
You need a pretty strong laser as well, surely. Right.
Jace, I know you have it. What's the picture of the one that's where you got like 3 or 4 lights on the frozen lake?
Prefer video because
Like,
video is harder to see, but
Oh, dude, look below in the channels. All right, do you see all that additional information?
Yeah, we got stuff for you for days.
For
on
days,
that
bro.
kind of stuff.
But what we're doing right now is just trying to get you to think. You know what I mean? Like logically, come to your own conclusions. That's the point of this.
we thinking, boys. We're thinking very hard.
It's beautiful, bro. You're gonna love it. You're gonna love it because once you think for yourself, you don't ever have to appeal to authority again. And you're
Trust
free.
me, I think for myself.
Yeah,
You
well,
already
no,
reached
once,
the mouth.
once you start thinking for yourself, you'll
I spent enough time on 4chan to
you'll
think
have
for
better
myself. boys.
arguments than what you've got so far.
So I want to bring up something real quick though, because talking about videos and you know you want to see this, right? But where you, not exactly where you're located. You don't have to tell us. You said you're in Canada, right? Are you near any lakes?
Not any big ones.
Yeah.
I'm in Victoria, on Vancouver Island.
Vancouver Island.
Yeah.
So you're on an island. Okay. Do you know, like, wherever you're at in Vancouver Island, you can measure that distance pretty easily to the shoreline, right? You can take Google Maps or whatever, calculate the distance right there, and then you could see how far you're supposed to see according to, the globe model. And if you see too far, if you're seeing something that's you're not supposed to be seeing, I mean, that's something you can do yourself.
Yeah, essentially what he's saying is like you
so-
can shoot instead of shooting across the water.
I
You can
agree with you
shoot.
for the most
You
part.
can shoot along the shore
Right.
for a vast distance.
Exactly.
You can see a place called Port Angeles in the United States from here. And
There you go. How far away is that?
I don't know, like
Victoria
40 kilometers or
Island.
something.
Let me see.
Guys, this
it's
might
not
just be. I just wanted to ask something. This might be propaganda, but what do you think about that geezer who apparently spent like 20 grand to buy a laser to try and prove the Earth is flat, and then it then it ended up coming back that he proved it, like that it was round, or like that it was rotating.
You're talking about Jeranism.
Is that propaganda? I don't know.
Jeranism.
Well, let me ask. No, before you name, you've already done it, but before you name what you know he's already talking about, and you're hearing the laughter in his voice.
There's no laughter. No laughter.
No, you sounded like you were fucking.
Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to come across that way.
Well, even if it's propaganda or possibly propaganda, I mean, what's the point of bringing it up?
Well, I mean, you could argue anything's propaganda, couldn't you? I was just wondering what your thoughts are on that. So it's like some flat earther, he's like a pretty serious guy, and he's tried to prove that we're not moving or not spinning or whatever, and then he's proved the opposite.
What do you mean he's a pretty serious guy? Who's this guy? Do you even know his name?
Nodal? Apparently he's got a movie, Behind the Curve? Is that a movie?
Yeah, that Netflix. It's really funny in that Netflix documentary. They actually proved that it was a globe. If you go back and watch it, isn't that the one where they had the boat out there on the water?
That was National Geographic.
Oh, I got it mixed up. Yep, sorry about that.
Yeah,
Continue.
behind the curve. Behind the curve was the one that they featured Jeranism and Bob Nodell. Rest in peace. But they featured them. Bob with his ring laser gyro, where they misquoted him and
took him out of context.
Cut and modified. And also Jaren, same exact tactic, where literally they just made it appear to look one way when neither one of them experienced anything like what they showed in the movie that was on Netflix.
Right.
Oh, that's a good one. Thank you, AI Ardent. Check that out, Kobe.
Yeah, going back to you can see Port Angeles from where I am.
Dude, that's perfect right there. That's a great experiment.
Problem is you can't see the cars in the road.
What do you mean?
Well, if it was flat, you'd be able to see
Port Angeles,
the water, right? You can only see the tops of the buildings.
Yeah, you have something called the diffraction limit because of your eyes and the optics you're using. So different optics have different diffraction limits. So you can't discern things when they're too compressed near the horizon.
So if you had a telescope and looked across.
Yeah, you might be able to see more with the telescope, but there's also a limit to the diffraction limit of the telescope. So you might need an even bigger telescope to see even more. But then there's still a potential for you to have a loss of the bottom of the image if there's any slight refraction happening between you and it. It can cause the bottom rays to hit the water between you and it.
This is kind of why I don't take the look very far arguments very seriously, because I have no fucking clue how any of that works. When
it comes to telescopes,
think about it like this. Light's fucking wiki. It's wonky, bro. Light does fucking weird things.
No, it's not that wonky. You just don't understand it yet. That's all.
No, hold on. This won't be perfect, but here's a way of thinking about it. Okay, so you got your eye, and you can see so far, and in between your eye and you, there's a certain amount of atmospheric, obstruction. You have
distortion.
You have a mist in the air or whatever else there is. There's particles in the air that keep you from seeing everything that you could see. But even if they weren't there, you still have a limit to your view, right? You get that?
Yeah.
Yeah, I can even help you understand it even better. If you look down a long corridor like this GIF, you can see that the diffraction limit comes, or your vision comes together into a point because things get smaller with distance, and so the hallway appears to shrink until at a certain point you can't see any further than that.
Let me finish my point. So let's say you took a binoculars. It's like you have a bigger eye, and you're able to see farther potentially, but you're also seeing through more of that mist, the stuff that is blocking your view, right?
I see.
Yeah.
So like
So
even if you had a big fuck off
the
telescope,
bigger your eye
there's no
gets,
guarantee that you'd be able to see something as small as a car or like a stop sign or whatever.
yeah, it gives you more potential, but the limits are still limited by physical reality and the obstructions that are blocking it.
Yeah. So when you look at things at the horizon, there is compression, and when it compresses enough, it becomes too small to discern or becomes unresolvable.
So I guess my like knee jerk reaction of like dismissing looking very far on flat things is probably a good rule of thumb then, because it's kind of hard to prove anything.
No.
The idea that most people have, which is wrong, when they start talking about flat Earth, like they start saying things like, "Well, if the Earth is flat, I should be able to see Mount Everest from anywhere on Earth."
Yeah, that's
because it's
obviously
the highest,
retarded.
right? Like shit like that. That's clearly fallacious. Like, why would you expect to see such a thing with any telescope or anything? Just because you think you can see, it's because they think they can see, light years away. That's why they think that. They think they
Yeah, no,
live in
that's
a vacuum.
clearly
They think
retarded.
they live in a vacuum. They think they live in Tron the movie. Like where there's nothing in the air. They think that like literally it's just like if it's there, I will see it.
I love what old dude just posted. Shit shrinks.
Yeah. No, perspective is yet another reason. Yeah. Exactly. That's one of the biggest reasons, really.
Shit shrinks. I love it. But yo, Kobe, look, it's a lot to take in, but the thing
No,
is,
not
man,
really, to be honest.
the thing is, you hold a set of beliefs about the globe. You know what I mean? We don't believe that the Earth is flat.
I don't.
We know.
How many times do I have to say this? I don't. I'm impartial. I'm impartial. I don't know, nor like
You don't know.
I care like enough. I care enough. Like
Okay.
Listen, like if the Earth was, I'll put it this way: if the Earth was flat or a globe, like I think my political views are more important than any of that.
No,
like, changing
dude,
society
come
is
on.
more important than anything.
Hold
Any of that.
on. Hold on. Wait. Why?
What? Why? Because politics can change society immediately.
But politics is literally like there's nothing real about it. Like it's just literally tricking people's minds.
No. That's why I'm an authoritarian.
You're an authoritarian.
Oh yeah.
What does that mean?
Definitely not on topic of flat Earth.
What does that mean?
Well, they asked.
No, I did. I asked. My fault.
Oh, I know what that means. That means that he wants to be the authority. He wants to be the one who rules your mind.
No. I'm not cut out for it.
Learning how to rule the mind. Learning how to rule the mind is a very valuable tool.
No. I think people need to be told what to do.
Okay. Why?
Because they can't make proper decisions for themselves. They're all degenerates.
Maybe that's because we're uninformed because the information has been concealed from us.
No. That I feel like that's not why the general populace is the way it is. Personally.
So you think other individuals need somebody to tell them what to do?
Yeah.
Like why?
Because they can't make decisions for themselves.
No. This is a bigger. If you want to get in politics, this is a bigger problem. What makes you decide who gets to pull those strings?
I don't want to be the. I don't think I'm in a position to. I don't think I'm in that position.
Who is?
That's a good question.
Yeah.
Probably the person with the most power.
Okay, but see, that's all subjective. But let's not get into the weeds in that. If you want to have a discussion about that kind of stuff, we can go to chill chat off live stream if you'd like, and really get deep because we have to stick to flat Earth here.
Oh no, you don't want me talking about that.
Well, no. This is a big part of flat Earth. this is a big part of flat Earth. So if you're a person who has the power, so to speak, like you said, like how do you maintain that power?
With violence. How else?
Not just violence. No. In fact,
yeah, you're right. Threat of
better than
violence.
violence.
Threat of violence.
Is control of information.
So.
Oh, that too. Yeah, control of information, threat of violence. Yeah.
So you think power above everything else? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. I want to get deeper into that, but I'm trying to be careful.
Power is like. Power is just what it is. Like. You can't. You like.
Power is the ultimate authority.
Yeah. Power is the ultimate authority. Threatening someone with power is just. Like it's just the massive gamble, isn't it? It's just a massive gamble, isn't it? Like most people aren't willing to do that.
What is power?
Power is threat of violence.
No, it's not by violence.
No, it's the threat. It's the threat of violence.
It's not by threatening people, because somebody will always challenge you. Somebody stronger will always challenge you.
Can someone unmute this banter Ben person? He keeps DMing me.
Is it consent? Are you looking for the word consent?
Literally, knowledge is power.
No,
knowledge is power. You've heard that before?
Hey, one second though.
You don't need consent.
Bantaben and Kobe and Trollbag, you guys are all friends, right?
I'm friends with Trollbag.
Okay.
Trollbag, fucking get on League, you dick.
Oh God.
Anyway.
Let's give Bantaben a chance to talk, because he has been muted for a while. But Kobe, we could talk more down in the chill chat after.
Yeah. Oh, I love talking politics. Yeah, we probably not a good idea though.
Not here, not in the live stream. But I just want Bantaben to.
It's not
politics. Likely not. I'll break the rules if we do that. We probably shouldn't.
Well,
unless you're choosing like one party or another, or saying, like all that stuff, that's politics. Like if you're saying vote this guy, that's politics. But if you're talking about the control of minds of men, governance, that is not necessarily politics. It's much higher and bigger than that, and that is a big motivator for all of the information that we're talking about. Like why you would conceal it, why you would hide it, or why you would lie about it. Like lying is the job of politicians. It is the job of governances. But why do they lie to us? In order to maintain power and control.
Yeah.
They're
justified
in doing that. Definitely.
Okay, I'm gonna go in chill chat. If you want to come down and join,
Can we unmute Ben? Can we unmute Ben?
Yeah.
Get him. I think he was saying some interesting stuff, to be honest.
Trollbag, hurry up.
But I'm just disturbed by him being unauthoritarian. Like saying it's like to claim such a thing. It's like yeah, I'm all for it. Like yeah, I just want to be one of them. Like I just really want to suck the dick of whatever gets me to that fucking top seat to control all the rest of you.
No, I don't care about that.
Lou, may I suggest this? Lou, ask him to look up the definition of that word, read it out to you, and then say that sentence again. That's what he wants to be.
Yeah, do that.
Do you want me to do that?
Yeah, I want you to look up the word authoritarian.
Are there any mods in
here
here that
read
can
the definition out loud?
Are there any mods in here that could unmute
I can
Ben?
if you want. It doesn't matter.
We got any mods in here?
What one is? Can you do it without looking it up?
I mean, looking it up would probably be the prudent decision. I don't know I couldn't recite.
Yeah, we're gonna look it up for you anyway. What's your definition?
Rejection of political plurality. Yeah, I agree with all that. Yeah. Rejection of separation of powers and democratic voting. Yeah. Yeah, I agree with all that. Democracy is dumb.
It's the end times.
Is there a mod in here, guys?
You do know that a synonym with an authoritarian is a despot, dictator, or tyrant.
Yeah, of course.
Okay, if that's your choice. Just we wouldn't follow you.
Is this guy an authoritarian?
Me? Yeah.
Yeah.
So what is it about libertarian that you don't like? The fact that you have to look out after yourself, or that you can't look out after me?
No, people typically make the most degenerate choice possible. They're not able to make healthy choices for themselves. They need to be told what to do, or else they make the wrong decision.
Okay, well, what makes you what? This is very vague. You say people, and then you are unwilling to say which people should tell everybody else what to do.
Yeah.
So
And he says
what makes you
things.
think that
What does things mean? Like people? What people and what things? What are you talking about?
People choose to do drugs. They choose to
What
waste their
makes
lives.
you
They
think
choose
that the
to
people are
have their
unable to make
shirts, they
decisions
choose
for
to
themselves?
lots of things.
What make okay? If you
Think of
have
a degenerate activity, and people choose to do it.
if you have a class of people who are telling others what to do, what makes them the authority? What makes them higher? What makes them more moral or better? What makes
we have to make sure that people with moral authority get into those positions.
You're gonna trust
We do
people
that with
to
violence.
make that judgment?
when you have guys like Hunter Biden sniffing coke off of fucking hookers' tits?
Yeah,
What
you should be hanging from a lamppost.
What makes them and his father authority figures?
He has the power. So
we need guys
your
like
system
that.
doesn't work.
we need people.
Wait. So let's clarify this. So rules for thee, but not for me. You think we should?
No.
That's
Hunter
okay.
Biden, Hunter Biden should be hanging from a lamppost. I understand that.
Yeah, but he's clearly not. But hold on, that's clearly not as Lou just illustrated because he's the president's son. That's not going to happen. You know it. I know it. So it's rules for thee, but not for me. Are you okay with that? Because that's how it is.
Yeah, I'm okay with that.
Okay, that's bullshit, dude.
No, as long as the right people are in power, it's fine.
We need more people like Hunter Biden to tell us what to do.
No.
You can't get the right people in power.
Well, we haven't tried.
You won't be able to.
No, he just expects us to be like Biden.
What? I didn't hear you. Your mic's quality's not great.
You just want to be like Hunter Biden. I think that's what he said.
No.
No, you want us to be like Biden. You want us to be a robot. You want us to listen to you. You want us to do what you want.
No, I don't think I should be making the decisions for people.
Who should?
No, I shouldn't. No way.
You
I'm not qualified for that.
Lou, he's projecting his inability to take responsibility for his own life onto everybody else, and so now everybody else needs to be governed harder, Daddy, by the government.
No. I make fine decisions.
Well, then
should the dumbasses that you say need to be led vote for it?
No.
I mean,
no, obviously not.
The same. So then how do you determine which class of people is better than the rest?
A peaceful and democratic revolution in Minecraft.
I agree with the peaceful, but
No, the in Minecraft part puts it in context.
Thing is, it's way deeper.
According to you.
Even the money, people say, "Oh, it's all about the money." Yeah, for the puppets that they use for the positions that they want, but the money is just a tool for them. They have infinite amount. They can do whatever they want.
Money is just an expression of power. It's just how you control people.
No,
It's just
again,
printed by.
again, like that's not even exactly true. Like it can be an expression, as you said, but the true
The
control
Rothschilds give a shit about having $15
true
trillion instead of $2 trillion?
comes
No.
in information, in
Power.
knowledge. True control comes from your access to information. Like you have
Exactly.
no way
All
of
the freedom in the option.
overthrowing. You have no
And
way of overthrowing somebody if you don't have the knowledge or the information to do so.
oh, you missed one big caveat. And so the good information being distributed and the willingness to accept it. And most people just don't have the willingness to accept it.
True.
Well, especially if they don't have the fucking opportunity to hear it.
Also true.
Yeah, so we just need to tell them what to believe.
No, we just
Not
need to
accept it.
withhold the information to keep our power.
Yeah, I just
Or
don't.
both.
You're like halfway to my side. We'll take
Yeah,
that as a
no,
dub. We'll take that as a dub. Because I'm like more or
not
less in agreement.
halfway to
It's just
your
that
side. You're
we need
halfway
to
to
go one
my
step
end.
further, which is like people need to be given the right information, and it needs to be distributed properly. It needs to be shared, but they also need to be receptive to that information.
I'm gonna
And to
be a criminal in your system.
be receptive to that information, they just need to be told to be receptive to that information. They will be.
Yeah, but receptive and able to do something about it are two different things. For example, we live in a time when the most self-help information and access to resources for self-help, right, are at an all-time saturation. That is literally at your fingertips on the same phone that you waste time on TikTok. The same phone could give you one or the other. But the masses choose TikTok over the other information, which is in their hands.
So we shouldn't let them on TikTok.
I don't think you're getting it.
As the authoritarian.
Yeah, of course that's
Almost-
the answer.
Yeah.
So if they didn't have TikTok, then all of a sudden, all that self-help stuff they would actualize spontaneously.
If it was distributed properly, maybe. But we could always just force them.
I
force
kind
them
of
to consume
agree
it.
with him, but as a
See, I
moral
don't
point,
think he knows what.
not
I'm
believe it.
sorry, bud. Go ahead.
Sorry, but I agree with him. I agree with what he says. I mean, not with everyone, because I think a lot of the criminals people think that they are bad people. No, a lot of people just. I mean, we just accept it. But who the fuck are cops, man? Like a guy just tells you
hold on, I
to
wanna
pull
play this.
over and gives you a ticket, and some people just go against the system because they feel that they should.
Wait, hold on, guys. I want to point out it's ironic, guys. You got to see the irony in this. He's an authoritarian or something along those lines, and he's saying, "Oh, well, maybe people shouldn't be allowed on TikTok." Who owns TikTok? Who's using TikTok? The Communist Chinese authoritarian party.
Who cares?
Doesn't
matter. None of that
It's
stuff
banned in their
matters.
country, but it's legal in ours.
Let me
I'm
ask
fully
this:
anti-communism.
is there such thing as bad information?
He just
Yeah.
wants a good king.
No,
You guys are missing the look. It's irrelevant.
Before you answer.
You guys are skirting around the
point. Is bad information?
Who cares?
No, stop.
I
Think
think
about it
there is.
seriously.
It's a lie. A lie is bad information.
No, there's only information. It's only when you search. So there's only information, and you can be informed or you can be disinformed. You can choose not to be informed or you can be informed. Now, some information could be chosen to be put there to mislead. It might be ill-informed or whatever, but it's still information. It's up to you to determine what is good and what is bad information. It is up to you.
That's the answer. You are separate from the information when you receive it. So the problem with leadership, and this is the problem throughout antiquity, is that human beings are not innately good. Okay, this is why the powers that be look at themselves as righteous for what they do. Because they know if they just left humans to themselves, it'd be chaos. So they pat themselves on the back, right, for hurting the sheep.
Exactly. I agree with that statement to an extent.
Exactly.
Yeah,
That's the whole point. The whole point is that
we can do it together.
This kumbaya system, right, of perfect politics, right, and perfect information distribution isn't going to cure human nature. Okay, that's not going to happen. It will curtail human nature, but it's not going to cure it. You ever hear this?
Why
You ever hear this?
Why we
Have you
should
ever heard this?
allow people
Have you ever heard?
receive
Have you
information?
ever heard this?
and
Have you ever heard this? Have you ever heard this?
Censorship works. It just does.
Have you ever heard this? Have you ever heard this? Have you ever heard this? Locks are for honest people.
Yeah.
Have you ever heard that? I think that sums it up quite nicely. I rest my case.
Well, I live in a nice
No,
place. so
locks and censorship are not analogous because censorship actually works.
The point of that is that criminals don't care about locks. Locks make an honest person think twice. Because the honest person would break into your house and steal your stuff just as much as a criminal. The only thing is they're not as committed to the criminality.
Yeah, the difference is that if you lock up a bike, for example, the bike is still there. But if you censor words, the ideas never propagate. So you never actually see the bike.
It's more
complicated. There's no bike to steal. There's no idea to like engage with for the sake of.
Allow me. You know, like from generation to generation, there's like very different types of behaviors and cultures. I mean, I believe that along the way, they kind of managed to herd the sheep and put those behaviors into the schools of thought they want, the schools of thinking that they want. But at the start, it's a little bit of chaotic because the kids are kind of instinctually rebelling about the bullshit that we are being programmed to in schools. Like this idea of the kid just being a rebel. I mean, I think I don't know what you guys think about the gut feelings and stuff, but I don't know, man. I'm a truck driver that I've dodged an accident in the middle of a fog just because of a gut feeling. As a kid, I remember myself. I wasn't like a bad kid, but I would misbehave in school because I thought that they were teaching bullshit, and now that I'm old, I can see that they were teaching bullshit.
Right. So all along, you were being taught the system, but deep down, you knew there's something wrong with the system.
Exactly.
Now, to borrow on the other analogy, okay, the invisible bike, right? So if somebody manifested the bike in front of your eyes, you would all of a sudden then be aware of it, and you'd have a new set of concepts to work with that you didn't previously have. That is why the idea that the Earth is flat is extremely relevant, and it would change the world. And so, yes, politics are important, and they may be more important to you. But if somebody manifested the invisible bike for all the world to see, that would change the world.
When I found flat Earth, I was still thinking as to, I mean, how can I say this? Back in 2012, I was hearing about the. I was already into conspiracies, in like conspiracy theories about the 9/11. And those weren't recent. I mean, I was like 9 years old when 9/11 happened, but yeah, ever since the 9/11, it was like all the talk, and eventually in 2012, I ended up in the rabbit hole, like child trafficking and the adrenochrome, and I'm gonna be honest, I just wanted to cry. How are you gonna tell people about that? They're gonna think that you are stupid. And is this even true? I had no idea that was true. And then I just keep going, like with a double life, like watching the stuff on the internet and then trying to just going. I had a relationship. I didn't mix the things, but later on, the relation broke up, and I was left with just like at the moment it was like it was already after the when Trump came to the scene. I mean, I remember him from what's the name, like WWE wrestling, and it was hard for me to believe him, but he was the only person in the politics scene, even though I was Portuguese, but America is very relevant. And he was the only person talking about the child trafficking and the cabal running the scenes behind the shadows, and how he was gonna clean the swamp, and
Yeah, he said all the right things like a good fucking actor does.
exactly. And I was like, okay, even if there's something fishy, he's saying the right things. All I want is for people to listen, and let's go, let's do it. And, I mean, even if he was a traitor, we will find out midway, and we will do something about it. And he actually won, and I was trying to follow it, and then he was saying the good things, but nothing ever happened. So I started digging on the internet.
But how are people falling for it still? Because he took office for 4 years and said those right things and didn't follow through with any of those things that he said. And in fact, he also, on top of that, was the guy in charge when lockdowns went into place, when freaking masks went into place, when they pushed
That's
the
what I'm trying to say.
vaccine, pushed the freaking.
Exactly. I mean,
How are they going to fall for it again?
Back then, I still had kind of a normal life. Like I still had my girlfriend, so I was trying to push the conspiracy theories aside. But then, well, the word got to her, and she just decided that she wanted to find out what's worse out there. So she broke up, and I was like, I took up truck driving, and it's a very low job, and it pays good. I was just making money for us to make a life, but the thing is, she broke up with me, and next day I was gonna go to the truck, and I was like, oh, "What do I do with my life?" So I went to the other side, just conspiracy theories. I didn't care about anything else. Then eventually, I met my boss. Tried to screw me with overtime and unpaid work, and even illegal work, because I've done way more hours than I could legally do. But so I quit. He got mad at me. He tried to put me in court, saying that I stole money. I don't have money, but he lost the court case. But he's a rich guy. He just wanted to. He got mad at me because instead of accepting his bullshit, I just told him I don't care. I quit. And
So your question is, why do people not see the matrix code cascading from the top to the bottom? And I submit to you is that they haven't had their invisible bike moment yet.
That's the thing. When the Trump, man, the Trump, it was how don't people see, man? Everything. There's not a place that they don't have their hands on. Like politics are just theater. Theater for.
Yeah. So let me give you a scenario. Okay. Now it's uncanny how much this scenario parallels with the actual Matrix movies. So in the Matrix movies, I'll lay this out first. The architect informs Neo when Neo, who's the chosen one or whatever, the hero, finally meets the creator of the Matrix, and he's supposed to confront this man and take him down or something, right? But the architect informs Neo, no, my friend, I'm not surprised that you're here at all. I created you. I created you to give everyone a sense of hope, so that hope will be tried out and accepted and mediated, and then humans will accept the iterations of the Matrix. So you let them have a little hope. You know, it's kind of like when you're beating up your younger brother, you let him think he's going to win for a second, right? And then he always thinks, I could win. If I really try hard enough, I could win. And then he becomes docile, right? This is exactly what they do to the masses. So they say, okay, Trump's going to save us from such and such, so we can leave it in his hands. And then what do they do with their hands? They sit on them. And is this not happened over and over again? It happens in every sphere. Think about it. We're going back to the moon next year. Yeah. We're going to have men on Mars 10 years from now. Isn't that been the way it's been for decade after decade.
The main thing that I think made them docile with Trump being in office was they were the conservative Republicans, whatever, the Republican side, the Republican media was very happy with how Wall Street was reacting to him. So like those who had money and had money invested were doing well in Wall Street in their stocks. And so when they're making money, well, it's related. It's related. So like that's the sideshow that was given to them. So they're doing well in Wall Street, but in the meantime, he's taking away all kinds of things from you.
Well, one thing that's taken away is your ability to change your own destiny. When you think about it, there was this purported fear that everyone would rise up, right? This big hoopla about rising up, right? But nobody did anything, and the reason nobody did anything is because they thought that the sheer idea of rising up was sufficient enough to change things. And if you put that into a figurehead, into a charismatic leader as a focal point for your energy, you can offload the responsibility onto them. And then when they fail, right, you had your chance.
There were some, but they got arrested.
No, they didn't do nothing, dude. No, there was nothing done, dude. Nothing. Okay, my friend, I don't know if you're an American.
The whole draining the swamp thing, there was literally zero draining of any swamps that went on.
Yeah, that's why I think Trump should have woken up everyone. I mean, okay, Trump is a hard one. Like when that happened, I was just desperate because I had no girlfriend, so I wasn't like busy with normal life. I had quit my job and I had my own savings, so I wasn't worried about getting a new job. And I was let down with the world. I had no idea what to do, and so I started going through all the rabbit holes. Eventually, I found the flat Earth, and that one I just couldn't deny.
Okay, stop right there. Why was it so important? What was unique about it?
Because it changed everything about how I view the world. It's like a big puzzle that was a mess in the
Okay,
table.
I think I know what you're saying. So like, the ridiculousness of it actually woke you up to the theater.
I mean, not only that, because I suspected it's a theater, like even since I was a little kid, but it was like it finally made some sense, like because I was desperate. Because why?
It made sense. It made sense in the way that like this guy was really gonna fight for you, or it made sense that like it was pointing out how the ridiculousness of everything. Because that's where it makes sense.
It explained
all of a sudden you say.
It explained the ridiculousness of the system that I was living. Because yeah, go for it.
Okay, but did you think that there was it was being fixed, or did you think that did you think that ridiculousness of what you had been living, now that you realized it, do you think that it was going to stop, or that it was stopped, or that it was turning around? Because
no, I don't think there's anything we can do about it. I mean, I don't know. Bible is right, I guess. I'm just curious to see, are they win or the Bible is right? I have no. I don't see, dude. How are you going to realistically convince like the rest of the world that the world is flat, man? People are way too busy with TikToks.
That's not the goal here, right? That's not what we're doing. We're not trying to convince people that this, that, or the other. We're trying to convince people to go outside, look for themselves, think for themselves, and learn to rely on themselves.
That's good. That's a noble thing to do, and I like to do it. I try to do it, my friends, and I get it. But that's the only thing we can do. Like I don't see like any realistic anything like people were saying back then. Like go grill burgers, because yeah, that's the best we can do. Just gather with your friends, ignore the bullshit. It's all just theaters and bullshit, and grill some burgers with them.
yeah, that's what we were at earlier. Yeah, the guy who was talking about his dad who's just grilling burgers, like, while he's worried about politics. It's like, dude, he's talking shit about his dad. He has no fucking clue. His dad probably went through the fucking politics phase 20 years earlier and said, I ain't fucking with that. I'm just going to grill some burgers.
Exactly. Bro, that's a huge problem. It's a very weird world to live in. I don't know. But I'm curious. I mean, I do have this weird experience. Like I have a friend, like he remembers her grandmother. Her grandmother, yes, it's a very good friend that I have. But his grandmother one day just told him, like in a serious tone, you know, like when those old people say something serious, and she was like saying, I am here to be a witness to the end times." And she's still alive. I don't know. Maybe she is here to be a witness to the end times. I just don't know. I was an atheist. Like I say, I was an atheist. Like before I found out the earth. Now I have to be honest with myself. I'm agnostic. I know that there is a force or something. Because, like I told you, I remember being in the middle of the fog, and this weird gut feeling just told me, "Stop, stop." Stop. And I was like, what the fuck, what is this that I'm feeling? And I ignored it, and I just kept on going, like 19 kilometers an hour, and it started getting more serious, like stop, stop, stop. And it got to a point that it just turn left, turn left, turn. It was even stronger, and I just, okay, I was in the middle of the highway. I just turned all to the left and went outside the road, like to the little margin of the road, but it's not a way. But at that moment, I just zoomed like 90 kilometers per hour, like through like a highway crash. Like there was a truck on the side, and there were two cars smashed onto it, and I just zoomed past it, like, holy shit, I could have died there. And it was just a gut feeling that I ignored it at first, and that gut feeling told me to stop. And when it was too late, it just started to say, go to the left. And for some reason, I just listened to it. I don't know what there is, if there is a God, but there is some force. I was saved by something weird. And I can guarantee you that. But I feel that, like, there is free will, because I could have just ignored it and rammed the truck. I don't know, man. I decide I'll to listen to gut feeling and dodge it.
Yeah, speaking of
Go
ahead,
sorry, just want to add, there was no possible way of me knowing that there was a crash there, because it was like very fog. But I was driving like before the fog. There was no car to be seen, so I was like, there's probably nothing in the fog, and I just kept on going full speed, and it was impossible for me to know it.
I mean, you would think, but I mean, that's what makes people so amazing too. Is one of the things that makes us so amazing is our intuitiveness. Like, there's things that we can sort of sense, like intuitively, where we're just more cautious and more quick to react, and like just to know when we're in danger or that something might be amiss. You know, like, to say that it was just, like a random thing that you just knew, like, I don't know if I go there. I think there was probably other things that your senses cued upon in order to make you react, like,
Well, but
perfectly the
it
way
was
that you
very
did.
specific, man. The gut feeling was telling me to stop. When I failed to listen to it, it just started going even harder and saying, "At least go left." And if there was no one there, but if there was, they would think I'm stupid because I was with a truck going outside the road to the left. But
Yeah, I
it
mean,
saved my life.
I've talked about this with a couple other people before too. Like, you got that whisper in your ear that kind of like tells you, like, watch out,
Yeah,
or
it
like, be
was. I
careful,
could hear it,
like,
but I could feel it in my stomach.
yeah, yeah. Yeah, you still have to be the one who reacts, but like, there was something that told you, something inside of you.
So, like I said, I ignored the Bible mostly because, well, when I was a kid and I went to the church, the priest was saying like something about I was born a Catholic, and I remember the priest saying, "You should not." He was reading from the Bible and saying that you should not. What was he saying? This is the part that stuck with me. It was saying that you should not idolize idols or like venerate idols or something like that, and. He said it in Portuguese. I don't know how you say it in English now, but and as soon as he say that, everyone around me just kneels on the floor and starts venerating idols. So what? I thought they were just a bunch of hypocrites, and they probably are, because from I mean, from what I've read about the Bible goes a lot against the religion.
Well, no, religion mostly goes against the Bible. Almost all religions go against.
Yeah,
I'm
but
not even
the
a
Bible
religious
itself
person or
also
a
goes
Bible
against
person,
religion.
but I can see hypocrisy where it exists, and like the Bible is just the Bible. The Bible doesn't like change. Like it doesn't change its mind. It's people that do. It's religions that do. It's freaking doctrine that does.
Yeah, but I had this mentality that the Bible was connected to religion, so I just kind of ignored. I just got drawn back to it after I found out that the Earth is flat. Because I mean, when you find out that everything is fake and you can't trust anything, you just go by the only thing that you know, and you know that the Earth is flat. So, what are the things that say that the Earth is flat? The Bible is one of them. And
Yeah, I mean, the Bible at least supports the flat Earth much more than it does the globe. I've never, I'm still yet to see the verse that says like the Earth is flat. Like I haven't seen that one. I've seen interpretations of that are close, but and there's a lot of it. But I've never seen a single one that says the Earth is a globe, or even even through any interpretation could suggest such a thing.
Well, it's pretty specific in saying that it's laid to rest and there's a firmament above us.
Yeah, no, I get you. Look, I'm agreeing with you. Like, there's a lot more credence to a flat Earth in the Bible than there is to a globe. In fact, there's like none for a globe. And there's probably like 1,000 verses that you could interpret to being a flat Earth evidence, or whatever. But none of them specifically say that the Earth is flat.
I think so. Can't remember anything like. But yeah, I mean, from all the things that I've read so far, I don't know, man. I don't know if it's man-made, like controller-made, like artificial, and just a show or whatever. But I think the signs are there. It's the Babylon system, the beast system, and same one as Rome, and I just don't know about the supernatural. I've never seen it. I'm not denying it, because the way I got that gut feeling was pretty supernatural, in my opinion. But I don't know, fallen angels. I'm curious. But although we are living through the NPC like narrative, so it's gonna be like alien invasion, I guess. I don't know.
Again, just because I have to ask all the wrong questions. It's like in my nature. But like,
No.
you're so you're a Bible believing Christian, and you think that,
No,
right?
no, I've been an atheist all my life, and I still don't care
Well,
for like
okay. Well,
Catholics and
then
Christians.
I'll ask my question still. makes? I mean, what separates somebody who believes in the Bible versus somebody who believes in the Quran? You know, like, do you think that people who believe in the Quran don't also have that same type of an experience that you had, where you avoided something, you know, in your truck in the fog, that they don't have those experiences?
I mean, I think they would have. I think because they still people. I mean, people are allowed to be wrong. I don't think like the Quran, because the Quran is just one of the many books, and it's not even agreed to be a part of the.
So is the Quran wrong?
You could say that, like, there are very conflicting books in the Bible. I think there are 66.
Oh, but they have many things that intersect that are in agreement with each other. Like many. In fact, they're more in agreement than they are in conflict.
I would like to see something in the Bible that contradicts or conflicts something else that's in the Bible, because I've looked at these, because I used to work with a bunch of agnostics people, and one of their favorite things to do was point out contradictions. And I guess they knew that it's in my book that I'm supposed to study and show myself approved and always give reason for my belief and faith. And I've never come across an actual contradiction, and that's kind of my thing.
I'm not.
Like,
I'm not pointing out Bible contradictions. I'm asking.
Yeah, no, I was going to get to you next. I was addressing him, and for you, what you were talking about. Dang, you threw me off my groove. So the Bible, yeah. So it's not like I'm saying that no Muslims are going to heaven and only Christians, right? Matthew 7:21 through 27 says very clearly, a lot of people that think they're going to heaven that call themselves Christians, he never knew them. So
Well, that's not what I said either, though. I was addressing him with his trucking experience, where he related it to like God, basically.
I don't know. Maybe it was weird.
He related
I'm
it
not
to
even
a Christian
sure what
God
God means.
that gave him the foresight to be able to, or maybe even a miracle, where he was able to avoid such an accident, right? Like, if you were in the wrong faith, would you have also
No, because I
experienced
was an atheist
a
at the
miracle?
moment. I can tell you, the only moment that I started considering myself agnostic was when I found out that the Earth is flat. Because I mean, when the Earth is flat, what else can be true? And even the aliens are not as crazy as that. Because not because the alien. I mean, in my old view model of the world, aliens wouldn't be so weird, because like if we evolved here, like even evolution is in question now, but if we had evolved here, like why wouldn't life evolve in another planet? So I mean, the flat Earth was really like the crazy moment, because, and then you start reading the only source that I could find with flat Earth, that was the Bible, and some of the things like I've never seen, but that, you know, like there are fossils of the giants and those things, but so but a lot
I
of the
wonder about
things.
that myself. I don't just accept that as truth, like the whole.
Yeah,
Like,
exactly. Those are the things that I can say that sure it's believable, but I don't know. I never seen. But the thing that sold me most on the Bible thing, and this is the part that as an agnostic I can kind of see both ways. Like I can see like, okay, the Bible is real and God is gonna save the people that deserve it, and but I can also see, what if both the good side and the bad side are part of the same system, and this is just theaters, and they are fulfilling the Bible.
the theaters I totally can agree with, but like good versus bad side, like I don't know. And also when you said like the only source that you had to find flat Earth was through the Bible,
No, not
but
the only source to
I,
flat Earth. I mean,
like the Quran has talk to Comey, talk to Murray or whatever he goes by. Like there's plenty of Muslims who will tell you about all of the flat Earth books in the Quran. Like they find the same types of truths that we find in their book.
I've heard some of the audiobook of the Quran, but the thing is, the Quran is just a book, and I wanted to hear the rest, and so I mean, the Bible, yeah, it's 66 books. I've only read Genesis, most of them, and I listened to all of them, like Book of Enoch, but it was like all audiobooks. But you know, when I got to the Book of Enoch and some parts in the Revelations, uh, I mean, it's just parallel to the Babylon system. Like they even say specifically, like in the end times, people will be so like tricked, so wrong, like the beast system.
Yeah, I gotta agree with that. There, like the whole times of tribulation and shit like that. I kind of think that I don't. I've heard, the real Bible thumpers will probably be like, you have no idea what you're talking about. They've done it before, but no, dude. Like we are definitely in turmoil. We are in tribulation. We are in a place of mass confusion worldwide. Like this is a time of like where if you were gonna look at the Bible and talk about the precursors to end times, like this is pretty fucking convincing.
Yeah, because like we will be so tricked that we will even know the true cosmology of the place that we live. Like as a flat earther, okay, that is true. And I don't know,
I
man.
think you know what you're talking about, Lou. I really do think you know what you're talking about.
Well, thank you, but the biggest you're not the biggest thumper I know around here, and so yeah, I'm gonna just tell you you have no clue what you're talking about.
Probably right.
Yeah. No, all this is just like, just business as usual. Just carry on. You'll know. You'll know when the time comes. Just carry on.
No, man, it's gonna be a wild ride. But it's so. What can I say? Like, it's like there is huge tension in the air, but
I mean, we've been wrong before. Like many people, when I say we, like people have been wrong before. Like they'll
I'm
tell
kind of new
you,
to this, by the way.
they'll tell you how like every generation has thought that they were living in the end times. And that'll probably actually, like, when you think about that, like, that'll probably happen again. Like, time will continue to carry on for quite some time. And we're going to be laughed at and proven wrong. Those of us who say, like, this is it. This is, like, this is tribulation. This is the precursor to this. Like, the thing is like, time, we only live for a blink of an eye. It is coming very close. It's probably still not yet in our lifetime.
Oh, I'm sure it's gonna happen. Like this is the last generations. I don't know why. I just,
No, it'll drag on. You'll think so, but it will continue to drag on. We're not gonna. None of us alive now. None of us talking about this are going to like see the coming of Christ or anything like that. We're not. None of us, dude.
What is that even? Is that even? Is it symbolic? Is it literal?
It was more symbolic, I suppose. But no, there's a little bit of literally, like you're not gonna be able to see Jesus. You're not gonna see him on the TV or on fucking. He
They're
won't
gonna
be
be
on
raptured.
X. He won't be on the X app, like talking with Tucker Carlson.
Oh
He
no,
won't
no.
be friggin'. You know what I mean? Like this shit's. It's just not gonna happen. We're not gonna see it. We're
man.
only experiencing the precursors to such a prophecy, and whether it
Honestly,
plays out.
that old lady, man, that old lady seemed very convinced that she is gonna leave it.
I mean, we're in a bad place, but I don't know if it's enough to really be the end, of anything. It's going to continue to keep going. It'll continue to get worse. That's the really sad part. It'll continue to get worse.
I don't know, man. Very suspicious. Like a lot of people finding this out. A lot of them, like flat Earth, just grew a lot these last years. Like people were drawn to it. Some types of people.
Yeah, hopefully I'm wrong, and maybe enough people get woken up in a short amount of time, and just all of a sudden, like they really get it. But I don't really have much of a hope for that, because even within the flat earthers, like most flat earthers are still like they just still don't see, in my opinion anyway. They don't like we might be gaining a following, but it doesn't mean that our followers freaking get it. I don't think you're going to see a big change happening anytime soon.
I think there's gonna be a big change for the worst. Very soon.
Yeah, no. We're already in the change for the worst already has happened, but it's going to continue to probably get worse and worse and worse until we literally have no other choice. Like nobody's gonna change anything until there's no other choice. So we got a long ways to go.
I don't think people will be able to change it. Like I think they are at the checkmate point. I think they're at the point that if there is nothing that supernatural to save us, then they will just nuke everything and start over. And who's to say it didn't happen before?
Yeah, nukes don't exist.
No, I mean what I mean with nuke them.
Yeah, I get what you mean.
There's weird technology. I mean, I believe that they have shit they could melt like people. Like, and I don't mean like burn it, like defragment them, like turn people into goo. Even with like,
I don't know. We might be giving them. I've heard this talked about also. I think you're giving them possibly way too much power, too much control. They only have the control that we give them. Okay, that's why they work so hard. That's why they work so hard to try to gain our minds, control our minds. Like they need us to usher in their agenda. Without us, they are powerless. Without us, they are powerless. We are the government. Like
I don't know, man. I think they are connected to powerful entities.
Dude, if they had that kind of power, why aren't we gone already?
The thing is, like like science, like we just recently figured out the Earth is flat, and that's a given in their model.
No, they need us. They need every one of us.
They need us because they want to live out the things that we do, like enjoy it. But they could live without us. They just want power, I guess. They just want to control us.
They don't. Their power only exists when you give it to them. They don't exist without you.
But that is because they want. I do believe that they could exist even without us. Like they would need people to do their work, but they have enough volunteers for that.
No, dude. Without us, they start friggin' they collapse. They need you to do their bidding, and without us, they fight each other. They kill each other off, and we start winning.
Well, yeah, that I agree. I mean, if they are bad natured, so if they are only with each other, they are going to kill each other.
No, there's no. Don't give them supernatural abilities, saying like they can do this and that. Like they need us to destroy ourselves. It's pretty apparent. Look at the shit that they've done over the last few years.
Well, isn't
They need you to buy into their programs.
Like 9/11, the World War One, World War Two, like.
Yeah, if they could take you out, they would. No, what they do is convince you to take each other out, take yourself out.
But not just for the fun. They could if they wanted to, I think.
No, it's not just for fun. No, it's because they have no real power. They control your mind, and that's it. If they want to start a war, they have no war, and if the soldiers say, "I'm not going to fight."
I agree with you, but it's very hard. Propaganda machine.
It's only the power we give them.
I mean, I do feel bad, man. Imagine the Afghanistan troops. They thought that they were fighting there for their country, and they were kind of like they were probably doing evil things there.
Oh yeah, no, people will do evil things for a cause, whatever that cause is. No matter how ill-intentioned that cause is, they'll gain. You know, it's just that if people were smart to it and didn't play along, then there
Grill
would
some
be no
burgers.
more. There would be no more controllers.
That's the solution. Grill some burgers. Ignore the bullshit.
Yeah, let's all grill burgers. Like fucking A. Instead of shooting bullets, let's fucking grill burgers. You can have chicken if you want. That's cool too.
I like burgers.
Burgers.
Making
If you
fun of
want
my.
pork, have your pork. If you don't like pork, don't eat pork. You know,
Oh
if
man,
you want.
I could never be a Muslim. I love bacon. Best thing ever.
Yeah, most people, like it's really the youth that get really taken by this stuff. But most people don't really, after they age a little bit, stop falling for the agenda. They would just rather live their life. They just want what's good for them and their family, and they don't want conflict. And they try to stay out of conflict. They try to keep their nose out of shit. It's only the youth that go and stick their nose in shit, just trying to stir it up.
Because, well, they just leave us in an indoctrination camp, and we are pumped all day with it. Either that, or we ignore them and go do some drugs or create crimes.
I mean,
There's nothing else to do.
and honestly, I won't even lie, dude. Ignoring them completely, if we could get everybody to ignore them, that would destroy them. Okay, but for what they've done, I want to waterboard the shit out of them until they freaking like for the rest of eternity for an indefinite sentence.
I honestly just want distance. I want to know that they are very far away and.
Yeah, no, I want to take everything that they own, and what their family owns, all their generations, and I want to, I want to completely eradicate their species is what I'd like to do. But no, really, just ignoring them probably does it. And the same people who did Guantanamo Bay and like Hillary Clinton and all these other fuckers who, like, in fact, it was Republicans and Democrats, like with Guantanamo, and like they said, waterboarding wasn't torture, and that we didn't have to like charge these people; we could just hold them indefinitely. Like, that's the sentence that they deserve. Like, until you tell us everything that you know and everybody you've ever made a fucking deal with, and what the deal was, we're gonna keep drowning you until you die.
And I hope you think so well.
Because it's not torture. It's not torture. It's not illegal. It's cool. You said so. You wrote the fucking bill.
I get it, man. I get it. I understand the rage, but when you know that lie is as big as Flat Earth, I just want distance, man. I want to tell most people that I can, but at the same time, I know that they're just gonna laugh. So I don't know, and I'm not sure if it's artificial, but it's the end.
I'll be laughing at them someday. Yeah, while they're trying to gasp for air. Yeah, I'll be laughing.
And I understand it.
What's this ruckus?
Just talking about due diligence and due justice. That's all. That's all we're talking about.
Well, it's 6 in the morning here. I should sleep a little bit. Good night, guys. Or good morning.
Care. Yeah, take care. Have a good night. Get some sleep.
Took me a while, but I had to wait. But yeah, I was curious if that authoritarian guy's still here because he uses the word force, and I don't know if he knows what that word means. Like force is force of the state, right? The cops arrest you. They put the boot on the back of your neck. They put you in torture cuffs. They throw you in the dungeon and make you a slave, where you live in a privately owned prison. And in this privately owned prison, that is the very definition of a slave camp or a concentration camp. And you would do this to people because they eat mayonnaise out of a jar or smoke some very unstable herbs, apparently. And this is like logical in your head, Like, this makes sense to you that, controlling everyone because they can't control themselves is somehow a good idea. And the people that, can't control themselves are going to be ruled by people just like them that can't control themselves. It's as if you've never seen the, the Stanford Prison Experiment? Thank you, baby. It's just really insane and like sociopathic that you want to rule over someone. You want to put the boot on their neck with the force of the state. It's crazy.
No, but I've encountered plenty of people in my life that don't seem to be able to control themselves. Which is why such a endeavor is tempting, is it not? Because most people go around their life seeing that everybody else that they encounter is somehow screwed up for some reason. Not only that, but most men aren't capable of protecting themselves or their family. So they go around in a screwed up world, afraid, wanting somebody else to help them protect themselves. So they're not capable for whatever reason. Especially in the modern day. Not only, well, we do have guns. In the past, you had to really train to be adept at fighting or defense. Whereas now, you have a gun, it's a little bit different. But even then, there's all these restrictions. So the idea of totalitarianism or authoritarianism is quite tasty to a lot of people. Like, for example, I wouldn't mind littering be a spankable offense. Like some nations, if you litter, they publicly spank you.
Dude, like, I understand somebody thinking that, but they only think that when they think they're going to be in control and at the top, and they're going to be the authoritarian. As soon as that freaking boot is on your fucking neck, you go, who the fuck are these people and what gives them the fucking right?
I don't know. I actually think most people don't want that top position. They want to benefit from a top position that's idealized that they would do in an ideal situation, but in reality they wouldn't because they don't want the responsibility.
That, and they don't really fucking believe what they fucking say they stand for. They wouldn't actually execute it. They just talk shit. A bunch of fucking liars. They don't want it. They're not authentic. If you want to fucking stand by that, then fine. You're gonna be the executioner.
Well, isn't that why kings had executioners, so that they didn't have to do any of the killing?
Yeah, because they had to try to save face. They had to try to do one thing and pretend they were another. They couldn't tell the plebs what they were doing. They had to pretend it was just the way that either God or the freaking law ordained it to be.
So we're gonna clean the litter on our street. That's what I'd like to know. And I don't just mean clean it. I mean stop it from happening. People who litter are people who don't care about other people or the environment, right? It's more convenient for them to throw their trash on the ground than to bring it to a trash can. and that's, you could say, a moral defect or a behavior defect, or they were never trained. So now you're saying, okay, the parents that they had didn't train them well, so how are we going to fix that? And on it goes. And of course, I could just say, well, we'll just have men walk the streets, and when they see a kid litter, they just put him in the stocks and then give him a caning in front of the town square. How do we really stop the problem?
What constitutes as litter? Spitting your gum out on the sidewalk? Is that litter?
Yeah, that is litter, bro.
Yeah, I thought so. So, what about, if you're eating a banana and you throw a banana peel into the woods, is that littering?
Usually not. Now, if you throw it right in the sidewalk, then it would be litter.
But once again, what harm is done?
When someone litters?
Yeah, no, okay, I guess the banana peel into the woods, no harm is done, right?
Not really. You could even say a good is being done, maybe, because the tree needs the nourishment.
What constitutes littering then? Like, can you be like ultra specific, like where the line is drawn?
Well, I think you're walking down a sidewalk. You have grass on one side, right? You have cement, right? If you spit in the dirt or the grass, right, it's just absorbed. If you put a banana peel on there, it's going to rot, be in everybody's way, cause flies, all this stuff. It's going to be a nuisance. And there's no reason for you to throw it there, except laziness, really. Now, if you throw it in the woods, it's away from everyone. So it's not bothering anyone. It's not causing any displeasantry to the person otherwise using the free open space or the walkway.
I was asking for more of like a way to determine it by law, like without being too overcomplicated. But I understand you. Like, let's say on one side of the sidewalk. Let's say on one side of the sidewalk. Let's say on one side of the sidewalk there's woods, and on the other side of the sidewalk is the judge's front lawn. What makes the difference between if I throw it left or throw it right?
Before judge's front lawn?
Yeah, what if my banana peel wants to go left into the judge's front lawn instead of right into the woods? Totally cool to throw it into the woods. You cannot throw it into the fucking judge's front lawn.
Why would you want to? Think about it. Let me tell you why.
Would you want to throw it in the front lawn? What intent is? It doesn't mean this idea doesn't mean that there's intent. It doesn't mean that you intend to throw it in a judge's yard. It's biodegradable waste that will do no harm. In fact, as you said, might actually provide nourishment. What makes it litter and what makes it a freaking punishable offense?
In a yard, it's going to attract bugs. It's going to kill the grass right in that zone. It's going to have putridity for a while. It's going to be unpleasant to the judge who otherwise maintains his lawn. Right? So you're actually damaging the judge's lawn that he put effort into.
I don't see how throwing it left or right changes it from being nourishment to damage.
Well, because the forest has trees, right? And other types of plants that aren't kinds of plants that people want in their lawns. People curate their lawns with intent, which takes effort. And so when you put a banana, you're dumping on their efforts that they did. You're causing them harm. You're taking away their time. They then have to repair it by removing it, reseeding the grass, suffering through the stench, the flies.
But if it's 5 feet off the curb on the other side, it's not that same problem.
Well, no, it's an entirely different environment. If you throw a banana peel into the woods,
hypocrisy here.
You'd be hard pressed for somebody to ever even notice it. It'd be very rare for them to come by it. It would be absorbed by the wildlife in the trees, the forest type thing, right? So if you had a choice, right, the obvious choice is you throw it in the woods.
So the basic, I mean, basically the thing that makes it litter is somebody complaining about it.
Well, yeah, because you're disservicing people. You're causing the other people a discomfort because you would rather be comforted.
Okay, well now if you're going to say that, now you're talking about people's emotions and how they feel.
Yeah, what's wrong with that?
Well,
can I charge for making somebody feel uncomfortable or making somebody, or like, should I be charged? Not can I be, but should I be charged because somebody felt uncomfortable?
Yeah, look, if you got a clean walkway and somebody comes along just dumping their garbage on the walkway, and then other people have to walk through your garbage, which you should have put in the trash.
Fuck the garbage. Let's say I was talking about flat Earth and they made them feel uncomfortable. Should I be charged?
And this is why we need authoritarianism. So people like you can't argue that people should be allowed to litter.
I can argue, look, this is why we need rulers. People like the ones that you described that are no better than me.
No, they are better than you because they're able to understand the difference between speech rights and litter on the street.
Look, I don't litter myself. Look, I'm pretty good about that. But when it comes to biodegradable shit, like this becomes a gray line. Like, what makes it litter? An apple core or a banana peel. One, probably not a big deal. You throw 1,000 into that judge's front yard, kind of a big deal, right?
No, I mean, you shouldn't throw any. It's obvious. It's obvious, okay, to any civilized man that you shouldn't throw refuse into somebody's lawn. It's obvious. We don't need to take out a symposium.
Like I said, just on a moral standpoint.
A lot of these rules,
a lot of these rules, respect and a moral standpoint. But I'm just trying to say, where's the law drawn? Can you be ultra specific about what determines it to be litter and what determines it to be not? Like, if on one side of the road the banana peel is not litter, but on this side of the road it is, why?
Well, for example, when you throw a piece of trash down, if you throw it into a trash barrel, it can't be litter. So it is where you throw it that changes the thing. So the question isn't defining litter. Everybody knows what litter is.
Well, what about, okay, I got another one. What about any kind of flyer put anywhere? Is that litter?
Oh, see, now that could be. Now, as far as I know, at least in my area, you're allowed to put flyers on the public utility poles. But you have to use a reasonable manner of fixing it to the pole, right?
It causes damage. You got to have expenses to fucking clean those things up.
No, it's not. It's allowed. It's allowed.
It's the same thing as the Apple Core.
No, nobody has a sign or an agreement. You're allowed to just throw trash in my yard.
Who says it's trash? And who says that the fucking flyer isn't trash?
No,
What
it
if my
could be.
fucking flyer?
It doesn't matter, dude. Like I said, in my area, you're allowed to put little flyers, right? And don't get me wrong, some of the wording of certain rules is vague, like with reasonable affixation to the thing, like, you know, such things as staples, tacks, small nails, right? So you can't just bring a 3-inch bolt and attach a 7-foot tall board to these things. You know, there's reasonable. Because actually, that's going to be
what about the guy who puts a fucking flyer under everybody's fucking windshield wiper and hands them out to everybody, and they all throw them on the ground? Is the guy who throws it on the ground doing something wrong, while the guy who fucking shoves it in everybody's hand doing something okay?
How does he shove it in your hand? Does he open your fingers and force you to take it?
What about when he shoves it under your fucking wiper?
Ah, that's different. How? Okay. So somebody did something wrong, so I'm now allowed to do something wrong as well.
No, I'm just saying that guy is fucking also littering, is he not?
Well, I would say so. I don't think it's appropriate to put things under people's wipers because then you're forcing them, right, if they want to be responsible, to dispose of it on your behalf if they not willing to accept it. So you're actually putting them
you're literally putting your garbage on everybody's car.
Yeah, if they decide it's garbage, then they have to take the means to dispose of it. So you're employing them in a way without compensation.
Well, we're not going to prosecute them for doing it. Then
How
my
could
Apple
you?
Core.
No, but
my
seriously,
Apple Core in the judge's front yard also. It can be decided on later. Also,
those are nothing alike. Those are nothing alike.
It's on him. It's on him if he wants to dispose of it or not.
So why are those things similar and why are those things different?
They're both garbage. They're both being put onto somebody's property without their consent.
No, they're not both equally garbage. One has at least a moderately reasonable expectation that some people will appreciate it. So they're not quite the same.
Somebody might appreciate my Apple Core or my banana peel.
No, that can't be reasonably argued.
How do you know? What do you mean it can't be? Like, you can't just shut that down because you said so.
Oh, yeah, I can. It's called the standard of reasonableness.
You're not authoritarian. You want to determine what is the reasonable expectation here.
Yeah.
Yourself.
No, it's obvious to everyone. You could prove it. You could prove it by just going out and doing a sensing session and just ask people, is it reasonable to assume that if I throw my Apple Core on your well-manicured lawn,
I can guarantee you if I went and asked people if they want that flyer underneath their windshield, they'll tell you no.
Okay, fine. So let's say that's true. So now you said we don't prosecute that guy, but why not?
If you're gonna not prosecute him, you have to also not prosecute the Apple Core litterer. If you're gonna prosecute the Apple Core litterer, you have to also prosecute that guy to be consistent.
Okay, fine. So we're going to include that in the New World Order litter statutes.
I'm not telling you how to run your fucking New World Order, Mr. Authoritarian. I'm just telling you got to be consistent if you want people to fucking get on board.
Well, you see, no, I don't, because there's a difference in the idea of getting something that's stanky and used and raunchy versus just a clean sheet of paper. So it's very easy to convince people that a clean sheet of paper is reasonable and a stanky piece of trash in your well manicured lawn is not reasonable.
How do I know that the sheet of paper doesn't have anthrax or COVID on it?
Oh. Well, that's simple. You put a QR code on the paper that they'll gladly bring out a hazmat team to test it for you so you can assure that the coupon you're about to use is not lethal.
No, I'm gonna take a fucking pamphlet on my fucking car as a fucking threat to my life, and I want that guy thrown in Guantanamo for it. Seriously. You have no idea what he touched or what he was exposed to or what fucking.
He's definitely scratching his balls. We know that.
Yeah, doesn't matter. Nope. It's a fucking biological fucking hazard.
In most places in America, placing business cards on cars is legal. Except on private property, you need permission.
Nope. It's private property. You should not be able to put anything. It should be considered vandalism to touch anybody's car, honestly.
It's free speech in public, but you don't have the right to freedom of speech in someone's private property.
Right, which you, if you're moving their car, which you have to do to affix something to it, you have to permanently alter someone's car to affix something to it.
Dude,
if you put it under the windshield
wiper blade, you could break somebody's wiper blade when you lift it.
Exactly. Or when you put the cards in their weather seal, you could damage their weather seal. Or when you glue it to their car, you could definitely damage it.
Or even just leaning on the car might cause a scratch, like just reaching in. You should not be allowed to fucking put anything on anybody's car. Like, what if I wanted to? You want to put a flyer under my wiper, and I want to put baloney on your hood.
Which is worse?
I don't know. They're pretty equal to me. You're.
I can remove a piece of paper.
In my space.
Yeah, but fair. But I can remove. Yes, fair. But I can remove a piece of paper very easily compared to a baloney that's been sitting out in the nasty sun all day.
You put a fire on my wiper. It's the same as putting baloney on my hood, in my opinion. You don't touch my personal effects. It's an assault.
So, the flyers going out can only be illegalized by the owner of the property in which the car is. Some places. So you, as a car owner, aren't even allowed to press charges against the flyer, the flyatizer.
While we're at it, I want to press charges on the United States Postal fucking Service for putting garbage in my mailbox.
Okay, so if you own the property that the flyers are being distributed and you agree to the distributor of the flyers to distribute the things to the cars, by entering your private parking lot, have entered a contract of estoppel general to the practices of that lot. And if the general practice of that lot is to allow distribution of flyers, you are agreeing via contract to accept the flyers on your car. So the only way to avoid them is to not park in lots in which you do not yet know whether or not you'll have a flyer.
Which one? Did you look that up or make that up just now?
I did both. I half made it up and half looked it
You
up.
did both. You can't do both. That's a fucking violation of the law of non-contradiction. You cannot have both
No,
looked it up and made
all
it
the
up.
content is not informed by what I looked up. Some is informed by my previous knowledge. So yes, it's a mixture of both. But yeah, that's the truth. So that's what it looks like. It looks like if you go to a place.
That's true because you're the authoritarian. You're going to tell me how it goes.
No, it is. So when you go to these places, right? So, like a lot of people don't realize this, that when they go to certain places, they're entering into a contract with the establishment, right? The modus operandi of the way that they behave. Like there is a social contracts that are done with estoppel, which is your behavior. Don't have to write it. And so they expect that if there's let's say there's a grocery store, right, and they routinely allow flyers to be handed out, and you go to that grocery store's private parking lot, you're agreeing to the flyer, whether you realize it or not.
You're agreeing to take one in your hand, or you're agreeing to have one shoved underneath your windshield wiper blade?
Well, this appears to say the windshield. So the only people that would be prosecuted.
Is it no longer your property if you park in their lot? Can you?
It's not about that. It's not about that. You're missing the point.
When somebody gives a small little fender bender onto your bumper and they damage your bumper.
Well, then you have to take that up individually.
Yeah, same thing with the fucking flyer. I'm not trying to sue Pick and Save because they fucking allowed some guy to put a fucking flyer under my windshield. I'm just trying to say that the guy who put it under my shit did he invaded my personal private space, my vehicle, my fucking rights, and if he caused damage, he's liable for sure. But even still, he should not even been allowed to leave his garbage, his litter, on my car. I'm gonna throw my apple core in your open fucking window, or your fucking, whatever.
That's the problem.
Convertible. You can have a convertible or a Lamborghini. I'm just gonna throw my apple core inside of it. And I'm gonna be like,
that would never fly, dude. See, this is the problem, dude. See, here's the problem with this line of thinking. There's no place where putting that type of waste into someone's interior of their vehicle is standard procedure. Putting flyers out is, semi-standard in certain locations. So those would not meet the same burden of reasonability.
What if I put dildos under everybody's wiper? Is that cool too?
Oh my!
No, dude. You tell me. Some wipers can handle it. So the basic thing is, if you're in your parking lot in your house and somebody does it, then you can put the nicks on them. But other than that, you're pretty much at the mercy in most places. It looks like. And it doesn't. And by the way, it doesn't remove you from the burden of being responsible for the trash, which is now on your car. If you take it and throw it on the ground, you're the litterer.
Yeah, so I'm going to start putting apple cores and banana peels underneath people's wipers.
To what? Prove a point so you can get a class action, a case going?
Well, now they have to litter in order to get rid of it. I just did something that was well within my fucking right.
Within my rights, bitches.
Right, but that's not, dude, because you're saying it's wrong for people to do this, so I'm going to do it, basically is what you said.
What I'm saying, I'm pointing out the contradictory and hypocrisy of the fucking law and your authoritarian opinion.
Not hypocrisy, dude, because they're not reasonable. It's not reasonable to stick biological waste on somebody's car versus
you
a
can put
flyer.
my fucking banana peel underneath your windshield wiper the same as you can put a flyer under mine.
They're not the same, dude.
How not? They're both garbage. Unelicited garbage that I don't want.
Well,
How are they
not
different?
the same class, dude. They're not the same class of garbage.
Lou, you can't put shit on somebody's car, man. Come on.
No, AI is telling me I can.
No, he's not saying you can. Are you?
Yeah, he is. He's telling me I can put a flyer underneath your windshield wiper and it's not fucking littering
Well,
or fucking
that's not a human excrement, for fuck's sake, man.
I didn't say I was gonna shit on your car, but that's gonna be my next fucking argument, dude. I'm gonna
Dude, Lou doesn't understand the difference between bio waste and a leaflet flyer, and why one or the other is reasonable and the other
Being an
isn't.
asshole, Lou. One or the other, man. Come on, you know the.
Neither one of them is wanted. So why are you touching my fucking car?
It's really easy to take the flyer and just chuck it, man. I usually just run my windshield wiper and grab it and fucking leave it right there.
Okay, it's perfect. It's perfect. So we have a reasonable action that can be taken by Lou, which will solve this problem. He can put a notice on his car. Do not put a leaflet on my car. And then he will have taken reasonable steps to avoid it, because otherwise it seems that if he's operating in the United States and he's going to certain places, he is going to most certainly get leaflets from time to time.
Are you sure I'm not just as equally allowed to put banana peels underneath your windshield wiper?
Yeah, I'm dead sure.
Dead sure.
Yeah.
Did you look that up?
I heard about it. What's up with that, Lou? Why would somebody put a banana peel under somebody's windshield wiper?
To send a message.
What's the message?
Fucking don't slip on this thing. Fucking wash your windshield.
No, dude. The message is, as we all know, I'm an asshole. Yo, 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 I'm an asshole.
Oh, shit, Lou. Have you been drinking?
Dude, it is a little bit, but that has nothing to do with this. It's a point that I'm making. I really do not like some fucking junkie or whatever the fucking cause is. I don't want some fucking some thumper fucking throwing a pamphlet under my windshield wiper. I don't want some fucking leftist freaking telling me about how we shouldn't breed putting anything under my wiper. I really don't give a fuck what your cause is. I don't want it. I don't want you touching my car at all for any reason. And it's the same as disposing of your fucking biological waste on my car. In my opinion,
No,
if you
it's
touch
not.
it.
It's not, Lou. It's not the same. Not the same.
So the only way for you to win, brother, because you have to think about an enforcement mechanism, how you're going to stop people from doing this to you. So that's what I want to know. How are you going to stop people from putting the flyers on your car, bro?
I'm just gonna start running them over when I see them see them in their hand.
So you think the chain of escalation is guy puts flyer on somebody else's car, I murder him.
Run them over.
Right. So this is the reasonableness of the law, dude. There's no reasonableness that you can kill a man.
You know I'm joking about that. Yeah.
Yes,
no,
but the point is there is no reasonableness to
don't
that.
fuck with my shit, and I won't fuck with yours. How about I go to his car and I start putting whatever it is that's in his pamphlet, I go and make a pamphlet that has the opposite thing and start putting them underneath his windshield everywhere he fucking goes.
Do it.
Dude, you know how much time that would take out of your day and how quickly you would give up on that endeavor?
Less
well,
than
he's
a
getting
day.
a fucking banana peel too, by the way.
Dude, if anything, what you should do is print out 1 billion flyers, and stack them crisscross applesauce around his car. Because rest assured, if you stack enough pieces of paper together, they cannot even be pulled apart like two chains, brother. So you would need, he couldn't drive his car through it. You would need, like, heavy equipment to get that paper out of there. Now that, at least, would be worthwhile.
According to you, though, I would be littering.
You would
but
be,
not
though.
the guy who puts it on my fucking car.
Right, why? Well, it depends. If you get permission from the establishment who owns the parking lot to put the 1 billion flyers on bro's car, then no, you wouldn't be littering.
Do you think that guy got permission from the establishment to fucking drop flyers on people's fucking windshields?
Yes.
No.
Many
Nope. Not a
times they
single
do, and that's
person
the
who
way
puts
the
flyers
laws
on
are
people's
written.
windshield goes and asks for permission from anybody. They
They
just
might
do it.
not. They might not, but some do.
Liar. None of them do.
So what you that? Hey, look, some of them do.
Who? Seriously. They don't just go and just freaking one
ASPCA,
parking lot. They
the
got
Humane
permission. Are you fucking
Society.
kidding me? They blanket the street and every business around it without permission.
Okay, you do realize that in order to bear my burden of proof, I just have to show you one person that's asked to distribute flyers.
Okay.
So my burden of proof is rather easy to meet versus yours.
I don't think I would believe you. Just because they claim they asked. I want to see the proof of the establishment in writing that they fucking said you have the right to distribute flyers on the vehicles of my patrons' personal vehicles. No establishment is going to friggin' take that liability. What they're going to say is don't do it on my property, do it on the fucking sidewalk. Because they don't want that fucking mess.
Yeah, stop it happening. Because you're not present when it occurs, right? Just arrive, there it is. So how are you going to stop it from happening?
By putting fucking organic waste underneath the windshield wipers.
Whose windshield wipers?
I don't know. Everybody's.
Everybody's. So Lou gets a flyer. Lou gets a flyer on his windshield. Everybody gets bio waste on their windshield. That's fair.
Yeah, yeah. Well, dude, everybody's getting his fucking litter on their
Right.
windshield.
So what you've admitted is that you don't possess a fair scale of justice.
I don't know. He doesn't seem. He's indistinguishing with his litter. I'm gonna be indistinguishing with mine.
Yes, but then and then do it on a million innocent people, right? So you're just doing exactly what he did. It's claiming you're justified. You're justified because you're seeking revenge versus him who's seeking to advertise his product. So he actually has a noble end, and you don't.
Right.
So I've proven now, in summation, that not only do you possess an unfair scale of justice, but that you're actually a worse person than the guy who puts out flyers.
All the more reason not to have authoritarians. Because people like him will fill the position.
Right. So now that I've eloquently achieved what I desired, I rest my case.
I'm not telling other people they have to do it.
All right, next mission is get Lou to admit that he would kick kittens.
I've never kicked a kitten in my life.
Well, yes, but this kitten belongs. This kitten belongs. Hold on, friend. This kitten belongs to the guy who puts out the flyers.
Oh shit! I'm gonna put the kitten underneath his windshield wiper blade. I'm not gonna hurt it.
All right, you've been partially redeemed. You're not entirely evil.
Hopefully the sun doesn't fucking bake the thing before he gets to it.
So who is willing to risk the life of a cat to get back at Flyer Dude?
A life of a fucking cat. I wouldn't do it with a puppy.
So Lou admits that his personal preferences is a differentiating factor between which life is worth more than another.
No, like I said, I actually kind of like cats. I just would never want to have one, and I don't want one in my like. Actually, I don't mind an outdoor cat. I wouldn't mind having outdoor cats. Like, in fact, there's one that it's not really my cat. I don't know where it came from, but he likes to hang out in my yard, and he kills shit once in a while. And like that cat is totally cool. He's welcome to be here. I don't want a cat in my fucking house. I don't want that cat in my fucking house. Any cat in my fucking house. Now, other people's cats, I'll pet them. I'll be nice to them. I don't say, you fucking cat. Ah. No, like, it's just, no. I don't want him begging me for food or water or asking me to change his litter box. You're a fucking cat. Go outside, get the fuck out of my fucking face.
So, your 1,000 Flat Earth flyers will arrive shortly. I expect it to be distributed by the end of the week.
It's cool. I got a whole dump truck full of fucking banana peels coming to your yard.
So, meanwhile, in Chill Chat, they've been talking about Coriolis effect. With two new guys.
What?
What do you mean, why? Why not?
Well, are they talking about the actual Coriolis effect, or are they talking about Earth-based Coriolis?
Good point. No, it's two kids. One trying to say you don't see any of these effects, therefore the Earth could be a globe. And the other guy was like, "You're using big words, therefore I don't know what you guys are talking about."
I bet Chill Chat will like my banana peel argument better than you do.
Go find out.
What do you think, Dewey?
Kick any of those dirty flat earthers down there that are talking about flat earth stuff back up here.
Exactly.
Dewey, what do you think? Should anybody be allowed to litter underneath your fucking windshield wiper?
You asking me?
Yeah.
Usually you have to have a permit to do it, man. I don't think it's like I don't think you just go to any parking lot and start handing out shit. I don't know, man.
Right.
That was you.
You have to have permission.
Because I got my piano shop's at the mall, man. I park out there and fucking I'm always coming out some fucking gym or somebody's advertising some shit on my car. And I just chuck it. Say,
Are you sure they have permission to do that?
I don't think they do, but you're supposed to, I think.
Right. So why are those flyers not prosecuted, bro?
Because, it's the job for homeless people. I don't know, man.
Oh, the flyer says who it's about, right? But there's no proof that they're the ones who put it there, right?
I don't have any.
Talk about this thing is everywhere. You can fucking get the proof you fucking want to fucking determine who's putting them under.
Yeah, proof.
All right, I'm gonna go tell those Mongols that if they're talking fire, they need to come back up
You're gonna pull camera footage, right, from the CCTV system of the city, let's say, to bust the dudes that are putting the paper on the card.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure you can get it through like a FOIA request, like Freedom of Information. And like, yeah, why not?
I don't think that falls under that.
Why not? If it's a public camera, you should be able to pull the information from it at any time, just based off a request without a reason.
Maybe.
All right, what's up, guys?
Over here.
We're having some
Trying
conversations.
so hard.
Definitely some flat Earth conversations. So I'm trying to bring it up.
Before you begin, we need to vet your sincerity. Okay,
What's
so
your opinion about banana peels on their windshield wipers?
No. We gotta do something easy. We gotta give them something easy since they don't have the backstory. So your answer is going to depend on whether millions of people live or die. Okay, so the answer is potato or potato.
I don't know either of those, so I can't answer properly.
I couldn't hear what you said.
Think very hard before you answer,
Oh!
because millions of people are gonna die.
Or potato.
Potato all the way, man.
Potato.
All right, good. Let's get back to flat Earth.
Thank God. If someone says potato, I agree with what you said.
You are such an authoritarian fuck. You know that?
I love it, dude. I like AI. I like the way his brain works, and he's trying, man. Like.
All right. Well. All right. Just so you know, he's gonna be your master someday.
Not mine.
No. I have no master. Only a father, God.
Hey, do you think the AI is going to be able to do that aluminum siding there, Lou? What do you think?
Probably.
Nobody's done aluminum siding in fucking 20 years.
Whatever fuck you do, man. Siding, fucking dormers, shit, roofs.
Oh, they don't. They haven't came up here. You guys.
Fucking, you know what I'm saying?
Can you guys move?
I don't think they're going to come up here. They really don't want to.
Maybe not.
All right. It was difficult. Very.
It was difficult.
Very.
Hey,
difficult.
Hey, Beasticles, man. What's that
up,
dude
brother?
this morning, man? It was
Michael Brenner.
No. The kid, Reed, fucking Reed. Ah, fuck, man.
I'm kind of happy for him though, bro.
I got up this morning, and got my shop, and fucking, I kick that shit on, and I hear him in there, man. I'm like, what? But he like didn't go to bed. What the fuck? I think he stayed in there all night, man.
No, dude. I slept for 2 hours. I fell asleep in my fucking chair, bro.
Right.
And I had to go to the bank. I was like, oh shit, I gotta go to the bank. And so I put on my my earbuds, pop in,
right.
And I'm on my phone. And then Reed and Gemsy are talking, and like, it was wild. And I was just like, wait, what did you just say?
What the hell?
Yeah, dude,
what
crazy.
the hell did you just say?
Are you talking about trans parasites now?
No.
This is you weren't there, man. Anyway, it was really wild. This kid, man, is all over the place. He's calling himself like my job's to come infiltrate groups, and
bro.
I was like I was pulling my hair out, man. I wanted to jump on so bad, but
I was already on it because I was like, what did you
guys
just
were on
say,
it.
Bro? Like, what does that
I'm
mean?
like, what the
So
fuck?
half right. Parasites, at least. That's true.
Yeah, it was weird. Did he finally get booted out of here, or what? Or did he leave?
No. Believe it or not, he finally came around after like 6 hours.
Maybe.
Well, a little bit. He definitely stayed.
Was that this afternoon? He came back around.
Yeah,
I talked to him for a while, and like he started talking some sense.
All right.
Yeah.
All over the fucking place, dude. He was fucking all over the place this afternoon, man. I'm like, whoa, bro.
So to give you some perspective,
Hank did a good job. Brought him back down a little bit, and then you guys finally got into like some curvature for a while, right?
Dude, he didn't. At one point, he could not agree that a chair was a chair.
I remember that. And that's
why did he so many times this afternoon say that he knows he was sitting in a chair because it's got 4 legs and a back.
Right. Hey, Beasticles, I don't know if you've been around long enough, but we have this saying in here, man. If you come in here and if you deny like something basic like reality like that,
Yeah.
you get the boot. You go.
I don't blame
You can't be that. You can't be that intellectually dishonest in this fucking place, man. That's not allowed.
But you know what, dude? It's so like.
Well, you can keep it down there in a chill chow you want, but if you bringing that stupid shit up in here, man.
No, not that. It's the chill chat. Like it was.
They love, by the way.
He came down the chill chat. He was like, I don't want to go on the live stream or whatever. You know. When
we all went down there last night, and then.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I'm talking about today, though.
This morning he was in chill, and then finally he came up in here, and that I was listening to that too. I was working my ass off all day, man. I was rocking. Anyway,
nice, bro. Nice.
Got it done. That's what happens when you work. Get it done.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
So just to give you guys some context, real quick, I had he was going at he was really being like personal. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I remember. Yeah.
And I was done. Kel was done. Everyone was done.
Yep.
And Elijah popped in. Lou popped in. And then Lou kind of was like the good cop, bad cop, perfect combo to
with Elijah. Yeah, he was calming him down and trying to get him to shut up and not talk so much.
He's really, he's not all there, man. But he's longing for fucking, something. So it's like,
I mean, he ain't gonna have conversations like this anywhere else.
Yeah, exactly. And then look, the last thing he put was like 6:51 my time. So he was 7 hours, 8 hours.
Yeah. Well, you hung in there, man. I mean, he was all over the place. So, oh my goodness, he thought he knew a lot about ballistic missiles and intercontinental ballistic missiles. I'm like, I'm driving in my car, listening to this shit, going, has anybody actually ever used one of those motherfuckers on a country? An intercontinental ballistic missile? I don't think so, man.
That's a good question.
ICBMs? Yeah, I'm pretty sure they're used.
Well, you find the data, man, and let me know who fucking launched an ICBM and it hit something. Let me know.
Look, an ICBM isn't like a nuke or anything like that.
I know, but I don't care what warhead's on it. Just show me that somebody launched a fucking intercontinental ballistic missile.
It's just a guided missile. It's basically a drone.
Intercontinental.
It's basically a drone.
You know what an intercontinental? Now, yeah, you know what it means. It's like really, really far, dude. It's like 6,000 miles, man. 5,000 miles, 4,000 miles.
Well, it is if it comes from the United States to Europe, but like. Dude,
Russia's launched some intercontinental ballistic missiles from Russia to Germany. No, I don't think so. That's not intercontinental, man. That's just continental.
No. That's in the continent. Yeah. I'm just saying. Yeah, no. Intercontinental is a long ways, and you're right. It would be worth looking into if they've ever even. Like
nobody's ever launched one, dude. That's my point. It's never happened. It's never gonna happen. It's too far, man. Ain't no fucking missile gonna make it that.
There's no reason to doubt it, though. Like I could just the same as I could fly a plane intercontinentally.
Sure, airplanes can do it all day, but no rocket's gonna fucking go from Florida to fucking Europe. Fuck off. It's not gonna happen. Ain't enough fuel in that thing, man. Ain't gonna go over there, and it doesn't go into outer space and then come back down and hit something. That's what he was saying.
Yes, it does.
It goes up in the ionosphere, and then it's cruising, and then it drops back. He was like going all over the place.
What's up, Zario?
It's hilarious. You ever see the UAP a couple of months ago? Friggin' did this like the oldest like. There was some black dude like that was back in like the time of like Apollo missions.
And,
and he was like 100. They claimed he was like 130 years old or something like that.
Yeah.
He was like,
I've seen that. I think I saw that video.
It's like ain't nobody walking on no moon. How are you gonna get up there? Ain't nobody walking on moon.
Oh, you know what's weird though, dude?
What's that, Beast?
Okay. In the last 20 years, several countries have built or sought to build missiles with an intercontinental reach, usually
Right.
under the auspices of a space launch capability.
Correct.
Yeah, it says I'm trying to find okay, when do they launch one?
No one's ever done it.
No one's ever done. Yeah, it says
No
if
one's
a
ever done
country
it.
seeks to launch one. Yeah, it's like nukes kind of thing.
Never happened.
Yeah.
Anyway, I was screaming. I should have jumped on the panel and called him out on that shit, man. But you call him out on it next time.
Nah, I don't. Reed's. Just go easy on him. He's.
I would go really easy on him, man. I'd be like, dude, man, take your 10 minutes and figure out if there's ever been an intercontinental ballistic missile.
You know when you can go on him though? If he says potato, then you can get him.
I don't know about that, man. I'll pass on that one.
Yo, where's AI? Is he all right? You sound
He's
a little.
great, man. Oh, he laughed.
You sound a little tired.
Yeah, well, shit. It's like 1:30 in the morning for him, dude.
I wore him out with fucking banana peels under fucking windshield wiper blades.
What the fuck, Lou?
Dude, it's 1:30 in the morning for you too, Lou. Get the fuck out of here, would you?
I know, I gotta go to bed, but I can't help it. I just thought of a contradiction. Check this out. So the dude who's talking about ICBMs, his thing wasn't just ICBMs, it was like submarine launched ICBMs.
Yeah.
So if you're on a fucking submarine, you ain't on a continent, are you, motherfucker?
No. He didn't go there. He did. Oh shit. I might have to go back and listen to that shit.
Yeah, that was his thing. I questioned him about it later. Submarine launched ICBMs. Well, it's not really intercontinental then, is it, bitch?
Right? Yeah, that's funny. Anyway, it was something I've caught years ago, man. I'm like, has there ever been a successful launch of an intercontinental ballistic missile, ICBMs? Dude, they used to threaten us with those, man. When I was growing up, man, we had to go into the classrooms and duck and cover under the tables and shit.
Oh my god, the duck and cover ads. I've seen that.
Scared the shit out of all
I
us.
don't know why we didn't just call it, the truth. Actually, what it is, bend over and kiss your ass goodbye.
What I did like about going under the desk is I could kiss the girl next to me. It was cool.
Man,
anyway,
dude.
So sweet.
The fact that you actually participate in that shows your age, bro. God damn,
I know.
you're so young.
My age, man.
I know, bro.
Hide my age,
dude. Lunatic, do you know his age? Not Lou.
Like,
Lunatic.
Yeah, Lou knows my age.
You like
no, Lunatic.
I don't know. Are you like 50?
Hey.
I'm in my 50s. How's that?
Okay,
save.
Close enough.
You know the thing about that though is we didn't have to do the under the desk duck and cover. I mean, I'm 41 again mentioned, but like even in the 80s, in the
80s was a big time.
In the late 80s, we were still technically in the Cold War, and we still had in school signs for like fallout shelter. We did have drills where they would make us go into the basement of the school and fucking do that shit.
Oh, that's scary, man. That's scary in the basement.
Yo, speculation real quick. Cold War, right?
Yeah.
What the hell is a Cold War? What was that?
It's a war that nobody's fighting necessarily with guns or bombs and shit. But
it's a threat of war. The idea of it being cold, meaning like that it's not hot. Like it's like we're at war with each other, but we're both so afraid of each other that we don't actually strike.
The whole idea
was a nuclear war.
The whole idea was we were both assured of complete destruction. We could destroy each other at the same time. So
it's two people giving each other the silent treatment.
All right, so Cold War is basically when it's like economic
Professor
warfare.
dropped out. Sorry, Hank.
It's all right. Professor, shit. Cold War is like economic warfare. So when you put sanctions and all sorts of things like that, you're basically engaged in warfare, right? Because you're using, your fascist...
Siege. Yeah.
You're using your fascist conglomerate, and you're basically opposing the other country, right? So you're not selling them medicine or whatever they need, right? Like We did it with Germany before World War II. Before it went hot and Germany invaded another country and we sent troops and guns. Before we sent troops, we were sending guns.
Mm-hmm.
So we were in a Cold War with Germany before we actually shot at a German soldier. Thanks.
Well, I would argue that, I mean, like the Cold War with Russia anyway, it wasn't even that. It was just a war against the people of both nations. It was a freaking
Check out. Here's my
propaganda.
speculation. Right, Cold War is actually Russians and the U.S. teaming up to go to Antarctica. Cold War. Total theory, total speculation. I have no proof, nothing like that. But
I like that one, man. I love it.
Weird, right? That we just had a Cold War.
Yeah,
you know, pretty
yeah, it's
interesting.
cold because they're going to Antarctica.
Yeah. It's kind of interesting, like where it's just like we're gonna mutually destroy each other, so we're not gonna do anything.
Mutual destruction, I guess they call it.
I guess then they were keeping the masses distracted.
Yeah, that's what it seems like. I mean,
That
anyway,
could be a theory, yeah.
are those two guys leave?
I don't know. I had to jump to my phone, man. My Discord on my computer keeps fucking up, man. I don't know what's going on.
Are you using Discord PTB?
I don't know what I'm using. Whatever Discord I downloaded.
I'm gonna get
back
you
in 2017.
PTB. I had issues like that too. It's like what the fuck is it? Yeah, public test build. There you go.
Yeah, it happened. It's only happened like 3 or 4 times over, I don't know how, since 2017. I mean, it doesn't happen a lot, but maybe they're doing some updates and shit. My computer might not be completely up to date. You know what I'm saying?
Honestly, impressed that you're using Discord, to be honest.
There's a shitload of fucking old people using Discord, right?
Not really.
Shitloads?
I don't know.
Well,
everyone's kind of old in
not
here.
A lot of shit. There is not a shitload of. Well, everybody's a flat earther, but there's not a lot of shitload of flat earthers out there that even know that the Earth is flat. I don't know what I'm trying to say, but basically, it's has the potential that there's a lot of people that just don't know how to use anything, man.
Like technology.
Yeah, look, Discord for real is like.
Hand them a fucking crescent wrench, man. They wouldn't even know what the fuck it is. You're like, what do you call
For
that?
the most part, Discord is a young person's forum. Like we here as flat earthers are like an unusually old group of people on Discord.
It's awesome. It's better than talking to intellectually dumb people. Go ahead, Lunatic. My bad.
I haven't met so many, and I respect all of you guys, by the way. But I haven't met so many elders out there, right? You're not an elder, right? But like you're much older than me.
Fuck it.
You're about my dad's age, actually. So my dad doesn't know how to work Discord. Like even if I walked him through it, he would have absolutely no idea.
Well, I've been on it since 2017. So go ahead, Ether.
Dang.
I was just saying the word elder is a lot better than using the word old.
Right.
So I mean, elder's respectful. That's awesome.
Let's look at the elder etymology.
Hey
man, you know what?
Flat Earth Professor is.
Guess what, motherfuckers? Listen up, motherfuckers. You learn shit from old people, man. We've been through shit. Listen to the old people, man. They know what the fuck's up.
I agree with that.
This dude ain't even old anyway. He's like middle age.
See, if I learn something from you, you're no longer an elder. You're a graybeard.
Yeah.
No, this is the thing. Is like the kids that use it, like they think it's their fucking platform, and like if you're over like 25, you're already old to them.
Right?
Don't say that.
Don't say that to me.
Those young fucking punks, man. Fuck them. No, just kidding.
13-year-olds will be yelling at like some 18-year-old or just turned 18 or 17, be like, "You're a boomer." Like, what the?
You're not,
like, bro. You're automatically a boomer the minute you're an adult.
I'm an Xer, man. Actually, technically, I'm an Xer, but I'll take boomer, whatever you want to call me. That's cool.
Every
Gen
time I
Xers
heard
are
that
Twitter.
word, dude, it reminded me of Left 4 Dead.
I was the
Like
first
Left 4 Dead and
Xer
Left 4 Dead 2.
ever. I'm the very first Xer.
How was the 80s?
It was so amazing, man. A lot of cocaine, a lot of partying,
Oh,
a
jeez.
lot of dancing. Great music, man. Great music to dance to. Shit,
Have to
shit
agree.
kicks ass today, man. It's really good.
Talk
Beach
to me, guys. Like,
volleyball and shit. Like,
AJ's
actually,
got
Women
that
half
that's
song.
way back too, by the way.
And we
Flat,
learned.
Flat Earth Professor Doodle time travel with you, and it'd be like an acid trip or something, like over on the West Coast.
Yeah, probably.
Man,
Anyway,
I wish I could experience
I had a
it.
skateboard that did not have urethane wheels on it, Lou. Okay.
Oh. Would you have a birdhouse, bro?
What's that from the 60s? Are you fucking kidding me?
I had a fucking steel wheel skateboard, bro. Fuck yeah.
Dude, that
Steel
is from
wheel.
the 60s.
That's awesome.
That
That's
is
old
from the
school,
60s.
bro. Yeah. When urethane came out, man, it was like a dream come true, man. I'm like, what the hell is this, man?
Oh, these are tight.
Yeah. Shit's awesome.
What is your fondest memories?
Wow, that's a
You know,
vague.
they're all great, man. I got so many. I'll share them over time. You know, I can't kick them all out, but it's a lot of concerts. Man, I've been to a ton of concerts in the day, man. It's
Oh,
great
so
memories.
cool. I think like
my brother worked at Disneyland, and we lived right across the street. And he's 15 years older than me, right?
Oh my goodness.
And he would after school, man, he would let me into Disneyland, and I would run around. Back then, you know, there was no weirdos running around. Well, there wasn't a lot of them. It seems like there's more now, but anyway, I would hang out there until like 5, and then I would walk home with my brother. It was pretty cool, man, and that was like my after school thing. Babysitter was Disneyland.
Disney, man. So
Is
lucky.
that fucking weird or what? That's so weird, right? Guy,
So,
it's
like-
unbelievable.
Was Florida like
I lived California.
Oh, California.
Disneyland.
Disneyland, yeah, not Disney World.
Mm-hmm.
That's how you got molested.
Well, there's predators out there. Don't get me wrong, man. They're out there. Gotta be careful. But you know, you gotta have.
You gotta have
pay
pepper
attention,
spray.
Pay attention to your surroundings, man.
Gotta have a taser.
Yep.
Gotta
Taser,
have a knife.
gun, maybe. I don't know.
Maybe a gun. Yeah.
Gotta have
Mace.
faith.
All the things in my purse.
Yo, AJ, is that song still in your head?
Gotta have faith.
No,
That was
no.
George Michael. George Michael. Oh no, wait, that was.
Man, I like
yeah,
I can play that.
His
yeah.
song is I think we're alone now. That song. Tiffany.
Have you heard the Weird Al one of that?
Mm-mm.
I think I'm a clone now. Every chromosome is a hand-me-down.
Oh my god.
I haven't heard that one, man.
I'd
Yeah, I
play
don't
in
think
here,
I've
but
heard
no,
that
we'd
one.
have to hop down to the chill chat and listen to the bot. If we
I
play that,
ran into him at a
can't go on
bar.
the live stream.
I ran into Weird Al one time at a bar, man. Back in his
What?
heyday.
Oh, dude, tell him about it. I think you said that
He was
before,
with
like
some
a
hot
long time
chick,
ago.
dude.
When I'm
He was with some hot chick. I remember that. And
Dude,
he
Weird
did hang
Al
out.
got around. He dated
Yeah.
like I knew like 3 different. He liked moms. Okay, like he was in Wisconsin, Southeastern Wisconsin, Milwaukee area. I knew 3 different kids who all claimed that his mom, his or her mom, dated Weird Al.
Yeah. That's crazy. Yeah, he got around. I don't know. It looked like he got around. He was partying back in the 80s when I ran into him.
Yeah, what happened?
Anyway, it's all good.
What
Yeah, you run
happened?
into. Have you guys ever run into a famous person like you've seen on
Yeah.
TV and just like hung out with them for maybe 10 minutes, 5 minutes, whatever?
Kenny G for me.
Yeah.
You know the saxophone guy? The fucking plays
Absolute-
the longest note?
I have a fucking YouTube channel called Kenny 5G.
That's hilarious. But I was at the Orleans in Vegas.
Yeah.
Orleans is the hotel. Oh yeah, you've been in
Mhm.
Vegas, I was bowling and he happened to
Right.
be bowling right next to me in the next
Isn't
lane.
that crazy?
He was like with some really
Yeah, it's weird.
skinny Asian chick, but he was cool.
Not that he's
There you
that
go.
famous, but like, he's not David Draymond. But I hung out with the drummer from Disturbed on Christmas Eve for like hours. Like sat at the same bar table with him, drinking and hanging out. The drummer from
Right.
Disturbed. Yeah.
That's what's up.
I don't know. Fuck is that?
Oh, you're roboting.
I'm Robo.
You're Robo.
Yeah, man.
Did you get that link?
Oh, I haven't looked, man. Not yet. I haven't looked.
No. Oh, you
Am I
gotta look.
roboting still?
Yeah, a little bit. Oh, you're coming back.
Am I robot? I'm coming back. Let me
Yeah.
know when I'm back. I'll keep talking.
You're
I'll just
good.
keep fucking talking anyway. But
You're good.
yeah, okay. No, I haven't looked at the link yet, man. I just had I worked. I don't know. It seemed like a 15-hour day. I don't know. It was a long one.
Yeah.
Just kept going. But anyway, I'm glad to be home, hanging out with you guys, having a beer.
Yeah.
I'm gonna crack my second beer here in a minute, and then everything's good, man. My computer's acting up, man. What's up?
If you need help, bro, I got you. For real.
I'm worried about it. You know what? This happened last time, man. I just got up in the morning. It worked fine, but I think my internet on my Wi-Fi is acting up or something.
Trust
What's your provider?
Anyway, yeah, exactly. I think I don't have that great internet tonight. I don't know, man.
Just do the PTB.
We'll figure
bro.
it out tomorrow, man. You guys can hear me and everything's working, right?
Yeah, we're good.
Okay, we're good. Okay, cool.
Zario.
I'll just leave it.
Zario, you're here, right? Or are you doing the dishes? Would you like to use a lifeline?
You want to call a friend?
I used to watch that when I was a kid.
Sorry, I was in the bedroom real quick.
Oh,
My wife is sleeping.
Oh, you
real quick, huh?
Yeah.
What's up, Zario?
He's wholesome with his wife, okay?
I bet.
All right. So everybody came up here from Chill Chat. Thank you guys for coming up.
Yeah.
By
Those
the way,
guys are ridiculous. Yeah.
No, I just wanted to get into the intercontinental ballistic missile thing that our boy Reed was trying to sell today. And I just thought it was like, okay, man, where's the evidence for such a device? You got one? Anybody? Check it out.
Oh.
I don't think they've ever launched one, and I don't think one's ever landed. From
I'm tending to agree with that now. After trying to find any launch,
we
I
gotta
couldn't find any launch, bro.
Hey, although just to touch on the Michael Brenner thing for a second is, after thinking about it today, I had just had that crazy premonition that he was a super next level AI, man, and it could be done. Do you agree with me or you disagree with me?
I think it's very possible for two reasons.
Yeah.
One, there's multiple Michael Brenners in the same fields of studies. Like a lot. Like there's 4 of them I found.
Right. Yeah.
Two.
That's weird.
The second one is the fact that on his Quora page it said mechanical engineering at the Vienna University of Technology, and comparative linguistics.
Oh, there you go.
But there was no comparative linguistics course ever.
Right. Yeah, that's what you and Dave found out last night, right?
Yeah.
Which is perspective.
So that was strange. And then we found him for real. He's been a jet propulsion. He worked at NASA for 30 years. Jet propulsion labs. He's part of the deep state kind of dude.
Dude, I wouldn't go that far, but he just worked there, man. I think he worked. If he worked there for 30 years, that means he's probably retired, dude. Right?
But here, check it out, right? If you're gonna be
So he's
slick,
just
why would you use the same name?
because you don't care, man. You're retired. You got the pension. You know, you can piss off. You know, he doesn't
I
care.
don't know, bro.
I mean,
that all of it's weird, bro. All of it's weird, but yeah.
here's another weird thing about it, man. I mean, there's so few people looking at his work, dude. I mean, there might be what 200.
Not really, bro.
I mean, did you see something that had like
I'll show
thousands
you.
and millions of views or something?
No, not to that extent, but definitely
No,
like 800,000 views. It's a lot.
800 on his Quora.
Yeah. Let me see.
Really?
Here. Let me see. Let me go back.
Dude, I'm on my phone, man. I trust you. I totally
Here.
trust you.
Let me see. I'm gonna go to his.
Side note: Bambi is amazing.
Bambi?
Who is?
Oh, Bambi. Yeah.
Yes.
Who's Bambi?
You don't know Bambi? What? She's
You know,
the
moderator Bambi.
She's the one that
she
is on the
hasn't been
Xbox.
in. Dude,
thought
she
you
hasn't
meant the
been in
beep.
here. Is she a moderator here? It's been a
Yeah.
while, man. Dude, I've been on here for years, so it's not like I run into everybody all the time. So
Okay, so he's got
I'm
900.
a late nighter.
He's got
Go ahead.
900,000 content views, 12,900 views this month.
So, what are we talking
All right.
about so I can understand?
Yeah, it's gonna be hard for you to catch up with this one, but I'll say that less than 1 million views on all of his shit.
No, this is the only thing I found of
Okay,
him.
that's the only thing you found of him. It's not like somebody's making like YouTube videos or even. I don't think anybody even on like TikTok was be using any of his work as evidence for anything. I haven't seen it anywhere
This
else.
guy.
Well,
It's
it's
weird,
just
man. His
weird.
shit is so hard to find. It's
Bertrand Russell quote and the Richard Feynman quote. Richard Feynman, come to find out with deeper research, also was involved with Caltech, where he works. Michael
right.
Brenner.
That makes sense. That makes total sense that he would be involved with those like
Those
Ron
guys.
Hubbard and all those guys.
Yeah, those guys.
That would make sense.
If
those
you get what
guys.
I mean. Yeah, Jack Parsons guys,
Jack
that kind of guy.
Parsons, all that weird shit they were doing up in Pasadena and trying to.
That's the weird stuff.
Spook some moon wicked stuff. Fuck, I'm like, what? Nah.
For those who don't know,
crazy.
look up Jack Parsons.
I find out.
Sure.
Yeah, look him
Am I
up.
gonna get blacklisted?
That guy started JPL, man. You ever heard of them? Maybe, yeah.
That's where Michael Brenner were.
Isn't that crazy? So yeah, man. I'm with you, man. There's always,
what the fuck?
even with the best of what we get out of flat earthers, we could take the Mark Sargents, Eric DeBays, the Brenners. We could throw them all in one pile, man. Right? So
I like Eric Dubay though. I do like him.
I like him too. How can you not like a guy that's that cool and chill? But some of his artwork's a bit weird. Yeah, that's all I'll say. But his information's great, man. His information's fucking killer, man. And I think Brenner's kind of on that same level, right? His information's fucking killer, bro.
No, his information is killer, but like too detailed. Like it's, I think you hit it on the head with your first instinct, bro. I honestly think.
Mm-hmm. I hope to find out. I hope to find out someday that I was right, and say, "Hey, man, you're dead nuts on that. That was like 20-year advanced high level AI shit that's making up that stuff."
Bro, it's so wild.
It could happen.
I mean,
I appreciate you agreeing with me that it is possible.
I think you're dead on though, bro.
Well,
comparative linguistics. What the hell does that mean? If not, like you only use that for like.
Well, you compare languages and you figure out where words came from, right? That's all you're doing. Oh my god! Right? That's you're just comparing languages.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Hey, is that AJ?
That was Root.
Morning, Luna. Morning, everybody.
He's the other white meat.
Cool, man.
What?
I'm on my dude. I'm on my phone tonight, man. I can't get Discord to launch on my computer, man. It's not
White meat.
working.
Can I help you,
Hey,
please? Two
Professor
minutes,
dude,
bro.
hop down into chill chat.
Yeah.
Let's do some tech support.
You
Tech
got him, Ether?
support. Oh fuck, dude.
Oh, you
Dude,
just you.
You
I
want me
know
to
my
get?
internet. I'll tell you what, man. I know my internet so well, man, that
It's not that,
it's
bro.
happened. It's
Hey,
dude, my
Professor,
Wi-Fi is down, bro.
what if you can run it like a Oh, is it your laptop?
Yeah, I'm just gonna leave it
Ah, fuck.
tonight. We're cool.
I was gonna
Can you
say
guys
if you
hear me
run it
all
like
right?
administrator, it should work.
Is the conversation good, man, or what, man? That's all I care
Horrible.
about.
Horrible. No, I'm just kidding.
Oh,
You're
it's
fine.
shit, right?
You're
It's
fine,
okay.
bro. You're fine.
Let's just keep
Professor.
talking, man, because we're hot, man. Let's say why we're hot. We're good.
Okay.
So yeah, I mean, it could be I was
Let's
trying
do
to
it live.
think, man, because here's why I know that they're 20 years ahead of us. I went to my friend who worked at a company called Aerospace in Long Beach, California. Check it out. It's an
Hey, that's
actual
the same
company
one.
called Aerospace, right? Well, he was like the technical IT guy for the video audio department.
Oh.
And he brought me over there in 1994. He brings me
Wow.
up. He goes,
Before
dude,
I was
meet me for
born.
lunch. He goes, meet me for lunch. I'll get you in, you know. And he takes me up to his room, man, where he does all the switching and the cameras and the microphones and all that shit. I mean, he went to school for communication, so he got his master's degree in that. So he's up there, he's controlling all this stuff. He goes, dude, man, check this out, man. We're gonna have a meeting right in front of us between generals from Long Beach to fucking the Pentagon. I'm like, get the fuck out of here, right? And they had a video conference, and it looked just like I don't know, what do you want to call it,
Zoom.
Zoom or shit these days, right? They were screen sharing and shit, man. They were fucking screen sharing.
Yep.
In
You know what
1994, they were screen sharing.
You know
So
what that's
that's
used? You know what that was, bro? A rat. Remote administrative tool.
Yeah. But they were just two guys. There was two meeting. There was two groups of people. There was one in whatever Virginia and one here, and some of them were generals, some of them were just consultants, whatever, man. But they were just chatting back and forth and screen sharing. Can you see this document? Okay, this is the new XB 35 million, whatever it was, and I wasn't paying attention to that. I was just blown away by that they could do it so fast back in 95 on the computer.
Holy crap.
He
I mean, I 100%.
He told me, man, he had like 8 T1 lines coming into the building.
Oh yeah, dude.
I was like, fuck off. I mean, a T line was $1,000 a month if you could get one in your neighborhood in 95. I remember, I checked it out. And the most you could get was a DSL line, man, was like,
Mm-hmm.
it's like
56K.
256K a second
Yeah.
or whatever. It wasn't very much, but it worked. But yeah, but the T1 lines, man, were like, you could hose some data, man. Damn.
Gigabyte.
Anyway,
Yeah.
So yeah, they're 20 years ahead of this AI shit. Now we're seeing, man, is Flintstone shit compared to what they actually have. I think.
Bro.
I agree with you 100%. I know that for sure.
So kind of like on the same lines of simulation theory, right? But not like not like our bodies and stuff.
Right.
But what we see on a screen, right?
Mhm.
Our news, our politicians,
everything
could literally be on a hamster wheel just to keep us.
Everything you know.
Like that guy that was waving that flag, the Indian dude.
Yeah, that's right. The
He
Indian
literally looked
leader,
like an AI dude.
when he's waving his little flag.
Yeah.
Have you seen the Sinclair script?
What is that?
That's hilarious.
Dude, look up the Sinclair
I'm about
script.
to.
This is
I will.
extremely dangerous to our democracy.
Oh, yeah. I've seen that. Oh, yeah. This is extremely
I
dangerous
agree
to
with
our
you.
democracy.
like when it comes
Yeah.
to most people, they do live in a simulation. They just go through the simulated reality, tuning into whatever they see on TV, and they believe whatever the hell that goes into their ears and
My
eyes.
family.
And
Tu-
they swipe
tuning their
on the little
algorithms.
mini TV that they have, like rats with a pleasure button, that they stare at until their brains reduce down to mush.
That's why I like being in the server, because I don't have to do
Hey.
shit like that.
Reed's here, by the way. He said he's got a couple dudes
Welcome, Reed.
that wanna
He's got a
meet
couple
y'all.
of dudes.
Got a
Hey,
couple
I know,
of
hey, I
dudes.
know
Welcome,
a couple
dudes.
of guys. Hey,
Oh
I know,
yeah, I'm gonna be on mute because I'm outside. It's late.
I know a
And
couple of
It's all
guys. You
good,
know,
man.
but my friends who are flight simulator players like were over the top to hear about you guys. So I don't know, like, whatever they
Flight
bring.
simulator players.
Flight simulator players.
I know
What?
actual pilots. Does that count?
I don't know. These guys are gamers.
Gamers. They're gamers.
No, you
They
just
have
bringing
like an
people.
intense passion for aviation, and I don't know.
Mm.
They want to throw down with you guys. So let's just have it.
Well,
Throw
I'm
down,
playing
bro.
Starfield right
yeah.
Throw
now.
down. It's a
Game is
throw
different
So
down.
what do you
from.
need us
Yeah.
to?
It's
Hey, Reed,
What?
do you need us to get them BC verified then?
Y'all do that.
yes.
I don't know. I
Yes.
don't trust anybody when I drag people over from other places. I tell people that. So y'all vet them. Like I'm not
Oh,
gonna.
Reed,
They're
chill.
I'll go ahead
they're
and hop up
nice.
there, man.
Listen to Ether, bro. He's just asking you a question.
What I
I
He's
know.
not
I'm
listening, man.
answering.
He's not
I
listening.
don't. Sorry. Okay.
It's
All
all
right.
good. I'm just gonna. I was seeing if they were here now. Like, do I need to scroll up and go ahead and like? I'll go
Right.
check.
No. I think later this week they said they're gonna hop in sometime. So
Oh, okay.
Okay,
Oh.
they.
bro, you
You're
said
getting
it
busy.
like they're here. I'm
Dude,
like,
quick.
okay, knock
We had a
knock.
good
Let me go.
conversation going, man.
I
Fuck
thought
it.
they
you're
were
good.
going to, but I thought
All
you
right.
guys would be. I didn't know that they wanted to do this, so I found some for
All
you.
right. We'll check with them next week, man. We'll be
Yeah.
here.
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
Don't
all
worry.
good.
We're not going anywhere. We've been here.
Oh, I know y'all are. That's why they said tomorrow
We're
or
not
the
going
day
anywhere.
after something. So
So,
Oh,
Oh,
well,
wait,
since you're
wait.
here, man, Reed, man.
Wait, dude.
Hey,
No.
whoa. I
All
gotta
right,
take.
all right,
I
all
gotta
right.
take Reed. I gotta take Reed the task slightly, man. Just a quick one, man. Check it out. Don't believe me. 100%. There's never been an intercontinental ballistic missile fired from one continent to another and hit a target. If there has, let me know. I would like to see the evidence for that. I'm gonna leave it at that. You can check it out tomorrow or Friday. I don't care. But get back to me because it's never happened.
Ooh,
but you understand why that's never happened,
Hey,
right?
that's a good logical
You
speculation right there.
you can't launch one to another continent because another country's gonna think that's a first strike. So yeah, no crap, they don't do that. They
Well,
launch them and test
what
to
if it
like
was?
the
What if
Pacific.
it was just a friendly test? You know what I'm saying?
No, it doesn't work like
No,
that.
it's
It
never
doesn't work like
happened.
that.
The
No, it
flight
does
has
not work
never
like that.
happened. Intercontinental ballistic missiles
Yeah,
have
the fights
never
happen.
flown
The fights happen. Just
from
because it
one
doesn't fly from
continent
one
to
continent
another.
to the
And
next.
you can
so
make
how do
all
you
the
test
goddamn
that?
excuses you
God,
want. I don't
dude.
give a fuck. But you're not gonna talk over me, man. Sorry. The fact
Okay.
is, it's never
All
happened.
right.
If it
Okay.
has happened, let me know.
Okay. All right. I'll go find the test flights and show you the videos of it.
Oh, please,
Okay.
dude. I tried to find something. I
Alright.
couldn't find nothing.
Find
Okay.
something.
All right. I'll find it for you. I'll go dig
Yeah.
So,
it.
Please
but
mute.
like,
Please mute while you do that. Thank you.
but I would like to know real quick, like, how would you test that?
You fight in the
Well,
Pacific over the ocean
oh,
and
he
the
fucking.
atoll
You know
like that.
everything, don't you? You know everything about ballistic missiles. All of a sudden, fuck off.
No, but
Shut up.
I know.
Shut up. Shut up.
Okay,
Thank
you
you.
can be immature or
Just shut up, dude. We had a nice conversation going until you got here. You got all fucked up when you got here. I don't know what happened.
My bad. My bad. I thought he said got a couple dudes. I thought he meant like
Right.
right
dude.
now.
I just asked you one question,
I
man.
wasn't
One
trying to talk.
question. Can we move
I wasn't
on
trying
now?
to talk.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can move on. I'll mute
Okay,
myself.
we can move on. We can go back to talking about.
All right. Oh, you put it there. Model builder. He put it. Oh yeah, you're on your phone. You
All right,
can't see,
let's
dude.
move forward,
I can't
guys.
see it, man.
But yeah, the Sinclair
Don't
script.
send me no messages, Reed. Fuck off.
Oh my goodness. He's like, you're just trying to relax, Professor, yeah?
Shit. We're just getting right down. We were doing great, man. I don't know what the hell happened.
All
Let's
right.
get disruption in here, man.
Back in
Thank you.
track. So, yes, Operation Mockingbird, legit, actual operation. They say they stopped it, and now it's just a voluntary program. But yeah, that's
They're 20 years ahead of us. We're playing with Flintstone shit.
Right. Now
Don't-
let's
don't-
take. Oh,
I
go
mean,
ahead.
I know they're 20 years ahead of us with tech, man. For sure,
Probably
man, 100%.
more.
100%. I agree with you.
But I know that only from experience, and I got the experience. I can get the witnesses if you need them. But I swear to God, man, I saw
No, I
fucking
believe
Zoom.
you, bro.
I saw Zoom in 1994. I was like, what? Get the fuck.
You asshole.
Yo, you want to see something trippy? Let's see something trippy that Apple tried to come out with before its time. Look at this.
Submarine launch. Oh, I'm not gonna bring it up. Sorry.
I think it
Oh, you're
was.
good.
What the hell was it called? Oh my God, Apple.
It's talking in chat.
Time 1991 or something like that.
I mean,
it was called. It wasn't called FaceTime. It was called something else, but it was like 1992 or something like that.
wow.
Yeah, let me see.
Yeah, it was probably like 12 people using it. Yeah. Yeah.
That's
Dude, you
why
had
I
to have-
believe.
to do
Am I allowed to talk
video
about
in
other theories?
to do any video. I mean, it was incredibly difficult through a phone line, man. It was bad.
You're allowed to talk about just about anything except for a whole lot of
Politically
jab,
incorrect bullshit.
jab stuff. Well, I mean,
Did somebody say something on the?
you can pretty
the
much say
Coco
whatever
thing?
you want. You can't talk about the jab and stuff
Oh,
like that.
don't.
No
I'm not gonna
Coco
talk
talk,
about that
man.
right now.
Or
No
the funeral
Coco.
business.
Or the
No
funeral
Coco talk.
business.
No, I'm being for real. I was told that when instructed that yesterday. I won't. I don't. That's all I was told though.
Check this out, dude. I know it's hard on your phone.
Yep, it's incredibly hard, man. But I'm talking to you guys, so I'm happy, man. I don't know about you guys, but I'm happy.
Yeah, bro. It's only 15 seconds though, but check it out. The Macintosh
Alright.
Quadra commercial, 1991.
Is it in the
live stream? Yeah, live stream text.
Live
Oh,
stream
that's when
text?
Steve Jobs was defrauding people and Steven Wozniak's.
Okay, all right.
I'm just messing with you, man. Just, bro, I
you just gotta
like
stop.
Apple.
You gotta just stop.
I'm joking. I'm joking. Oh my gosh, dude. It's
I know-
oh my gosh.
The Steve Jobs story is pretty interesting, man.
Absolutely.
Rest in peace,
but
friend.
this is
I'm
this is
watching.
not-
I'm watching it.
Okay.
I'm gonna go watch it. Here we go. So, can you still hear me or no?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Did you
Oh
see
shit!
that?
I'm watching it. All right, he's driving down the road. Yeah, it spins out. Oh shit! Oh fuck!
Yeah, bro.
It never came to fucking pass, bro. What happened?
Exactly.
Oh shit, man.
They're like,
What?
yeah, we need to wait like 20 years.
20 years.
Dude, that's when Apple made some of the best creative software, and Windows took over. But they were struggling in the early '90s, dude.
Oh, they were. Well, they kicked Steve Jobs out, and then, it just ran into corporate. It became a corporate cuck fuck, man. I call it, man.
Oh yeah. Oh, I know.
They're
I know.
just there to make money, man, not to make good shit, man. They just wanna make
Corporate
money.
cuck fuck. I'm gonna steal that.
That's where they
you
fucked
can
up.
do
I mean,
that. You can steal
Jobs
it.
brought it back, but
Yeah.
Wozniak saved the company in that sense, bro. They would not have had any of that code without him. Like, I don't know. I'm a big Woz fan. I didn't mean to offend anybody, but it was just.
Dude, I'm a Woz. I'm a Woz fan. I'm a Woz believer. I actually I fucking emailed the guy back and forth a couple times, man. I had an idea for something.
My dad used to work for Nortel and sold them
But
a lot of
that,
stuff back in the day for systems architecture. And I don't know. It's
Wasn't
cool.
he
was
wasn't
great,
he the
man.
one that did acid to create the Apple II?
Yeah, he might have done. They all did acid back then.
Yeah.
That's a good
They
point.
did
That's a good
lot
point.
of coke back then
Yeah.
too. The '80s was fun for the computer science dudes, man. I mean, everybody was off it back
The
then.
'70s was full of acid, man. I'm sure.
The 60s got harder with the acid times, but
Reed, if you want to learn from someone who actually lived through that, dude.
My dad was. That's why I know all about it. I'm
All right,
all the
well.
craze. Talk about it. I love '80s, like '90s history of computers. Yeah.
All right.
Well,
cool.
you landed in the right place on Earth.
I've been in the right
to talk
place.
about Earth, man. Earth is
Yeah,
bitching, man. Earth is cool, man.
I'm gonna have to ask
man.
my dad the stuff about cell phone
Space is
towers or
not cool,
something.
man.
Oh,
Ask your dad.
You know
Ask your
everything,
dad
huh?
what? What am
My
I ask
dad
your dad
is
about?
my dad has patents with Nortel. He helped design about AI, the first
Right on.
AI talking to AI protocols or something. I don't
Oh
know. I
shit.
should go ask him about it. So
You should. You know what? You gotta get to him because my theory is that the AI we see now is like fucking cartoons
N-
compared to the
no,
shit they got.
he said the opposite. That's why I want to run it by him again and see what his opinions are.
it's the opposite. What
Yeah,
does that mean?
like they don't know what they're doing and they're just
No, it
fumbling
hasn't.
along. Fuck off!
No,
No.
a lot of people misunderstand like the evolution of AI, and the one that they did
It's true.
was the first to market of a digital telephone protocol AI something.
Right.
Well, the thing is,
so-
AI,
Yeah.
right? It's a broad
Well,
term. Broad.
it is a broad
we
term.
haven't come that far since then, but like this past couple of years, we've made leaps and bounds.
Large
He said
language
that was
models.
yeah. We're not at
He-
AGI though.
But
Dude,
hold on.
Still
have
a
you ever
glorified
seen a deep? Have you
calculator.
guys ever seen a fucking deep fake? I mean, I don't know
Yes,
about
I
you.
was gonna get into
they've
that,
For
been
bro.
fuck's
for a
sake,
while.
man.
Those are
I mean,
For a
weird.
while.
Those some of them are so fucking good. You're like, wait a minute.
And you can use
What
cell phone
the-
Some of them are
technology.
even presidential.
So I
I'm
heard.
just saying, man. If they're showing us this stuff, they've had it for a long time. Just like that
Yeah, oh,
Apple
yeah.
computer you showed me, Beasticles. It's the exact same thing, man. It's like, dude, they had it in 90 fucking 2 or whatever, yeah, right? They had that. They
Yeah.
had the most killer graphics in 92, man. They didn't have fucking drones back then.
Sorry.
There was no fucking kick-ass drones that could get that shot. No way. That was all computer. In 92.
Yeah.
Yeah, bro. The '90s is *Halt and Catch Fire* is a really good show if y'all haven't watched it.
What's it called?
*Halt and Catch Fire*. It's about like
Halt
the
and Catch
Dallas telecom corridor in the '80s and ICBM executives, Mad Men style. It's a good watch.
See, that's tight. I like when you share information like that, Reed.
Thanks.
I do. Yeah,
Yeah,
look.
that's a little better, man. That's more our speed, bro.
Yeah.
You get me? You hear me? Are you smelling what I'm stepping in?
Oh, bro.
Dude, it's like 1:30.
Yeah. You guys have heard that, right? Have you ever heard that term? Are you smelling what I'm stepping in?
No, actually.
My dad uses it.
Oh.
Yeah. There you go.
I use.
You're old,
There's
then,
a young,
Professor. Jesus.
there's a wonderful young lady that joins this server that said it, and she's from the deep South in America, and
What? Appalachia?
she's in Alabama.
Oh God.
And so, but she said that one day, man, and I latched onto it. I go, that is the best term I've ever heard for that particular expression of an
accent. You
just,
smell what I'm stepping in.
Do you? I mean, it's the greatest way to ever ask somebody. Do you understand what I'm telling you, man? Are you smelling what I'm stepping in? I mean, that is kind of funny, man. And thank you.
They Alabama, they've been using that stuff. It's like Scots Irish sayings in a sense. I learned that the other day. Kind of made sense. But
So when I said Alabama, man, you cringed. What's wrong with Alabama, man?
I like Gulf Shores, but I don't have much else like for the rest of the state.
I mean, is it a political thing or is it more like a
No, absolutely not. There's just
geographical?
nothing in. Once you've been to Gulf Shores, is why I don't want to go anywhere else in Alabama.
Right on. Cool.
Yeah,
man.
I mean, I grew up in the South.
Oh, I never lived there, man. So I don't know, man. I lived in the south of California, man. Does that help?
The Alabama accent is linguistically similar to like a Scots. It's a byproduct. It's like Scots Irish immigrants specifically, and the way they say things like that.
That's what they tell us, man. It sounds like it. It if you do the audio files and compare them, they do look similar.
Newfies say things like that make no sense, and it's an all Irish Gaelic byproduct. It translates. It's so weird. Gosh, like it's too weird sometimes. So it's like trying to understand Bayou, bro. Like How are those people saying?
Well, you got to hang out with them for a minute, and that's what this place is really good for, because we get to hang out with people that have amazing accents, man. And you're like,
yeah, dude.
And
Yeah,
I
I
learned
see.
so much. I mean, listening to some of our Romanian friends in here, heavy accent, man. I've had to really, really, really listen to what they're saying. We have a wonderful guy from the Netherlands that comes in here.
Dutch, eh?
And he's like super intelligent guy,
Dutch?
man. But
No,
when he
all of the
talks,
Europeans are.
when he talks, you really got to pay attention. It's one of those dialects that, but the information that you get from it it's ace, man. It's off the charts good.
My other opa's from the Holland. My mom's dad's from the Netherlands.
But anyway, he's a great guy. I ran into him a couple weeks ago. He was in here on a Saturday morning. And I was like, "Oh, Gabby gets here, man. I gotta go hang out." And I tried to hang out with him for like 30, 40 minutes, but most of the time I'm just listening to what he has to say, because the guy studies things that are so interesting that it's just worth paying attention to him. And there's a lot of people in here like that besides me.
Yeah, I
man.
know.
I'm a late night comedian, man. I come in here, let's have some
No, you're
fun,
chill,
talk
bro.
about flat earth, talk about the NASA cuckery, all that shit. Yeah, let's
Corporate
have a
cuck fucks.
laugh. Those fucking cuck fucks. And we'll have a piss on it, and it's kind of fun. I don't know, man.
Yeah,
They
I
haven't
guess
kicked
so,
they
yeah.
haven't kicked me out of here yet, man. I'm not,
Dude, why would
They
they do that? You're from fucking just like a surfer chill, dude. Talk about cars and stuff.
cars, surfboards, skateboards.
Like, I don't look at you as a flat earther. It's not what I read from you at all. It's not what I
dude, man. I
associate with.
mean, I'm a
Even that's the
sailor, man.
name.
Sailing is a great. I'm a sailor. Yeah, I love that kind of stuff, man. So
Who
I love being
fixes
on the water.
the
I'm a
horn-based
smoker. I'm a
organs?
toker. Oh
I'm
wait,
a
I'm a joke.
midnight
Nah,
toker.
You're a toker, huh?
I fucked up. I fucked up.
I'm a joker.
Hey, real quick. Let's get. I wanna get on this fucking old school tech that's new school tech shit conversation. I like that. Have you guys ever seen the video toaster?
Boy, that sounds familiar, man. Damn.
Please show me.
That shit is well. The thing is like you got to see the fucking promotional video because it has that fucking black army guy that's in like every fucking army movie who's just like, you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, that guy. Yeah, with the
Who has
hat.
that voice? That fucking
the
the
voice,
video
yeah.
toaster is one of a class, like one of a kind. It's so funny, but dude, the thing was fucking crazy. So before all these
I'm sorry, man. Go ahead.
No, but before all these fucking computer chips went into virtual memory, right? Where you can have sound virtualized, fucking everything virtualized. The video toaster had all analog hardware for each fucking
that's
specific
dope.
thing.
That's dope.
So
I had I just interject slightly, man. It would take a second, but
you're good.
My Apple came with, or not my Apple, but there was a program called Toast, and it would burn like CDs, bro. And it was like, what? And I could put like 27 albums on one CD, bro.
What?
And, yeah, it's called MP3. I was there the day that came out, MP3. And I put 27 albums on a CD, and my friend fucking blew his mind. He's like, get the fuck out of here.
You were
We're like,
burning
"Dude."
CDs, right?
So wait, it's called Toast.
Toast was the program that we used to convert
to compress it.
To compress it to MP3, man. We used Toast.
That's wild. So what was the album?
Cool, dude. It was such a great program, man.
What was this?
Yeah, this was so like 96,
You're old.
7.
Holy moly. I'm not that old. Never mind.
I mean, he
Did you?
ducked under a
What,
desk.
Yeah, dude. I'm
the
old,
90s
man.
tech was weird though. You could have old dudes and then really young dudes. Like my dad was older, so I have to keep that in mind.
Okay.
It's like 69 or 71 now, so.
Right on.
Let's see.
That's all good, man.
Let's see, what'd you post here?
But computer, you guys have heard of the Moore's Law. You guys know about that. But it stopped in like 2005, I think.
No,
2008.
Yeah,
18.
they
No,
haven't
no,
made
no.
much strides since
Moore's
then. No.
Law, it died long before 2018, man.
No.
One thing that's more
Wait a
recent
second.
is like
Let me see.
capacitive
Check it.
touch. Sorry, capacitive touch on phones. I remember that didn't come out to the Palm Pre. Like the iPhone was one
Oh,
of the
the
first
Palm
ones
Pre, yeah. And then
with capacitive touch too.
I had the first iPod Touch, dude. It's called iPod Touch. Check it out. And it
I
was
remember when they introduced the 30-pin connector for the first time. I remember all this.
Hey, wait, real
my
quick. Chat.
iPod Touch had a 30-pin connector.
I want to go back to Moore's Law though, real quick.
Yeah.
I've posted it in the live stream.
Yeah.
No.
What's it say?
2018 is when it plateaued.
Okay. I knew it ended. Fuck, man.
You know why I know that though, bro? You know why I know that? Exascale computing. Have you fucking heard of that?
No,
that shit's mind blowing.
I haven't heard of that, bro.
You know the IBM Summit, the supercomputer. You know.
Sure. Yeah.
So that.
Didn't they call that Big Blue? Is that the nickname?
I don't know. Actually.
Stop.
I think that was another one, but basically these fucking supercomputers, right?
Right.
Until like October 18th, 2019, they were all computing in like 1 quadrillion computer operations per second flops. So or floating operations per second, right? That sounds crazy, right?
1 quadrillion a second.
Right.
Fuck
right.
off.
Exascale, which they have now. There's 3 of them now. Is 1 quintillion.
Oh shit! No
computer
wonder.
operations. Yeah. To give you a perspective on that, right?
Yeah.
If we went back in time a quintillion seconds, it's 32 billion years ago.
Fuck out.
Just to give you an idea of how big that fucking number.
Fuck off. That's awesome, man.
Hey, I said go to bed. Fucking go. Sorry.
Okay, so
go. Get
go to bed. You know what? I'm gonna go to bed soon, but this is
hold on.
good,
sorry.
I gotta finish this. Here we go. So keep that in mind, right? We got fucking exascale computing, right?
Yeah.
3 of them, right?
Mm-hmm.
Combine that shit with the law of large number, the law of large numbers, the continuity of knowledge with data mining, right?
Yeah.
And then put in whatever kind of fucking machine learning you want to any type of data set you want.
Oh my god.
You got a fucking crystal ball, bro, aka Palantir.
Hey, listen, not only on top of that, man, is that I think that I do this thing called NASA News, maybe like once a month or something, but I'll just go through what NASA's put out in the news for the last week or month or whatever. And I'll, filter it, and we read these articles, and I'm like, this shit gotta be AI fucking generated.
It's like propaganda too, dude.
It's like 3 paragraphs and a
hold on a second.
To be honest.
Hey, Professor Dude, I'm sorry to cut you off, brother. Reed, what the fuck do you mean, quotes, supercomputer, bro?
Wait. Did I say that in the chat, or you're asking for clarification?
You put in the live stream, in quotes, supercomputer, as to say, like, I'm
no,
saying some real shit right
at
now.
the time, relative to the thing, probably to what it is now, is probably like nothing. But back then, it was labeled as like supercomputer, unless I'm wrong. Like, I wasn't trying to make fun of you. They used to say things like that, like supercomputer. Like, that's one of the things that I laugh at with my dad, like whenever we talk about technology and stuff, because I don't know, look at old tech reviews of phones sometimes and stuff.
You see how that's confusing when we're talking, right? And then you put that in the chat, like, you know what I mean?
You didn't have to interrupt him to do that, though, and it was not
disruptive. It's extremely disruptive, man.
That's why it's in the text chat.
Stay on top. Just stay on the topic. We were talking
I am on topic. What the fuck?
You on the topic? Hey,
yes.
What? Okay, we're on topic, man. Good. Let's keep moving. Guess what, man? Do you know how many fucking years it is to have what was it? Quadrillion?
1 quintillion, yeah.
1
second.
Quintillion.
Seconds.
Calculations per second, man. I mean, I don't know if you guys got enough zeros in your head, but
It's 18
That's
zeros.
a lot of fucking zeros.
That's why
yeah.
they did October 18th.
That link that I sent you guys, by the way, is one of the reasons why I can help quantify shit like that, because it walks you through the entire mechanical processes of an old World War II computer.
What are you talking about?
Hold on, man.
The link that I sent you was like a breakdown of old World War II battleship computers.
Reed?
What?
Relax, man. Just relax, bro, man. I don't know what you. I know there's good drugs out there, man. There's bad drugs.
Yeah, I got a fucking joint waiting. Gosh, hold on. It's like my
kidding.
mom's house. God,
Don't. I'm just kidding. You know what?
I'd love to talk to you.
This is late.
No.
This is late night. I usually come in here.
Yeah, you were really cool last night.
I'm a comedian,
We're
man.
good.
Not here to like convince
We're
you
good.
one way or another, but I know a lot of shit about the supposed globe Earth, man. I know a shitload about it.
Okay, all right. Okay.
And I know you do. You do too, but you don't know.
No, I don't.
Like all those little wonderful information things called numbers they gave us.
No, I wasn't raised on that. My dad was.
Exactly.
He tried.
None of us were. None of us were. None of
I
us
was
were raised-
in a sense, yeah. Like
in a sense, yeah, we were all in a sense, but we didn't really know the
No.
numbers.
Like my dad took a really big liking
We
to
don't know
like
the
technology
numbers.
and stuff with me.
Can I
Like
ask you a question real quick?
Reed.
Sorry to interrupt.
I do know what I'm talking about on some things for sure.
Professor?
Globe is not one of them.
Go
Yeah.
ahead, Lou. Lou, what do you got?
Lou.
Isn't that
Yes,
Lou?
I'm Lou.
Right?
So, you keep talking about your dad.
Yeah.
Are you like, who is he?
He's my dad, and he used to work at Nortel. It was like,
He's my dad. I knew that.
yeah.
No
He used to work
shit.
at Northern Telecom in the 1990s. Like 80% of the world's internet traffic went through North American telecom lines. It was joint Canadian American,
All right.
and
Can
it's
we
pretty
look him
cool.
up?
And,
Is that okay?
Back. Oh, shit. You guys. God damn it. Motherfucker.
I talk with him, by
Get
the
me
way.
off,
I don't tell him I'm here.
Bro, it's exhausting, bro. I'm sorry,
It's
Reed, but you're
exhausting,
exhausting,
man.
bro. It's
I'm
you gotta just.
getting fucking blown out over here. What the hell?
I was
happened?
just asked a question. All right, I'll mute myself. I'll go back to the thing. Right, good.
Yeah.
Okay. Whew.
Holy shit, man. What the fuck just happened? Help me out.
Get under your desk,
shit.
bro. You'll be safe.
Well, I was just asking why he brought up his dad a lot of the time, and I was going to ask him.
Dude,
what,
this
in
has been this
comparison.
shit all day, man. The last 24
Dude,
hours.
7 hours. Yeah.
Fair.
Reed's been a fucking Mongo for fucking, I don't know.
Dude, I
That's
got
why
in
you
and
have
said I was
zero
going to be
patience.
muted, and then
Gotcha.
it's
But
like...
here's the kicker, man. Here's the kicker. Today he said, I joined groups to disrupt them. It's basically what he said, man. I swear to God, I heard that from his mouth.
Yeah.
So he's an
I was muted
obfuscation
when I came in
expert,
here.
huh?
I'll just...
Are you an obfuscation expert? Is that what you are?
I don't
Well,
want
I'm going to stay
He
muted.
said he
the rest
was,
of
man.
the
He
night.
says that's
And then
his
I was
fucking
muted
job,
when I got in
man.
here. If y'all don't like
Right?
how the responses again, I'll just go back to the text. It's all good.
Listen,
It's
Reed.
not my
Listen.
fault.
This is the last thing I'm
Holy
gonna say to you,
shit.
bro, because I'm fucking exhausted. Listen, you just brought you showed me that video, right, of range finding and fire control, right? And you made a big fucking claim about like, oh yeah, this is just shows you the computers on the ships that they use. It's all analog. There's no
I
fucking
know. It's dope.
computers.
That is
It
a
has
computer,
nothing to do
actually.
with supercomputers.
That's literally a computer. Yes, it's the like foundations of what supercomputers would be today.
No,
absolutely.
there's
Because
nothing in
computer
this video
architecture
that
is
says that, bro.
foundational. Do you not think that they couldn't get to a
Do you not
supercomputer
think?
without that?
Do you guys not think? Do you guys don't think?
Do you understand how
It was a
you're
recommendation,
connecting
and I said,
dots
"Here's
that aren't
something that I
there, bro?
watch at night." No, you're wanting to.
This is
You're
getting
connecting dots that aren't
distracted,
there, bro.
Hank.
It's too much, bro. I'm
Yeah,
gonna
you just
go
made an
down.
offer, and I think we accept. You said that you could go back to the text chat. I accept that offer. Offer accepted.
Wow, you guys had a. I'm glad I wasn't here for that, to be honest.
Anyway.
Thank you, Hank, for
or Larry,
that,
or whatever the fuck your name is. No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah,
his name's Hank, man. His name is Hank.
He
baby.
came in as Larry, and I was like, "What up, Larry?"
His name
You went with it.
Anyway, I'll always hold on, man. I'm gonna switch. My computer just booted up, man. Hold on, I'm good. I'll be right back. You guys carry on, man.
My apologies, guys. I didn't mean to start something.
capybaras in
You
here.
didn't
No,
stir up
you're good.
anything.
You're fine.
Good. You're good. You didn't do anything.
Because usually the guys in here are so stoic, like they've seen and heard just about everything. So when they're complaining about, this guy who's like wearing them out, it's like, dang, like he must really be doing too much.
It's a lot. It's a lot. But hey, listen, just chill, listen, go on the text. We don't have to talk about you anymore, whatever. Let's talk about different subjects. It's fine.
I was muted when I came in and then asked a question and it started. So I'm sorry. I'll shut up. But man, I'm really trying here. It
I
seems
accept.
as if.
He's trying, man. He's really trying, man. I swear to God.
Well, yeah, you're the one
He's
who's
trying.
anyway. It's true.
He's trying. Hey, how's my mic now? Is it good?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, good. All right, so Miguel.
Miguel.
What's up?
What's up, Miguel? Good to see you, brother.
You too. Thanks.
Always good to see you, man. So curvature, man. Have you learned some shit about curvature, by the way?
Oh no, you wanted him to shush and now you're bringing him back up?
No,
What have we done?
We got beasticles. Dude, I gotta turn you guys up, man. You guys are low.
Can you hear me? Am I quiet?
I can hear you.
Oh, okay. I'm gonna go over here now.
Okay, go over there now. Go
Oh,
over there.
dude, I can't. I'm gonna go down and chill chat.
Toast
I'm tired of this fucking
2.0,
dude.
man.
I'm
Toast
tired of this
2.0.
guy. I'm sorry, guys. I can't. It's exhausting, bro. Fucking 8 hours, bro.
All right.
You lost sleep over this guy?
I think he. No, he didn't. A beast. Yeah, good luck, brother. Love you, man. He held it out today, man. I got to give him that, man. He was in there all day.
I left for like the past 5 hours. I wasn't
I
trying
was
to do
not
that.
in here all day, man. I only come in at night, usually.
I sent him a recommendation video, bro, and he's like, "What is this?" I was like, "I literally said, here's a recommendation." Sorry, like, not my problem.
Well, here's the thing here, Reed, man. This
I'm just
particular server has a reputation of being very empirical, man. Very precise, man. And we don't let shit
About
slide.
what?
And if you can back
Since
something up, great.
Yeah.
You've seen the work that people do around here already.
Yes, yeah.
We're not
I
going
don't
to let
see-
shit slide, man. Whatever
Okay.
it is. And we're
All right.
going to call you
We're
out
good.
and we're going to fucking
So,
hammer you
but
home.
he interrupted you to correct a quote I said about something that literally was like a joke, like, and then it was like, oh my god, and then it restarted again.
Anyway,
so, like,
I
hope
heard
you
you
see.
say it. That's all I was saying, man. I heard you say
Yeah.
it. That was it.
Talk about cars again or something. Or fuck, bro.
I love where you're going, Reed, man. You're right there, man. Into an objective reality.
He needs to get some sleep. He needs to
You
get
are
some sleep.
so close to objective reality, man. But you don't think it's there, man. But
I'm
objective
waiting to go
reality
outside and
is there.
smoke my joint.
You're
right now,
standing
bro.
on the beach today, man. You're looking at that water. I know you were thinking about it, man. You're like, where the hell am I? Where is this place I'm living, man? What is that tree? What is that mountain, that ocean, where the fuck is the horizon? These are things, man, we all had to fucking spank ourselves and say, well, what the hell are we looking at? And here, you know what the cool thing is we all live
What?
on Earth. We can check it out, man. We're not trying to go out and, hey, man, can you see the mountain vista? Oh, it's not really there, bro. No. We're like, go check out the mountain vista of the lake from, whatever, 10,000 feet, whatever it is, man. I don't care.
Yeah.
Go check it out. Go in an airplane. Go in an airplane, man. Look at the fucking horizon.
I'm
Where the
going to
hell is it?
Victoria soon, so I'll do
Okay,
that.
next time you're out, man, grab that window seat, bro. Stick your camera out there, see all that curvature that you're not seeing, and let us know, please. That'd be great.
I usually
However,
don't sit in the window ever, but
this
I'll
place
try.
is really, really, really hip on curvature, man.
I know, it's dope.
This place is
It's
like
dope.
super hip on curvature because when somebody claims a ball, you've automatically claimed curvature. And you cannot get away from that. There's no getting away from the claim. The claim is on the table, the earth is a ball. That is the major claim that we all grew up with, man. It's not like we didn't grow up with.
you gave me the argument, so I'm gonna go tonight and look at it and find a video for you.
Okay,
I'll
find your
respond
videos,
tomorrow.
man.
I'll respond tomorrow on the debate channel.
Just keep in mind, man. I've been doing this shit for 8 years, and I've seen no curvature, man. And we've gone out with lasers and shot them over 40,
Well,
50
I'll see what I can try to
miles.
find. The Russians have some footage out like that. I haven't really tried to look for it.
The Russians have
Yeah,
the
some of
footage.
their
Oh my God.
ICBM launches
The
and stuff like
Russians
that.
got the footage, but yeah, okay, man, cool, man. Have you done it yourself, man? Have you shot a laser over a lake or
No, that sounds cool.
26 miles?
How do I do that?
Just find a lake and a bitchin' laser, man. Shoot it across. See if your buddy can see it.
All right, it's too late for that shit now. It's fucking gonna
No,
get
not
cold out
tonight.
soon.
No, fuck, man. Do it
No,
next
I mean during the
month
day
or,
too.
this
Gotta do it
January. I
before
don't give a shit when you do it, man. Just do it. Find a lake, 10, 20, 60 miles, whatever. I don't care. And just see how far you can shoot that damn laser straight across that water that's flat and level. every time. So water's level and flat, man. I don't know if nobody talked to you about that, Reed. Did you not get that memo? You did not get that memo. The water is absolutely dead balls flat, man, when unmanipulated. It's amazing.
That makes sense, right? If you put a liquid in a box, it's gonna be flat.
We square and flat, man, every time.
Okay. All right.
Yeah. I mean, there's no getting around that, man. That's a fact.
No, I
And
remember that sort of stuff from
nobody's
elementary school.
gonna like come to my shop and go, hey, I can make, if I fill the cup up exactly perfect to the top and it makes a curve, look.
Yeah.
That's called surface tension, man. That has nothing to do with what we're living on, because what we live on, we can check out, man. I'm a sailor. I've been out in the ocean. I'm a surfer. You can see shit you shouldn't be able to see, man. Laying flat on your fucking surfboard. I can see like 20 miles, dude. That's impossible on the globe, man. 20 miles. I can see 20 miles.
Sorry, I'm having a good laugh. I'm not laughing like at you. I like the surfer stuff. I do. I'm
Cool,
jealous,
man.
bro.
Don't be. It's nothing cooler than going Midwest or wherever you're at. I don't know.
That's pretty good.
Up north. I think you're up north. You're up north, huh?
I'm very far fucking north. It's
you're way up
surfing's
there.
cold.
You're way up there. It's cold.
Yeah,
Very,
dude.
very cold. Anyway, water's unmanipulated is guaranteed level, man. I mean, it's pretty. You can check it out in your bathtub or whatever. I don't know. Don't be kinky, man. Keep it clean.
I'm pretty vanilla, bro. Don't stress.
I don't stress, man. I just chill, bro. I'm here late night. We have a laugh. We talk about some pretty great subjects.
You're getting an essay tomorrow to your question, and it's going to be 2 parts.
Where what?
Yeah, that's what I said. But I'm going to have to concisely put it together tonight. But
yeah, take
that's
your
what it
time, man.
requires.
Don't do it tonight. Maybe do it Saturday or something, man.
It's
Just
easy
whenever.
for me. It's
After
easy.
you clean the house and then sit down.
My house is clean.
And then do the research, whatever.
That's what I'm doing right now.
Don't hurry, man. Don't hurry, dude.
You got to read a 20-page peer-reviewed article with me, man. It's going to be fun.
Reed, we've been out here 9 years doing this, man. We're not like
I know. That's why I'm excited.
Started yesterday or something. I mean,
but
we've been kicking ass out here.
We're gonna do it.
People that are so amazing, come and gone in here.
Yeah.
That I could never replace them, man. They're that unique, amazing.
I'm gonna find every single nation has an ICBM's first strike policy.
There you go.
It's gonna be fun. We're gonna be learning.
I mean, have they ever even done a test, man? I don't think they have.
I know. There's a reason, and it's
a reason.
Like
they didn't even do a test. How could you know if something works if you don't fucking test it, bro? What's up with that?
Good. That
doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make sense. It's not logical.
Anyway, I'll do it tomorrow.
Illogical. It's completely illogical. 100%.
Completely logical to not launch it over continent.
You do a test? We're talking about, hey, man, we're going to do this test, man. I'm going to shoot this
over there
Yeah,
to
no, they can't do that.
England, UK. I mean,
No.
our buddies, our
Nope.
allies, right? Yeah. Hey, we're just gonna shoot this thing off in some field somewhere, in the middle of
Every
fucking.
single country that has a nuke has a different first strike approach. They don't work in conjunction with one another. They're going to protect their own first, so they don't shoot them over.
You're telling me England and the United States don't work together?
Not for nuclear stuff, not really. No, they're totally different in their nuclear policy.
We didn't give the English the nukes. Come on, get
No,
fired.
they developed it partly on their own.
What?
Actually,
That's not the fucking point, man. Just find me my fucking intercontinental ballistic fucking launch. That would be great.
5
Submarine. I don't
countries.
give a shit if it's in a submarine or fucking off here in Idaho or Southern California. I don't care, man.
Okay.
Wherever.
Well, all right.
Find me something that somebody launched an intercontinental ballistic missile as a test, or obviously there's
Okay,
never
all right.
been a-
Man, they've done Minutemen tests, bro. They're written in Fortran. You should get that. So maybe
Somebody's
I'll find the
got
Fortran
that
code.
somewhere, man. Who's got the test? That's all I'm
I mean,
asking.
you know Fortran, bro. So I
Trying to
can
be-
find you like
trying to be
even the code
competitive
for
here,
the
man.
test.
Just trying to be realistic, man. I'm more of a
I know.
I'm a realist, bro. I'm a realist, man.
I
Show
know.
me.
And
show
I
me
will
the
be real
evidence.
with you because you asked me to, and I will.
I build
But it
shit for a
requires-
living, man. I build
Okay.
shit for a living. I know what real is, man. You have to
Okay,
build
well,
it.
I need to analyze and research nuclear first strike policy documents of
Well, of
countries
course
and
not.
history.
I don't either, man. That's not my job either.
That's what I do.
However,
So,
I just have the
I'm-
question. It's just a question. It's
I know.
not like I know the answer. I don't
You
know the
don't.
answer. The question
I
is,
don't either.
who's done it? Where has it been done?
Why?
If you guys could help me
Why
out with
hasn't
that,
it
it'd be
been done
great,
like that?
man. Be really great. That's all. All right, moving on, man. Do you guys
Okay,
like sailing the earth or traveling the earth? Do you guys like airplanes? I love airplanes, man. Guess what, man?
Really?
Every single airplane and flying object that goes through our realm has been designed to fly over a flat and stationary plane. Every single one of your rockets, planes, super planes, high altitude, everything has been designed to fly over a flat stationary plane. Everything. And that's just weird, man. There's a shitload of documents out there from JPL and Rockwell and you name it, man. NASA.
The Messerschmitt 109, I believe it, bro. Like I believe it. I'll have to look it up, but I'm curious now.
No, every single aircraft that's ever been designed has been designed to fly over a flat stationary plane, man. I will stand by that. And if somebody can prove me wrong, so be it. But I'm going to stand by it. Thank you. Thanks you guys for listening, man. I got to go pretty soon, but maybe like 10 minutes. It's been a great chat, man. I always appreciate a good information stream.
So, dude,
hang out.
I'm gonna be in the chill chat or whatever. So I'm gonna skedaddle myself. So I'm
There you go,
doing Michael
man.
Brennan stuff.
Yeah, there's some
So-
people down there doing some screen
And
sharing. All right, man.
My Opa flew BF 109, so it's curious. I want to go look up the design stuff. Like
Check
it's
it
got
out,
me
man.
sparked by curiosity for sure. So peace.
Peace. T-Dub, man. What is upside down, man? What's upside down?
Not Australians.
Well, that's what he would say, for sure. Right? So yeah, Reed's interesting character, man. I know he's got a busy mind. Dude, he's 27. And I had a busy mind at 27. I know you did too, Hank. And he's going. He's just doing it. He's going with the. There's a lot of information going on. It's a lot of information. It's hard to process it all, man. Even he said that, man. Anyway. I think we do a pretty good job of processing information around here. At least, giving it a good look over. Check it out. See if it's pliable, AJ. Are you there? And then if it's not, it's bad information, right? If information helps, there's information that hurts too. Oh shit, ain't that a bitch? Damn. How do we decipher between the good shit and the bad shit? How do we decipher
Discernment.
that? Discernment. Great answer. That is how we do it. And that only comes through experience. So if you have more experience in discernment, and you definitely have to work off your past successes and failures, both, to try to get that discernment for the next venture, right?
That's why I've always liked old people, man.
Mhm.
Always.
Yeah, me too, man. I always hung out. I would help old people move and help old people get groceries or whatever, man. I did a lot of old people service growing up. And they always had really cool things to say to me. It probably made me what I am today, but I did appreciate their their insight. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But some of the problem is that these, there's so many, even back when we grew up, Hank, there was a lot of distractions on MTV or whatever it was, video games.
Mm-hmm. Well, I'm
And
real good and distracted right now.
Yeah, you know you are. I know you got a new video game going. All right. Anyway, so getting distracted is pretty easy, man. And with television, movies, radio, music, yeah, you can get distracted in all kinds of ways. From learning about where you live. Most people don't want to even talk about where they live, much as learn about it. It's weird. It's kind of weird, man. I'm still tripping on that one. I go, don't you want to know about where you live? No, not really, man. I got a football game to go to, man. Can we talk about that next week? Yeah, okay. I'll give you a call, bro. No, most people are living their lives, trying to get through them, and literally figure out the next rent payment. And that's a lot of people, man. They have to live that way. Kind of sucks, man. I wish they didn't have to, but it is what it is. All right. You guys carry on.
Have a good night, bro.
All right, you guys carry on.
Welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord channel. Be sure to go to VC Chi Check-in 1 to get your VC verification tags to get involved in the conversation about our Earth. Be sure to bring your verifiable Earth curvature evidence, though.
Enemy spotted. Spotsa owes math for 1,000 miles.
Yeah, she's been responding to stuff, so I guess she can hear us for sure, but...
Sid, I'm gonna kick you from the call. Why don't you read? People Pazza.
I've been on the moon.
Well, base something, man.
It's an idea in our minds.
Cool idea, though.
Unless you're a leprechaun, or you're a leprechaun.
Not my. I've checked my lineage for Irish blood, and there's none there.
Can we do a quick radio check on us?
You guys talk. What's the topic for tonight?
Just shooting the breeze at the moment.
We were talking about authoritarianism less than an hour ago.
I was hankering for listening to a conversation. It's gone. Earlier on today, everywhere was an absolute maelstrom of people arguing about scurvy. It's gone dead quiet.
Well, like,
It's true.
You're a little
They
low.
were arguing about scientific method, but get that case example from them.
So this is like a place of restaurant. So it's kind of funny to see the people that come themselves to the bar. So what brings you in? What can we help you? What can we serve you? You a drink?
No, think of it like a bookshop. I'm just browsing.
But we only serve paying cups. You're just gonna.
Oh. Well, can I at least use the restroom before I go?
You can buy a drink if you. Pretty calm.
Can I have a tepid water then with a straw?
Well, we have a doggy bowl.
I'll go and lap that up then.
No loitering in the Walmart, sir.
It's the foyer. You can't control me out there.
No, it's just kind of funny. Kind of look at a bit out in the sticks. So it's like not somewhere you trip and fall. It's more like to have. What are you doing here? It's like we're way out in the sticks, dude.
I had a dibble dabble in Gem Pandas thingy. I had a dibble dabble in Earth Awakenings. So cosmology's not on. FED science is kind of a bit flannelly tonight. There's no one in Johnny B server, but there never is. On the level, empty, obsolete, empty. You know, it's gone all quiet, isn't it? Basically, this year. Really. I don't know what's going on.
It comes in waves, man. Like high tide and low tide, you know. Like, in waves. I was gonna ask, like, who are your people? Like, if you were to go hang out with your people, like, where is that? Is there a certain server where people hang out at, or this is my
Yeah, I usually spend most of my time in gems.
Gems,
shouting at the people that you lot push over there because they're nuts, frankly. Johnny B and Pete Shea, basically. Pete Shea, yeah. Oh yes, Pete Shea. He is a character. He is Pete Shea and Johnny. You have to say it. They're both bulletproof. There ain't nothing through. There ain't nothing injuring those boys.
That's funny. I don't know the other guy, but so what's the latest fresh for?
It's all got a bit stale, really, isn't it?
Happens. Get a little CP. revive something.
No, I've had a few drinks and I was just having a search around because I'm on a diet next. I'm on a Discord diet for a week, at least a week next week. Well, tomorrow because I'm off to China. So.
Wow. Oh. Safe travels. Hope you have a good trip.
Yeah, it'll be all right. It's work, but it'll be factory hotel. Cry on the phone to the wife, and then come home again. It'll be. I've done it. I've done these kind of trips before, and if you're in sales or you're in management, then it's quite pleasant. I'm just an engineering drone. I'll get treated like a worker ant over there. So I'm certainly not logging on and doing this over there. That's just
We got to get your fix before you go. That's help you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That'd be pretty.
It would be. I mean, I'd like to go and look at some old stuff in Beijing, but I don't think I'll get an opportunity to. There's a bit of a logistics issue anyway because there's a lot of clear up after the floods. So the company aren't going to. The company, my company and that company have got limited dealing, shall we say, in terms of travel. So it's a bit
restricted.
Rather than being, it's a little less casual than it would be normally. I'll go and help configure a fab for chip manufacturing, but I don't know how much of it is actually going to be. How much time I'm going to get outside of that.
Brass. Pazza, what can we tell people who think that they curvature? What would you say to someone like
from a conventional airplane, I'd say I would say how did they see it, hold a straight line up to the window? Can they confirm the window's curved straight? Can they, is it an observation of refraction? Is it an observation of reality? It's not conclusive, is it? I don't think there's any conclusive physical observation of curvature from the first person you can have, really.
Yeah, no, I asked because I get the sense that people don't necessarily want to hear folks in this. They're more inclined to hear it from someone on their own team. It's like they need the hand on the shoulder to say, "Listen."
Well, they do hear a lot of conflicting shit in this, don't they? They do hear people say, "Oh, I've definitely seen it," and others say, "No, you definitely can't see it." And then you get like test pilots who take death traps to the edge of space, and they fly there, in the darkness of the upper atmosphere, who say, "No, I couldn't see it," and then you get other people who say, "I was in an airship and I could see it," So it's one of those things. I don't think it's a purposeful discussion. It's a bit like shining lasers at the horizon. It's not purposeful because we all know there's so much variance. Where you're going to draw your conclusion.
No, it is funny because there does seem to be some mixed seeing curvature thing. Because if you do go to Google, we just double check this. Pretty sure Google. Which is like, which kind of goes with majority of people. But if you've been around the topic for long enough, who understands that this is just because it's too big, right?
If it was there, it would be very nuanced, and I don't think with your naked eye, just looking left and right, scanning across the horizontal of your vision, you would be able to. You'd have to have some optical mechanism, set in a aircraft that is gyroscopic, very balanced. If it was there, it would be nuanced, wouldn't it? Even if you concede what they're saying, it's at those kind of heights, it's going to be just there. It's not going to be really there. But then you have to elicit the question, what's the atmosphere doing between me and there? So I don't think it's actual discussions.
Yeah, I agree. It's not something that we typically. It's not evidence for us to. Oh no, you see no curvature from an airplane. It's typically like a rebuttal. You can see it. Just wanted to.
Yeah, I think the only way you're really going to know is if you go up so high it becomes a sphere at distance or something at distance, you know?
Well, actually, I think that's where we might differ. I think because you would say go up away, like go higher. We would say come down to the surface. But then you said that yours is good enough.
Well, I mean, you know, I'm not an expert. I mean, there are loads and loads of people who purport to be experts in land surveying who talk about, you know, the converging verticals and all this sort of thing, the plumb and everything, and use theodolites, and they allegedly compensate for a fraction, and they do over great distances see this diversion or conversion of plumb, you know, and this sort of thing, which I've never done, so I can't tell you if it's true or false.
Okay.
But it's a category evidence as far as they're concerned, should we say? If I'm playing devil's advocate.
Well, I mean, this does seem, at least for post 2020, hearing things, and I think yourself were saying things along the lines of using the horizon as inclusive. But what I find interesting, I first joined the discussion back in like 2017. All the hullabaloo was about the horizon, from my understanding.
Sure.
Yeah. Team Globe was basically saying that the horizon, you know, they were making location and yada. So once we address and rebuttal that claim, now they're going, oh well, you can't use the horizon.
Well, you can't. Yeah, I mean, optically, it is furry, isn't it?
Though, like, so why would they originally use it as and then just turn around and say, well, it's inconclusive? It's like, wait a minute. I think you would always say, like, well, you can't just squint at the horizon. But dude, what? Why? And is the original claim? Why? If it's
I think conclusive evidence is maybe things like corroborate. They purport that at the two equinoxes, vernal and the spring equinox, the sun is traversing with the GP of the sun, the ongoing sub-solar point, so to speak, the zenith, is running along what we call the tropical Capricorn and Cancer, and how you represent that on any map is entirely up to you. But effectively, they're the northernmost and southernmost limits of the traversal of the sub-solar point. Now, if you go to like any of the almanac-derived websites or timingdate.com, they'll give you a surface velocity of the sublunar point. In other words, they're effectively saying what is the between a location on the Tropic of, say, Capricorn, seeing the instant it sees the sun at zenith, how long before some other place sees it, and therefore they're working out a speed along that line of the subsolar point. And the thing that gets me is that the two solstice, the two equinox, the speed in which it travels along the both tropics is marked as the same on all these engines. Now, clearly that doesn't actually work on a flat thing if you work on the premise that when you see the sun directly above you, anywhere in the world, it is directly above. If you're working on that premise, then that would suggest that the expected radial divergence you'd expect from the flat Earth isn't there, and that would be arguably an evidence that there is a convergence and a divergence either side of the equator, which is more likely to be it's more manageable mathematically on a sphere and that surface. I mean, you know, you can also look at the distance between if you look at a sundial, say, set up in London, you look at a sundial set up in Berlin, they will both be pointing northwards, and they will effectively have simultaneously using modern communication at the angular divergence between them. You can do that across Australia, for example, as well, if you've got a sundial and two gardens. And that divergence is symmetrical, north and south. And you wouldn't expect that if the sun was moving across a planar surface. So there's loads of little bits and pieces like that. Now, clearly, there's an argument as to what, if you're going to map the world, you're going to have to work out the distance between things. And there's a lot of contention about are the distances east-west across Australia, southern Africa, Africa and Southern America, are they truly representative as they're comported? So arguably you could do physical surveying of places like that. That would be conclusive one, I think.
Okay. Appreciate you.
Yeah, but I've not got the aspiration or, frankly, the commitment to do anything meaningful in this sense. So I wouldn't know. There's lots of passionate people either side of this, and you think that ultimately someone will want to do it.
Well, I like to think of it like a football team, American football. There's 11 different positions on the field. Everyone has their own little role to play. So anyway, you brought up something about like maps or something. My understanding is that there is no one true map of the world, regardless of what your position is.
Not flat map, no.
No, I mean, no. I would say for both sides, there's not one true map. Many maps. Unless you would say that there is one that is the.
Oh, yeah, there's many different projections, that's true.
So you would agree that there's not just one map that represents all? Or.
Well, if you follow the narrative, a globe will give you you pull a piece of string taut between 2 points if you buy a mathematical, a scientific globe rather than just a mental one, it'll be much bigger in size. And if you on that, what I'm told, and I'm not myself, but if you pick two cities and you pull a piece of string taut across that surface, it will be a great circle. It will be it'll be a diametric plane on the surface. It won't be a short circle. And if you scale all those measurements between, let's say, 10, 12 cities in all directions, they'll comport to the distances we're told, the distances between those cities at scale. But there'll be a degree of error because of the scale. But roughly speaking, the proportionality will be there. Topological coherence to what we're told the distance between cities will be there. Don't think you can do it on a flat map. Don't think there is a flat map.
My question, Pazza, though, was I mean, what you're describing is that.
Yeah, the globe is a map, I think.
I don't think so.
Map is a.
When you drive your car, you don't have a globe mounted on your board. Spin that sucker. Pretty sure you use a map like everyone else.
Yeah, you're using a database of eastings and northings positions, aren't you?
So what I'm saying is that what you're describing, physical, whatever, I wouldn't consider that necessarily that you world with.
No, not at all.
Okay, but that was my question. Is there a map, the map, one map represents the Earth? Brought up like I don't know. If it really answers the question.
No, but there's not a map at resolution because it would be enormous, wouldn't it? There are localized and locally corrected maps. That's what they tell us, don't they? They have various fiducials and marker points to effectively to bring them back into alignment across great distances.
Okay, yeah, I mean, I'm glad to hear that because people will come here and say, "Well, oh, you guys need a map," and it's like, well, again, I don't think one that map. It's like you said, charts and things like that. You can kind of.
But you must concede that, like for instance, if you were to try and create a spatial presentation on a piece of paper of an area, say, covering Rome, Athens, New York, say a significant portion of the world we live in, you would have to have it. So you would have to have it so that it's of any use to you. You could literally put a ruler down on that, measure the distance in millimeters or fractions of an inch, and for a consistent factor across all of those, scale it up to the actual purported distance, crow flies between those two cities. And I don't think that there is any representation of that flat across a great distance.
Yeah, what do you make of all the maps that I posted in the chat there? It's not like these maps are made. I need to open up the original. It's a high definition image, so you should be able to open it up and zoom in. And got like there's why make all these if they're that's scale? What would we make all maps for? Your thoughts?
Well, these are all attempts to make flat maps. Well, here's a way to look at it. Okay, right? These are all attempts to make maps on paper.
Okay.
Now, if the world was flat, we'd only need one of these. So
typically, I would not agree with that. Would not agree. What makes you say that? By the way, just out of curiosity.
Because there's no spatial, topological, or geometrical unfolding when you map a flat thing onto a flat surface. And literally, if you look out your window to the world around, if you look at the window in the world around you, you can draw on the window. You see outside the window, and if all you're looking at outside your window is a perfectly perpendicular, say, painting of, let's suppose you put a pane of glass between you and the Mona Lisa, and
Sure.
they were equidistant and they were planarly coherent to each other. Yeah, you could draw through at arm's length across everything you see, and when you took it away, you'd have a spatially coherent representation of the Mona Lisa.
Here's the issue with that, Pazza. Here's the issue with that. We don't view all of reality. So it's not like you can take a bird view and see the whole thing. Do the Mona Lisa thing, describe it.
Sure.
So I think that's part of the issue. Is like Team Globe has, like they're saying, it's all been mapped out. We've got everything figured out. This is the whole thing. I would say that there's more to explore. It's not like that we have a full picture of the whole world. So I don't necessarily agree that we can just like go up top, look down, and then just draw a map of what we see, because there's likely more. And I don't think, no matter where you go, there's no such thing as, quote, seeing the whole Earth. So
you're
that
right
would be
in that
the issue.
respect. You're right in that respect, but I think that what you'd have to at least agree is, or you have to at least to consider, should I say, is that all topography and all Cartesian efforts and all map-making efforts which endeavour to triangulate their way incrementally across the surface, measuring distances between reference points to try and extrapolate out a bigger model, in an endeavour to create a map without being at height. All systematically failed to map it onto a plain piece of paper at scale, at proportionality. So, what can we draw from that? That you could argue they're missing something in the way they map things. That's fair enough. You could argue that they're deliberately deceptive and they're trying to elicit the notion that there is some three-dimensionality to it, to the surface, rather than two-dimensionality, to try and propagate an idea that it's not effectively a planar surface. You can argue that. Or you can argue, potentially, the surface does have a spatial context which goes beyond a planar representation. That's why you can't shoehorn one onto the other.
What I don't understand, Pazza, is how a conceptual idea of the whole of the Earth invalidates actual verification of the fundamental claim or Earth's required curve. Why can't you just test for the Earth curve?
How would you go about testing it?
Using different wavelengths of light.
I mean, laser different wavelengths across the surface.
Yeah, either lasers or you could use modified cameras.
Sure. Why doesn't science find that satisfactory?
What, science
Did-
finds something that
Hmm.
you're personifying science now?
If you're going to put it forward as I couldn't tell you why it wouldn't and would not be satisfactory. I'm not qualified to do that.
It's very easy. There is nothing to say it's not satisfactory, because using different wavelengths of light, you exclude the ad hoc excuses of all the globers. That's why no globers does this. That's why our evidence shows this.
Okay. I mean,
Yeah, to measure for curvature, how are you going to measure for a map? Like, it's stupid. If you can't even do that, how are you measuring each section of the map if you can't measure for curvature as well? It's like so silly.
well, you can measure distances and orientations of things on the surface over great distances.
Yeah,
can't
but you will make an excuse about different light patterns and like things that happen in between the medium, so refraction and all that. So your calculations aren't real reliable. So how do you make a map after that?
That's why this point is I'm bringing up this point, because you could verify and just know for sure if your globe is true, which all these presuppositions are based on. Like, all you got to do in your paradigm, if you can see beyond if you can see beyond the geometric Earth curve, basically, then in your belief system, then the light must be bending around the globe so that you can see further. Correct?
They do state mechanisms of refraction as a.
But is that correct? You're saying it's refracting around the globe,
yeah,
so that you can see further. Correct?
Yeah, and it's invariant.
Yeah. Do you understand that different wavelengths refract at different rates?
They do. I'm told that, yeah, because that's how a prism effectively separates out the spectrum.
Exactly. So when you use different lasers of different wavelengths, and you shoot them across a lake, and the lake the curvature says that the laser should be 66 feet up in the air, but it hits the target. Both of the lasers cannot be refracting at the exact same rate, because they refract at different rates, and they would separate. But we're not seeing that.
How do you know that both lasers are parallel?
They start out at the same starting point and they hit the target.
Yeah, but you're not necessarily proving that's not the. You're proving the lasers are at one end and the points that they fire at reach the same end at the same point on the side. That's not the same as categorically proving that the two rays leave the source in direct parallel rotation, is it?
So what you're trying to claim is that one of the lasers accidentally might have been pointed upwards? Is that what you're saying?
If it's a few arc seconds or arc minutes out of orientation to the other one, you haven't got lasers following the same path, have you?
Yeah, no. You need the light to be refracting down constantly so that it follows the curve. And so that would mean there's a constant separation of the beams. Besides, you don't have the conditions to refract any light in the first place.
But you got your kind of. I don't know whether are you evading what I asked you? How can you confirm two lasers are fired in perfect parallelism to each other?
Well, first you pan the laser between different targets.
At what range?
Well, varying range, all the way up until the final target, which is like, let's say 10 miles away.
You're calibrating your instrument against the phenomenon that potentially is putting it off, aren't you, by doing it at range?
You're imagining a phenomena that isn't there. You're imagining the light is bending around the globe, but there's no evidence of that.
Sure. Okay, let's suppose there is no evidence of it. How do you prove there's no evidence of that?
Super simple. You take,
Yeah.
for instance, a camera in visible light, long distance camera, and then you take a camera with infrared. And if you can see in the long distance camera, like with the Black Swan, for instance, and you can see 10 miles away, when you shouldn't be able to see that far, but the infrared camera can also see that far, then the globe is dead.
Well, no. How do you know the cameras are looking along the same orientation?
They're looking horizontally at the horizon.
That's because you've looked through the camera and you've calibrated the orientation of the camera so that you see the horizon in the same place in both cameras. That's not the same as setting up the two cameras so they're pointing out into the world exactly the same way. This is where you're not going to get anywhere with the people who suggest that that there is a flaw in this, because you've got two measurement systems and you haven't calibrated.
No, it's irrelevant because
Okay,
the
it's just
infrared
you.
light.
Maybe to you.
It's irrelevant because the infrared light doesn't refract like the visible light, and so the geometric horizon should be visible in the infrared.
Okay, fine. We can argue this into a blue in the face. How do you know it hasn't been practiced the same way? You don't know for certain that
because
lasers.
that's how we discovered infrared.
No, you don't know that the infrared.
That's how we discovered infrared. We discovered it when we split visible light, and we discovered that there was a zone beyond the spectrum that heated things. That's how we found that.
I know how they discovered infrared and ultraviolet.
Yeah, that included in that is the fact that it refracts far less than visible light.
Sure, at short, very extreme distances, like through prisms.
You don't have the conditions to refract anything in the first place.
I may be finished here.
So not only is your ad hoc excuse debunked, you don't have the conditions to actually refract anything.
Trace, you've won. You're not letting me talk. You've won.
Let me just do a little bit of moderation. The kitchen's obviously getting a little warm, but we can handle it. Be fine. So, Trace. So, as I don't let Trace's animation bother you, but guys, let's
I can hear his passion. I can hear his passion.
There's nothing wrong with passion. So go ahead, Pazza, if you want to respond, but don't not turn it into something it doesn't need to be.
If you can't categorically state that the two lasers are being fired and absolutely parallel to each other, then no, your only way of saying they are is by saying where they meet at the other end.
You got to show that they aren't when you have tried to engineer it to be as parallel as possible. Like, you got to show that there is a deviation there, that there is even the condition that allows you to refract any light in the way that you want. Instead, you just have ad hoc excuses that it must be refracting because you believe in Paul. That's not. That's just retarded.
In more close range examples of extreme refraction, we do see spectral aberration, don't we, in mirages to some degree.
Spectral aberrations?
Yeah,
mirages are not spectral aberrations.
No. Didn't say that. Mirages propagate as spectral aberrations. We see color separation in mirages under certain circumstances, don't we? At the fringe.
Maybe under certain circumstances, maybe they become more fuzzy. I've never seen that personally, but I've seen many instances of mirages.
I think that, again, I can't confirm that. I'm not an expert on these things, but I've heard that discussed.
I've looked into this extensively, and I've never seen optical dispersion in mirages. So I don't know what you're talking about.
See if we can find. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm misquoting that.
That's not one of your problems.
No major about
it. If the light is the chromatic aberration or optical dispersion. If the light is refracting, for instance, like in the case with the Black Swan image, you would be seeing that in that image. You don't.
How do you know you don't see chromatic aberration in the Black Swan images?
Because there is none.
Are you sure? I mean, unless I'm wrong, guy who took the original film went down to the beach and he puts up a statement on the screen. He says most times you see one oil rig partially concealed behind the other one. And then he goes on to say, under certain circumstances, you see this, and he moves the camera down to the very water's edge, right to the top, and he shows what we see is the famed black swan image. If you put the two images side by side, the detail, both chromatically and spatially, in the oil rigs, in the one that he says is the most current observation, where you got the horizon between them, or he's in front of them both. I can't exactly.
No, you're misremembering all this stuff, bro.
No, I'm not. Should I get the images up?
I know what the images you're talking about are from two separate days. You're misremembering most of this stuff.
The black swan meme has got the wibbly wobbly, spatially vertically distorted image.
It's called towering. It's not wibbly wobbly, spatially distortedly. It's called towering.
It's inconsistent.
It's a refractive effect, they say, but but according to the turbulence model, no, it's not. So there's different models of modeling how light behaves in the air, and what you're talking about here is towering, and that does not help light bend down around the globe. Not how that works.
Towering is another way of saying that the image propagation of the image
stretched vertically. That's what it means.
And it's also raised vertically, isn't it, in towering?
Nope. It means it's stretched vertically from the point where the towering begins, and then on the ends where the point towering ends. That's how that works. You could have bands of towering extending an image, and the upper part is raised, yes, but not the lower part. You don't understand what you're talking about.
No, well, you can say that. You can say that as much as you like. But clearly, in one of these black swan images, you see much more of the gantry artifacts of the distant rig that are concealed in the other image. So there is a raising. Optically, there is a raising of the distant rig.
No.
What happens to all the bits of it that are in the first
there's
image?
not. In the other image, there's tide coming in, by the way. And,
tide? Really?
Yeah, that's what the author said. I mean,
isn't the sea flat? The sea was flat.
It's not a
so you didn't know there were tides?
Do you think that that's going to hold any countenance with the scientific word?
No, when you lower a camera really low to the surface and there's tide coming in, it's not going to help you see very far.
There's a bulge of tide coming in. Is that where you are?
On that specific day, that picture was taken.
Between you and the two rigs, 11 miles, there's a visible bulge of tide.
No. I'm saying he lowered his camera 1 foot off the surface, and he, according to him, there was high tide during that time.
Right? What's that got to do with it?
Wait, can we clear this up? Because we're not the ones saying there's a bulge of water. It's you guys.
I didn't say there was a tide.
So horizon way beyond where it's supposed to be. So there's that too.
Yeah, what's blocking the bottom of the oil rig there?
Not a hill of water. So
yeah, actually, that's exactly what it is. And if you look at how much is actually hidden.
Okay, buddy.
Oh, just want to make that clear. We're not.
Well, you're saying
that said, though, we're still seeing further than where the geometric horizon would be in either case.
What in the other one? How would you know where the horizon is in the image where they're concealed?
Well, do you think it's at 1.2 miles?
Well, can you say categorically it's not?
Yeah. Don't look like it to me. Do you think it is?
Okay, so
it's almost at that closer rig, right? Which is what, 6.2 miles?
How can you possibly tell how far away that is?
It doesn't look like it's 5 miles in front of the closer rig. Do you think it is? I don't think it is.
Are you all right? Let's go with your guesstimate.
Well, that's the whole point of it.
Yes. Let me help you a little bit, Paza. Okay, imagine or think about this. The oil rig is very small in the distance. It appears very tiny because of perspective. So if there was a curve there, it would disappear behind that curve very easily.
Okay, so let's supposing there's some refractive mechanism which is bringing it up high, and it actually is in both cases.
Bruh. Well, why do you assume that? Why don't you prove that?
How would I prove that?
Same way as before, you would use lasers of different wavelengths, and you would test for the conditions along the path that you think is going to be refracting, and you would show that the light is being refracted the way you believe it is.
But here's the point: doesn't refraction occur across? Isn't refraction a propagation across all electromagnetic medium? That's what they tell us. What? You can
So
refract
just run from
radio
what I
waves. You
said.
can refract. No, you could, if you're saying use a laser is just another part of the electromagnetic spectrum. It's still invisible light, so it's going to propagate the same issues as the light you're looking at.
It's the straightest standard we have, and you can look for your curve in reality.
Wow, laser light isn't the straightest light. Light in a vacuum is straight. It's the least divergent light.
Yeah, it's the straightest measure we have currently. Do you have a better one?
Light is straight in a vacuum, as far as I'm aware.
What?
How can you get straighter than straight?
So you're not going to answer my question?
Well, that is the answer. Light rays travel in perfectly straight lines in a vacuum, don't they?
So you mean like LIGO?
Light in a vacuum chamber lasers are quite more often or not used in labs to measure things.
This is another way I've suggested to you globers to try to prove your globe. It's super simple. You just take a LIGO or a vacuum tube and make a really long vacuum tube and then shoot a laser through it. The laser will level the tube, and then you put a long water tub next to it, and you could see if the tube is now not conforming.
There's a bulge of tide coming in. Is that where you are? What's going to happen to water in a vacuum?
No, the water's not in the vacuum. The tube is right next to it. The tube is just a leveling device.
Don't they tell us that LIGO is engineered not to follow the curvature of the Earth? There's a bulge of tide coming in. Is that where you are?
No, they don't. They just say that LIGO is super flat, and because it's on topography, it doesn't really matter. That's why I propose that you get them to build a small little pool right next to to LIGO, or simply make a tube and shoot a laser through it. And then what you should see is that the ground might be like flat or whatever, but because of topography, but the water should conform to what you believe is the gravitational field and form the rest of the sphere.
Grace, I've not spoken to you before. I totally agree. You need to build about a kilometre long vacuum chamber. Definitely. Well, we need to do it. We need to do it.
Well, it's you guys' claim. We're just sitting here pretty saying, prove your claim.
But don't you think though that if between us, all these people that argue about it, I'm not going to say, oh, it's the Flat Earth Community's job or it's the Globe Earth Arguers Club. If between us we collaborate and built say a kilometre long, say a kilometre or a mile long vacuum chamber, we got the absolute best laser we could with the least spectral divergence, the most, because you can get them because they use them for astronomy.
Great. Why don't you go ahead and do it with all your Globe friends that has the positive claim of Globe Earth and our brainwashing children? You have all the money. $3 trillion to NASA every year. $3 trillion. That's not enough. What's your problem, bro?
No. This is the thing. This is the response I didn't expect because I'm piss poor broke. What about you?
Another nice guy.
Well, you can say I'm a nice guy. I haven't got the money to do this. You can categorize that as me being nice, or you can categorize that as me being realistic about where I am. To you.
Yeah, you're here in the Flat Earth server being realistic about where you are. You're a Glober, bro. Checkmate. Globe. Checkmate.
Okay, game over.
Yep.
Game over.
Yeah, because
it'd probably be easier to just.
Spaza, you never once talked about Earth curvature, did you?
We're talking about it right now.
It'd probably be easier to force the. Damn. Not that.
So, kind of came in a little late to the convo. Were you guys just like trying to figure out what type of experiment would be utilized to prove your
Yes.
globe claim, essentially?
No. What kind of experiment could we do collectively? What kind of experiment could be done to put all of this to rest?
Oh
That's the
my
question.
God, is that Effie Batman?
Okay, well, your globe's
Wow.
up to bat, so your turn.
Wow. I never thought I would see the day.
It's not gonna be your Spazza, Sonny.
I could go to
Is
the
that
beach and
Effie
observe
Batman?
no curved water, and then whoever wants to argue with the axiom can go ahead and do that.
Exactly.
Hey,
yeah.
So
And since we have about 100,000 videos at least, I think it's your turn. Absolutely. Go
So
ahead.
can I interject here? Can I interject here?
If you
Do you both
were a
know
kid,
Flatman? Do you know
4 years old,
Batman?
5 years old, and you went outside, or even went to the beach, you would think that it's flat. Because you're trusting your senses.
So you're 5 years old?
You have to be taught that you're on a round ball. That's the
That's
problem.
called an empiricistic, skepticistic mindset. That's called an idiotic mindset.
All of our casual observations in the world
How idiotic are you?
suggest that it's stationary and flat.
My poor
Where do
man.
we go from there?
This is where you go from here.
Hmm?
If you go by your own senses, your own experiences, your own measurements, because that's all we're about is what we know. It's not about we don't have to get into the weeds with this shit. It's very simple. That's the beauty of it. It's like, holy shit, it is actually that simple. Let's take the so-called gravity, for example, right? They needed to invent gravity to fit their globe model. You can literally describe why things fall or float based off of density and buoyancy. That's simple.
You can't, can you? You can't though.
You can, because you
If
can
you
have
put if you put a jar of water, a metal ball, and air in a jar, and you propagate it in free fall, there is no buoyancy effect.
Hold
in there.
Wait. I'll give you an example.
Not good enough.
If you really want to test this for yourself, right? You have to go through the scientific method. So, hey, we observe a phenomenon. I'm going to drop this pen, right? We're observing the pen falling, right? So my hypothesis to you would be, it is the medium that decides if the object, depending on the material of the object, is going to fall, float, stay still. And so what we need to do is control the medium. That's how you create that experiment. Very simple. It's why if you drop an iron ball in water, it sinks. You drop an iron ball in a vat of mercury, it floats. Do you understand? Like,
yes, there's a buoyant effect there. There's a buoyant effect there, counteracting the downwards acceleration.
Right, air bubbles float to the top.
Yeah,
it's not about downward acceleration. It's just density and buoyancy. That's why things go up and down. That's simple as that.
But when I was at high school and did physics, we conducted experiments where we dropped things, the electronic timers, in a vertical vacuum chamber. So buoyancy wasn't all we were doing.
Then let's use gas. Let's use gas
I wanna-
particles then.
Oh, no, can I just?
I want to ask something because Mr. Spazza, or did you say that y'all dropped water in a vacuum?
No.
Okay, I must have misheard you then. I was about to say, wait a minute. Never mind.
No.
Okay, you're good.
No.
So if you want to use a vacuum chamber, right?
Yeah.
You want to test that medium, okay?
Yeah.
Why do gas particles go in all directions in a vacuum chamber? Where's your gravity?
Because their excitation.
Where's your gravity though?
What you can do is you can say where your gravity when I'm 3 syllables into some sort of response if you want to.
No, but it's like that's a huge.
But there
that's
are
like
plenty
a huge thing.
There are plenty of examples we can see of gaseous excitation countering the effects of the gravitational pull on those gases. Only in motion being an example of that.
What? We're just talking about why things go up and down, right? If it was your hypothesis, you would say there's a force causing these objects to get pulled towards the Earth, right? Like that's what
There is,
gravity is.
yeah.
Okay.
Well, there's
So that, you know, if you had a scientific experiment where you would use any type of gas in a vacuum chamber, it would still have the same effect. Gas particles would go in all directions. It doesn't matter.
they do in
What,
if you
why
introduce
doesn't gas fall in a vacuum chamber with your gravity? It just doesn't. It doesn't happen. No, it doesn't.
Okay, you can tell me that.
If I fart, is it gonna fall?
If you've got a vacuum chamber, and it's never a perfect vacuum anyway, because you can't engineer a mechanism of evacuation that's accurate. If you slowly let a portion of air into it, there will be a pressure differential across the vacuum chamber. If you allow a slightly more in, there'll be a slightly more considerable pressure differential. If you let more and more in, eventually you'll end up where you let enough air in that you have the atmospheric pressure differential vertically across the vacuum chamber.
Okay, let's talk about that for a second. You're talking about atmospheric pressure and vacuums, right? How the hell is it that we are literally separated from the vacuum of space, right? There's a vacuum of space right above where all of our atmosphere is, right? All of our gases, right?
Yep.
So if we're not in a container, right? What's stopping from our atmosphere getting sucked up into the vacuum of space?
Because of that boundary between
what boundary?
Right. In their model, they're proposing there is some sort of like near vacuum, which is in space, yeah? And they're also proposing there is an atmosphere which we breathe at 14 psi at the surface, yeah? There is no hard boundary between. There is no hard margin between one and t'other.
That's not what they say.
They do.
Really? Course citation, please, right now.
Well, all right. Let me take that back.
No. You said it. Citation, right this minute.
Where is there a hard boundary?
Yeah, you said it. So citation is needed right now, this very minute.
You want me to give you a citation? There's no.
I want you to back your fucking claim, bro.
Okay. Yeah. Right.
Back it, or just leave like you usually do.
Well, it's got to that point, is it? Where we get?
Yeah. Why don't you back it up, or shut the fuck up and leave?
Nah, we don't have to get to that. But you did make a claim.
Hey, are you trying to moderate me, bro? Who said
No.
that?
No.
Well, don't fucking try it, or I'll mute you first.
I'm not trying to moderate anybody.
Yeah, you did. So don't try it again.
Get a bit cross.
That's all right, guys. We're all chefs in the kitchen. It's fine. We're all big boys. Hazard, do you have a citation? So if there's anyone listening there, that's
right.
You just grab it. Just
That's
if you have
all.
One. If you don't have one, that's fine.
That's all we need right now. Just the citation.
And let's see if I can find. I mean, I'm asserting a.
Well, just to be clear for the room. So you're saying that barrier or sorry, I
don't think there is a. I don't think there is a hard bound.
Okay. That's another thing that just doesn't make sense. It's like, how can there be vacuum of space right above our atmosphere, right? That's holding in all of our gases without a container. Where's the barrier? Like, there has to be a barrier if that's the case.
Okay, so if I search for a boundary between atmosphere and vacuum of space, yeah.
Yeah. Why are all of our gases, everything that's in the atmosphere, why is it staying in the atmosphere and not being sucked out by the vacuum of space? There's no.
Okay, so if I search for boundary between atmosphere and space, I get the Kalman line. Yeah.
Wait, what'd you say?
If I search, if I actually in the assertive context, if I search for a boundary between the atmosphere and a vacuum of space, all that pretty much pops up is the Kalman line.
Well, the thing is, you're searching that up, but it's like, claim is that it has to be contained, because if it wasn't contained, If it wasn't contained, it would be sucked into the vacuum of space.
Should we
It's not.
focus? Hang on. Should we focus on what your colleague got angsty with me about? I made the assertion there's no hard boundary between atmosphere and space. He said prove it.
Okay, so provide the citation where they say that.
Well, the way I can do it is right. So you're gonna again. Are we going back to me saying two syllables?
Listen, because unless it's part of the citation, the very beginning part of it, I don't want to hear it. Well is not an answer to the citation, please, for the statement you just made yourself.
Okay, I should go.
Yeah, you ought to try it for a change. You haven't heard.
Here we are. Here we are then.
And you haven't heard angsty yet, believe me.
Pretty certain of that.
I'm pretty certain. I would shake all the glass on your windows.
So here we are. Here's a statement. It's not a. Make it as what you will. This is from the National Geographic, for example, talking about the Kármán line and the atmosphere at the boundary between space. See that?
I'm not sure if that's exactly what was being asked of.
You're using Nat Geo, the proven liars. You're using Nat Geo.
Okay. Oh, can you find something that says that no one really knows where the airspace and the outer space begins? Can you find a citation that says where they do know?
Well, I mean, that's not really what the question is, though. To be fair, Pazza.
I'm merely reflecting the general consensus, as far as I know, that there's no hard boundary. Can you prove there's a hard boundary?
You can't provide the citation for what you just said, that they don't have a hard boundary.
There it is. Except no one really knows where airspace ends and outer space begins. That's saying there is no hard boundary. What more do you want?
Citation from that fucking statement. Source, citation, demonstration.
What sort of citation do you want?
I want the citation that has from whatever source you're getting the citation. It needs to say exactly what you just said. Are you having trouble remembering that you said there's no hard boundary? So get that citation.
As far as I know, there's no hard boundary.
Okay, so bring the citation that says that.
I gave you a corroborative.
So you bring up a TV show production company, National Geographic. It's a TV show. Great job, bro.
Wait, but to be fair, Pazza, that's not really the question he's asking. We're talking about a barrier, not the kind of like a political where they decide where something starts and begins. Like kind of how your town maybe has a certain where they say, all right, well, this is where our town is. This town's over. There's no hard barrier there.
Right.
But so like that's not really the question that's being asked. You're presenting
I'm unaware of a hard barrier between the atmosphere.
Right. If that's the case, you're unaware, right? Then how is gas contained in our atmosphere?
Make me aware of a boundary then.
No. If you're claiming that there's no boundary. That's your claim.
No. You're not listening to what I'm saying. I am unaware of a hard boundary between space and the atmosphere.
You are aware of a hard boundary between space and our atmosphere?
I'll say it one more time for the heart of thinking. I am unaware of a hard boundary between space and the atmosphere.
Okay.
Can't make it any simpler or slower.
You're unaware of that, right?
Yeah.
So my question to you is, how is gas contained without being in a container? There has to be a container.
Well, you know what the answer to that is, don't you? If I was to follow the narrative that they tell us.
Narratives and being able to prove premises and narratives is two different things. Second of all, damn, yo, I just started talking. I don't want to hear your dumb stuttering through what I'm saying. Then people act like I'm the one that doesn't let them talk. Yada, yada, yada.
Sorry, Elijah.
That's fine. So anyway, it sounds like I could be wrong, I guess we'll have to wait and see that you're trying to flip the burden of proof. Why? Because we know that in order to have gas pressure, that requires containment, which means there has to be a volume where there is a limitation for the gas particles to exert their energy on the walls of that container. So seems like you're saying, well, I'm unaware of there being a boundary for the air we're breathing, which would go directly against gas pressure requiring a container. So your actual claim, which is the heliocentric claim, is that gravity is a container, which means there's a premise that would have to be validated. Now, what is gravity? It's supposedly a force of nature, which means it would be a natural phenomena, which means it falls under the category of science, which means there should be a hypothesis that is falsifiable that someone has tested somewhere.
That make you think a little bit though, Spazza? You know?
No, not really. Not really. Because that was
Oh.
just a web of rhetoric. It wasn't actually addressing what I was saying in the first place.
I mean, that was pretty damn specific by Elijah. I mean,
Well,
that was pretty
it
well said.
was a very specific narrative. They didn't address the actual point of where is this boundary.
So gas pressure doesn't require a container?
That
You
what
can
you're saying?
you can get pressure differentials without any physical container between them, can't you?
Source.
I don't think you're answering the question.
Oh no, you do. You think I am in a way because I can
Not
measure the
really.
No, you're
pressure.
not.
I can
Not
measure
not
atmosphere.
really.
Well, okay, fair enough. If you don't think I am, that's
You just
fine.
said
No,
because
you're
there's
not.
pressure
You're not because you
differentials.
can get pressure
Source.
differentials. No, you can get pressure differentials in a container.
Right.
We know that.
Or in the atmosphere. You're back to
Now,
square one. We're back to square one, aren't we?
whoa. No, we're not back to square. We've been at square one because you're saying, well, there can be pressure differentials without a container. Now, I just said, sounds like you're saying you can have gas pressure without a container. You know what that would include? Gas pressure with a differential in it.
No,
So again, you're left with having to prove that you can have gas pressure differentials without a container.
Right.
So you're saying that you if you have a chamber, got a vacuum at one end, pressure at the other end, that is only contingent to the fact that that's what you're saying.
No, that's what
Excuse me?
NASA is saying.
NASA's saying that, not Newton, anybody before that, just NASA.
Well, Newton said don't attribute a force of gravity, stemming from just innate matter. That would be ridiculous, and that would be a folly to what he was actually asserting when he was creating his thought experiments to kind of try to explain what he observed.
No, I mean, yeah, fine. Going back to this statement a second ago, are you saying that the idea of this being is continuously changing, decreasing atmospheric pressure with altitude, which doesn't, as far as we know, show
Oh,
any?
man.
Okay, fine. Fine. If you think that you all,
No,
if
I'm
the
just trying
realm
to
of,
I'm just trying to stop you from strawmanning me because you started with
okay.
"Are you saying?"
Oh,
So
no,
if
all
you
right.
really cared
So
about what I was saying,
fine.
you would
No,
stop
no.
if I said
Okay.
strawman, right? Instead of continuing.
But you did say to me, "Are you suggesting?" a minute ago.
Well, what were you suggesting? You could have said strawman and I would have stopped.
I've got
Okay.
to be I've got to be as obstructive as you are to make this constructive.
Well, I mean, I'm just saying you have to have
You spent too long arguing with Witzit today.
I
Too
know
long
you're
arguing with Witzit.
interrupting me again, and I just asked you
Oh,
not only 5 minutes ago.
Let me apologise for interrupting you. You weren't interrupting anybody today. That would be a sin.
Well, that would be a red herring, wouldn't it?
Then why bring it up? Why would you
Because
bring interrupting up as a red herring?
You're interrupting me right now, and you're talking about the conversation. You're talking about the conversations that I had today in lieu of me telling you that you're interrupting me right now.
But your ass handed to you on a plate, by the way.
All right.
Okay.
So
That's
shut up.
just an opinion.
Your
I've got no
claim.
I've got no citation for that. I've got no citation for that.
It doesn't matter what you think.
Okay. That's nice. But do you have any kind of proof for gas pressure without a container?
Physical gas pressure without a physical.
Yeah, is that even possible?
If you can elicit the acceleration of all mass to the surface, name it mechanism.
What?
Well, you mean if you beg the question of there being a force in the first place, which nobody
Well,
can manipulate or detect?
No, I didn't say a force, did I? You jumped there. I didn't say force, did I, Sunshine?
Well, why would the hell gas particles, which don't have any intermolecular bonds, be attracted to the surface of anything?
Isn't that a different question to the one I asked?
I'm sorry, what'd you ask?
The apparent downwards acceleration of all mass to the surface.
All masses don't sink to the floor.
They should come.
Oh, I'm sorry. Does gas sink to the floor, or does it rise to the top like heat?
It moves in a buoyancy matrix.
Oh, that sounds like a bit of a divergence, or
does
a
it really?
yeah.
I was
Because
buoyancy and density not your friend now for having this.
Well, it sounds like another
This
red
is where
herring.
we
'Cause
are,
like
Elijah, aren't
it
we? This
sounds
is
like
where
a
we
red.
are now.
Why do you keep interrupting me? I mean, you were. I'm not being upset with you. I'm not being mean with you. All I said was don't interrupt me, and you're being a big dick.
I don't need you to interrupt me, Mr. Beta Male. Hold on.
Why is
you can
that?
you can answer my question. The apparent downwards acceleration seems to propagate across all mass proportionally.
Yeah, that's what I mean. I answered that.
Hey, you
There is
interrupted